A very good evening to my Dhamma friends. Once again, as usual, we are gathering here to listen another episode of profound sermon of Buddothpado from Buddothpado. So, uh, at the very outset, I would like to pay my humble worship towards our noble friend Buddothpado Aranwasi. So, this is in a way a kind of honor for me to uh, preach you this Dhamma. So, for giving this opportunity, I'll be very grateful to him. And also, you're also lucky to hear this Buddothpado sermons. So, as we say every day, you are a very unique subset of the entire population of this world, because you will be included in the very limited set of people who could listen this absolute truth. So this is your time, this is your opportunity. Try to make use of it maximally. So by inviting all of you, I'd like to start today's explanation. So we have been talking about the way how our mind gets created. So why are we investigating about this thing, about the mind? So what is the purpose of doing so? So if you are a very beginner to this Buddothpado sermons, so you will wonder why why through this Buddothpado sermon every day say, try to understand how your mind works. So the priority is given in each and every sermon to the mind. So why is that? It is because the mind is the causative thing for everything. So why how it becomes the central factor for everything? So if I say like this, if I ask you a question, who you are, what did you give as the answer? So you will tell me, I'm a teacher. Ah, good. So then I am asking again from you. So are you a human? You will say, obviously. Why can't you see me? So don't you see me as a human? Don't don't I have a humanoid figure? So you are also human. I'm also human. So you will reply like this. And I'll ask another question from you. Uh, when was your birthday? So you will exactly reply me with the exact day. So what is the problem with that? Then you will ask again from me. What is the problem? I am a human. I am a teacher. So my birthday is this. So then I'll ask you, do you die? And in a fraction of a second you will reply, yes, yes, of course. Someday I have to die. Wow. So then I'll say, wow, that means you are living. Now you are living. You might reply me, obviously. Don't you see that I am living? So these are the normal responses, usual responses you can also get from the other people as well. So they will reply with the profession if we ask who they are. So if I if you ask, are you a human or not? So they will say, obviously I am a human. Or you can ask, what is the gender of you? You will say that person will say, I'm a male or I'm a female. So likewise, uh, are you living? So they will say, obviously. So if you are a living, you have to die, isn't it? So then they will reply, yes, of course. I have to leave this world someday. Then, if I ask you this question afterward, what would you give as the answer? So I'm asking you, don't you ever think that you all of these things are your thoughts? You are thinking that you are a teacher, and you are thinking that you are a male. You are thinking that you have been born in this world, and you are thinking you have a date of birth, and you are also thinking that you are living, and you are again uh, thinking that one day you will die. See, all these things are thoughts, aren't they? Just investigate and see. All these things are thoughts. So in a thought, it is included the fact that you are a male. In a thought, it is found that you are a teacher. In one particular thought, uh, you are um, you have a uh, date of birth. So likewise, see, all the things are included in separate clusters of thoughts. So if all of a sudden what happens next, all of a sudden due to some kind of a accident, all these thoughts will vanish. So what will happen to you next? So you do not know that you are a male. You do not know that you are a teacher. You do not know that you are mm, you have been born, so you can't recall your date of birth. So you don't know that you are going to die. So likewise, you will become a state of uh, a child who just being born. So, but you are a grown-up man now. But you act as a little newborn baby who doesn't know anything. So it is pretty much clear that everything was there in clusters of thoughts. So when thoughts are not there, your self-identity will be lost. So then what happens? So you have to relearn everything from the scratch. So that can be seen in a patient who recovered from coma state. So they might be have to learn from beginning why their thought process has been lost. So you yourself is there in a thought. Your identity is there as a thought. You are thinking. That's why I began the conversation. We live in a thoughtful world. Saying that we live in a thoughtful world full, filled up with thoughts. So if you in order to understand who you are, now it is very obvious that you have to understand what these thoughts are. If you understand the nature of the thought, so it will be easy for you to understand who you are, because yourself has been there in the thought. So if you can understand what these thoughts are, then of course it is obvious that you can understand yourself. So it is pretty much clear now. So then what? So what would you do to understand a thought? So what about this mind? So Lord Buddha mostly, almost entirely, talked about the mind. Lord Buddha almost entirely talked about the way we should understand the mind or realize this mind. And he emphasized, once you understood this mind, it will be easy for get the liberation from the mind. That means what? The liberating from the mind. So as I said earlier, you yourself was there in a thought. So if you could liberate from the thought, that means you are getting rid of from yourself. So what is this mind? What this mind is? So actually, so if you, so yesterday and today morning also we had heavy rains here in Sri Lanka. So when I look out from the window, I could see the rain. But if I extend my hand and obviously it gets wet. So what I got, what I touched was the water droplets. So the fast, the moving or dropping action of the water, or fast moving of the water from up to the down, will be named as rain. So I can't touch the rain, but I could touch only the water. So everywhere you go. So um, if you walk under the rain, you obviously get wet, but you got wet with the water. But you say because of the rain. So what is this rain? What is known as the rain? The rain is obviously a speedy thing that is happening with water. The falling of water droplets in speedy manner will be known as the rain. So there is no such thing called rain. From everywhere, if you happen to uh, uh, take a sample from the rain, what you can collect is the water. So without water, you can't say it is raining. But in a still water puddle, you can't say it is the rain. So water you can find in the water puddles cannot be named as rain. So the action has to be there. What is the action? The fast movement of the water. That means the water, huge number of water drops falling at a rapid speed onto the ground. That entire process is will be known as rain. So likewise, as I so if we take that particular example to the mind also a same kind of a thing. From anywhere in your life, if you take one sample, you can only give a thought. So as I said, now also, in this very instance, you keep listening to this explanation, and certain thoughts are there in the mind. So it comes. So you have, so when you concentrate, when you focus your attention towards this particular incident, so you hear some sounds. So it will produce some sort of uh, feelings as well as some sort of subsequent thoughts in your mind. So you try to figure out with the several other thoughts with the experience. So I talked earlier about the rain. So you got a mental picture like rain, and you are also trying to figure out with your own words what the rain is. So there's so many thoughts which is coming one after another in a rapid phase. So for that entire process, you are telling that you were contemplating, or you were thinking about the rain. Within past few minutes, you were thinking about the rain and you were trying to figure out what I said. So you are contemplating certain things and you are trying to figure out certain things that you recall certain things, certain incidences, and all these things. So just because you will say, just because the mind I have the mind, so I couldn't memorize all these things. So that is my mind. But your mind has been created with tiny little thoughts. Without any thought, you can't assign certain place where the mind exists alone. Every time, if you want to represent your mind, or if you want to uh, bring up your mind, it has to be brought up only through a thought. So you can't ever talk about your mind without a thought. So like the previous example I took, without your water you can't talk about rain. And other than that, there should be something in it. What is that? The rapid fall of water droplets should be there. Likewise, in your mind, to represent your mind, there should be rapid flow of thoughts also. So then you will feel an existing state of your mind. The rapidly flowing stream of thoughts will be will can be known as the mind. If there are no thoughts, the mind will no longer be there. So it is obvious, if you so you might be thinking that my mind is there in my brain. Scientists also say like this. But think, if you open up your brain matter and see what you will find. So in the microscope, you will be able to see the neurons, the cells, the building blocks of the brain. So along with that, there are certain neurochemicals, neurotransmitters, and certain chemicals. So all these things are chemicals. They have no a live thing. So what they only produce is an electrical spark. So that electrical spark will be transformed into the thoughts. So thoughts are the representation of your mind. So even if you uh, open up your brain and see, you won't be able to find your mind. So for your mind, a place cannot be assigned. People might be thinking that mind is there in their heart. No way. You can't find the mind there. You can't find the mind in the brain also. You only can understand what the mind is. So other than without thoughts, there won't be a mind. That's why when a patient goes into state of coma, the brain keeps on functioning, but it does not contribute to produce any electrical impulses. So that means it does not make any thoughts. So in the absence of thought, there is no chance of creating so-called mind. So in such a coma patients, the brain is functioning as usual, as normal, but no thoughts will be produced. So that particular patients are lacking mind. They don't have mind. That's why they are living their life as a vegetable state. So they breathe, blood circulation takes place, and excretory functions happen, and heart is working. The liver functions will be working as normal. So everything will be there, but the only problem is, and also if you explore the brain and see, the brain is also functioning as normal, but only thing is it does not produce any thoughts. So so in the absence of the thoughts, there won't be any chance of creating the mind. So now it is very clear for you. It should be very clear for you. Without a mind, there won't be a life. The power will be given, or the conscious feel is brought about through this mind. So actually, so this mind, so other than producing thoughts, it gives another kind of a thing. It helps to create the feel as well. So if you take another example, if I take another example, and so just think about the vehicle that you have. So you might be having a vehicle on your own. So just imagine that about this vehicle. So you know it is it make, and you know how the value of it, and you know uh, the way you brought it, and you know how you used it, and how how much you spent for that. So all these things are there as thoughts, and you also have such a um, uh, such an idea, like it is a real kind of a thing. So how this real kind of feeling was brought about? Mm, s- so if so that particular thought, the thought of the vehicle, gave you some sort of a feel of its own existence. See, it is a certain kind of a feel, but the thought this particular thought is capable of giving you some sort of a feeling. What is the feeling? The feel of its existence. So you feel this, your vehicle is really existing. Maybe right now at the garage. So you know this your vehicle is parked at the garage now. So you have a certain feeling. So you can't deny that It is not there at the garage. So you know it's there in the garage. But the mind created a thought. Now that particular thought has some sort of a value. So how this value was brought about? That is the problem. So likewise, for the rest of the thoughts that are there in your mind also have same sorts of values for them. So likewise, so I said earlier, who are you? Then you gave me answer like, I'm a teacher. So you have a value for that particular profession. Because why is that? Because you think that particular thought of teacher has certain kind of a value, had made some value in you. And also you were telling that you are a man. The man was the, or you are a male. So male is a thought. So that particular word itself has a value. So, and if there is a value in that particular thought, it can give you certain kind of a real feeling. It is a feeling. But how does this feel come? With the thought, with the mind. So likewise, so I asked who you are. Yes, I'm a teacher and I'm a male. And I asked again, are you a living being? Yes, you said yes, I'm a living being. So it is also thought. But underlying to that particular thought, there is certain kind of a feel that you feel that you are living. Why is that? Because this word itself gives you certain kind of a value for that, a certain kind of a feel of the existence. So, so like now it is very easy for you to understand how these thoughts collectively make yourself to be established within you. So now you have certain value for yourself just because these thoughts, because you are a teacher, because just because you are a male, just because you are a living being, and just because you are a human, now you have certain kind of a value. So this value has got created due to these thoughts. That's why that's why R.N. Mahansi always keeps telling these things again and again, because you are just thinking that you are a human. So you are living in your mind. You believe your mind. As you tend to believe in your mind, it can create certain kind of a existence feel or a life feel. From that day onward, but in reality, are these thoughts real? What Lord Buddha wanted to show us is this fact, the impermanence nature of the mind. So that's why Lord Buddha wanted to convince the people the so-called mind that you are believing as real is not true. It is made up of different thoughts which cannot be, which won't be real thoughts, real things. So the feeling underlying that particular thoughts should definitely not be real kind of feelings. So the feeling of yourself is not actually true. It is not a true kind of a feeling. The feeling that you are feel as you are existing also has been created with your mind. Since the mind is not a permanent or real thing, there is no way of real existence feeling within you. There is no way of creating a real existence feel within you. That is the fact that Lord Buddha wanted to show us. To explain this, to make it more easier for you to understand, Lord Buddha came up with a beautiful concept. That concept is known as explanation of skandha. Explanation of skandha, or explanation of five aggregates. So in that particular five aggregates, so if you understand these five aggregates, obviously, without any doubt, you will not be keep believing in thoughts. Because if you understand this skandha, you will understand the illusory nature of the thought. That means you will be understand the mind. So if you understood the mind, what will happen next? So understanding mind means you are understanding the illusory nature of the mind. So you get to know that this particular mind is not a real thing. So what happens next? The feeling which was created by the mind as real, now obviously it should be a false kind of a feeling. There won't be a true kind of a feeling. So what will happen to so-called consciousness that you were thinking that is there in with you? That particular consciousness is either couldn't be a real thing. So you wouldn't be able to find a real kind of a consciousness within you. So what will happen to you ultimately? You will not be able to find you, because so if you go back step by step, you thought that you are a teacher, you are a male, you are a living human being. So all those things were there in the thoughts or in the mind. So then through the skandha's explanation, uh, you will be able to understand the impermanence nature of the thoughts. In other words, the illusory nature of the thoughts. So thoughts, after understanding this skandha, so the thoughts won't be real things for you. So the each and every thought earlier created some sort of a existence feel. So if these thoughts are not sort of a real thing, so will there be a real kind of a feeling which is coming along with that particular thoughts? No, this feeling will also be a false kind of a feeling, the false kind of a consciousness. So what will happen once you realize this Kanda explanation? You will lose yourself ultimately. So in Sinhala, Lord Buddothpado tells in this way, Matta mama nati vena heti. It is well explained. It can be explained. It has been explained by Lord Buddha through the aggregation of explanation of five aggregates. So if you are able to understand this truth, you tend to feel you are no one. So you were there in the thought, then you understood thoughts shouldn't be real things. So the feel that brought about along with the thoughts should also be a falsely kind of feelings. So my mind feel was also there as thoughts in your mind. So then again you will understand those things are also thoughts. Then the feel that brought about along with those particular thoughts also shouldn't be a real things, real kind of feelings. Or then you will understand, even though you have such feeling that you are living, that feeling is not a true kind of a feeling. So obviously then you will lose yourself to you. Losing the self will be happening with the understanding of the Dhamma. Actually, what you understand is what actually gained through this understanding is not the losing of the existed self. What you realize is there hadn't been a self at any instance, even in the past, even in the present moment, even in the future. So there hadn't be a, there won't be a, there won't be a self at any instance. So that means what? You thought that you have been born in 25 years back, but that is also a thought. So you have never born in this world. And in the absence of a birth, will there be a person to die? No. So you won't meet your death even because you are no one. There is no person within you to die. There is no such self to die. So if someone has born, obviously he has to die. But If you are not born, so who is going to die? So you will be not having a death once you understood this Dhamma. So what sort of a change that will happen to you? So that entire thing is known as internal transformation. So you will be internally transformed into a state of non-soul state. So that state is known as state of Buddha. That's why after realizing this Dhamma, Upaka came and asked Lord Buddha, "Are you a human, my Lord?" Lord Buddha replied, "No, I am not a human." "Oh, are you a god?" "No, Upaka, I am not a god even." "So, are you a mm, uh, animal, or are you an mm, preta, or some kind of a spirit?" Uh, then Lord Buddha replied, "I am not such a spirit even." "Then who are you?" The Upaka only knew all these kind of stages only. But in each stage, he knew there is some sort of an identity. So even you say you are a god, God has some sort of an identity. And also, if you say that you are a human, human has some sort of identity. And if you say you are an animal have certain identity. But the reply was amazing. What was the reply? "I am Buddha. I am not a human. I am not a god. I am not a spirit. I am Buddha." So that particular state is devoid of the self, devoiding of the self. So without the self, there can be a state you have never imagined. That is the state of Buddha. So people are saying that Buddha got enlightened under the tree of under Bo tree. But enlightenment is not sort of a appropriate word to use. Lord Prince Siddhartha became Buddha by realizing this Dhamma. So what sort of a transformation happened within Prince Siddhartha? That is the change of the feel. So earlier he had a feel of his own existence, but that feeling had got lost after realization. So God should have a feeling. Spirit should have Spirit should have a feeling. A devil should have a feeling. A Brahman should have a feeling. But a Buddha, state of Buddha, does not have a self identity, because after realizing, you lose yourself. You lose yourself for you. That's why in Sinhala, our spiritual leader keeps on telling, "මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා, මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා." So I am beginning the journey of seeing the truth with myself. But after realizing this Dhamma, I leave myself there and I travel alone. So that is the state of Buddha. So it is so profound kind of Dhamma. So for a primitive mind, it is very difficult to understand. So even though you have plenty of senses, so the senses can't capture those things. Only this third eye or this penetrative insight would enlighten you with this understanding. So what you have to develop within you is the penetrative insight. It is known as vidarshana. So, people might say this vidarshana is some sort of another kind of a profound meditation thing, but it is not so-called a meditation actually. So, irrespective of the posture, you can do this vidarshana. So, if you want to do the concentration meditation, you have to be in a calm, quiet, peaceful environment, and you have to keep focusing on one particular perception, either to a point or either to a certain light or some sound or some feel. Mostly they practice the feel of the tip of the nose, so or the upper lip. So the certain kind of effort that you have to make to do this concentration meditation. But doing concentration meditation won't give any kind of assistance to get this profound realization. Only through and only if you uh, improve your insightful practices, that will help you to realize this Dhamma. So that's why Lord Buddha said, whatever you do, it does not account for this understanding, only the penetrative insight. So you have to see the skandha. You have to understand the skandha. Skandha means where your thoughts get formed, where your mind get formed. And when it is realized, absolutely you will feel there is no such a thing called mind. You will understand the impermanence nature of the mind. So if it is not real, the feeling that is brought about so far during past few years, past life, it should be a false kind of a feel. So you felt that you are living, but when you realize that it is a false kind of a feel, so there won't be a living being that you can find within you. So that is how you lose yourself with this understanding. So the beauty of this is, so some might get afraid of that because, so how can I stay without self? Without me, how can I stay? No, you can stay more easily than ever before, because the comfort that carries along with that when you see that there is no death for you, it would be a huge relief for you. You are succeeding your death. You succeed your death. You challenge your own death. So none of the mm, mighty people who live in the world can challenge their death, but you can challenge your death. Dear death, you can't kill me because I'm not born. So I'm not living. So if I'm not living, who you are going to kill? So you can't kill me. So death is a not valid thing for me because I'm not a living being. So wow. So you will become a noble then. You will become eternal. So these kind of achievements could be achieved if you happen to understand this real pure Buddhism. This is the message that was delivered by Lord Buddha about 2000 years back. We are so fortunate to listen this pure truth again after that much of period. So it has been hidden under the sands of time for thousands of years. Now we have to be very thankful to our spiritual guide, Buddothpado, for bringing this back into the world. Now truth is there. The effort should be exerted by you to understand this Dhamma. This Dhamma is not for the Buddhists. This Dhamma is for everybody who could understand what it is really said. So, whatever the religion you believe, just believe the same. Whatever the profession you are doing, do the same thing. So, what sort of a person you are, it doesn't matter. So, just try to figure out this truth. So, we can talk tomorrow as well. So, I think our time has come to end today's session as well. So, think about these things and try to figure out even little by little. So hope you could catch it very easily and wish you all the best. By wishing you all the best, I'll wind up today's session. So hoping to catch you tomorrow as well. So good night and may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you for listening.
Because there will not be things to create bhava. So because Are Bhumi will not find things. So what is Mutti Analyo? Mutti Analyo means no pamper or no entertainment arise. Because there are no things to entertain or pamper. There are no things. So this is the noble truth of cessation of suffering. This is the Dukkha Nirodha Arya Satya. Right? So we can understand it is the Satya Jnana which causes Patinissagganupassi. So Anusote we can see in the mundane world. But Patisote we can see in the Arya world, Arya land. Because in Arya land, all the objects are seen by Yatabhuta Jnana. Therefore, completely Yatabhuta Jnana means Satya Jnana. What do you call Udevaya Jnana, Darshana Jnana. Therefore, complete relief or release from the object occur. Right? So there is no cause for bhava in that Arambane. Basically, things are not found and soul also not created in this moment, in this Arambane. So everything formed in this moment. So there I think you know Itirupang Samudev and Itirupang Attagamancha. So Itirupang Samudev means how this form is originated. Then one who sees the origination of the form, he sees the cessation of the form as well. That is Itirupang Attagamancha. So there is no reason to attach for a particular thing because that system will not find things. Right. Now we'll discuss the fourth noble truth. That is the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. That is Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya. Tanko Panidan Dukkha Nirodhan Arya Satchan Sachika Tabbanti me Bhikkhave Pubbe Ananuttusesu Dhammesu Chakkung Udapadi Jnanang Udapadi Panya Udapadi Vijja Udapadi Aloko Udapadi. So back again. This is the Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya seen from the Dhamma Chakshushe or the spiritual eye in the Arya Bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. Arya Bhumi is Nisatto Nisjivo Shunyo. So Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya, what happens here is automatically one who knows the truth, one who has the Yatabhuta Jnana, automatically he will be developing or progressing for the complete realization of Noble Eightfold Path. That is the Arya Ashtangika Marga. So there will not be a doing function by someone. Because there is no soul anyway. And we need to understand Buddha's path, there is no doing. It is the path of wisdom. It is the path of jnana. It is the path of jnana. Jnana is not a person. So there is, you know, you can't say, I will do. I am doing Samma Vacha. I am doing Samma Kammanta. So if you are telling in that way, I think it is a wrong side of the teaching. How come I is available? Because in this Dhamma, this is Anatma Dhamma. How can you forcefully restrain yourself of not doing something? I mean, there is no soul, that means still you are in the ignorance world. But in this Dhamma, it's very clear, Anatma Dhamma, there is no soul. So this is the understanding. Then you understand the mind formation process. So the moment you understand this is a system, and you know, you will be in Patinessagganupassi, and then it is not a path of doing, it is actually path on jnana. It is a path of the wisdom. So basically, this jnana, you know, is happening within you with your spiritual progression. Actually, this is the opening of wisdom or awakening of the spiritual eye. That is the Dhamma Chakshushe. So, but if you say you are doing, that means what? If you are doing means you use thoughts for doing. So there is an intentional doing. You are using thoughts. But here, remember, Nibbana path, if you analyze, there will be an automatic internal transformation will occur. That one has to experience. That's why we say this is practical Dhamma. This is practical Dhamma because one will experience when that person study the mind formation and understand this Sambhuta Dharma and understand its all vibration. Once he understands the science, he realizes there is no soul. The soul itself is also another vibration. So it's all sounds and forms, just another thought. If when you think, it is another thought. So for that person, definitely, that due to that Satya Jnana, he will have the Krutya Jnana and Krutak Jnana as well. So it will happen. So in the sutra, it is mentioned, Idankopana bhikkave dukkha nirodhagamini patipada arya satchang ayameva aryo attangiko maggo seyatitang samma ditti samma sankappo samma vacha samma kammanto samma ajivo samma vayamo samma sati samma samadhi. So one in marga, one in the path to Nibbana will experience the automatically, you know, developing the Noble Eightfold Path, Arashtanga Marga. So that is Samma Ditti means right understanding. Samma Sankappa, right thought. Samma Vacha, right speech. Samma Kammanta, right action. Samma Ajiva, right livelihood. Samma Vayama, right effort. Samma Sati, right mindfulness. Samma Samadhi, right concentration. So that will happen. We say that will happen. That will realize. You know, what is this Samma? We can see the word Samma followed by each and every one. Samma, Samma, Samma. So why it is Samma? So we need to understand all Noble Eightfold Path can be realized in Arya Bhumi who has Darshana Jnana or Satya Jnana. And you need to understand, even though back again, even though we discuss these eightfold paths separately one after the other, actually it is not the case. All eightfold path will be realized in one Arambhana. So I think now you can understand. Now you can understand because the one in Satya Jnana or one who is in Arya Bhumi will not find things so that his action, his words, his livelihood, it's all effort and because he has the right vision. So he will not be, born in that Arambane object. So automatically he will be relieved. He is peaceful in his word, in his action, in his thoughts, complete relief he will experience. Actually, the final stage of Samma Samadhi is the Animitta Shunyata Samadhi. So as Aryan Vahanse explained, that's Animitta Shunyata Samadhi. That is, worldly perceptions, that is Loka Sanya will not be formed. No nimiti. It is Animitta. So any of the object will not become a thing. So automatically, that RA person is free from every object. Complete relief. No nimiti. Animitta. So I think we did a fairly some discussion on the Four Noble Truths. But we need to understand all Four Noble Truths will be realized in the same mind object. That is, same Arambane, same, object. So one in Arya Bhumi, that happens. Automatically, this Four Noble Truth is realized to him the moment he contact with anything. So actually today we do not have time, but this noble truth go with three processes of wisdom. That is, we have heard Dvadasakaran Tiparivattam. So you know that Satya, Krutya, Kruta, that Tiparivatta. That is the wisdom of truth and action and wisdom of completion. So that of course we can discuss maybe tomorrow. So I think this is enough for today's session. So we'll invite our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse to add any comments. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Teruvan Saranai, that explaining is my feel is a theory.
Yes.
What's the practical side?
Yeah.
Practical side is non-existent. Non-existent is the Samma Samadhi. What is the Samma Samadhi? Right vision is non-existent. Non-existent. Non-existent is I think it's the wave, vibration. Otherwise, we are talking. That's a quantum theory. So everything is a nature. There's a life feel is a power, like electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power. We are talking. How is creating this mind power? That one is. What's Four Noble Truth? How is suffering is coming? Suffering is something existent, no? That's a feel of alive. That's a mind power, energy. So that's a feel. That's a current. These six senses are creating. That's a current is coming. That's the alive feel. That's the existent, otherwise feel. So it is senses are creating. That's a waves. Waves are vibrations, no? Spark. This light and sound and the other sensoring, that smell, taste, and skin sensor. Every sutras there is what is that sutra's meaning is there's six senses. Six senses are creating. That's what we are explaining. Sutra Desa, the Nikaya, third one, and Santa Nikaya, fourth one. what is this 40 sutras we are explaining? Every sutra senses creations. Senses creations is what is the effort is the suffering. That's the Four Noble Truth. Sense creations. This sense creation is that no one is here. Nobody is here. Who is the suffering? Someone understood this one. Right vision. What is the right vision? What is the true Dhamma? What is the real dependent origination? That is why you be careful explaining. Because where's the targeting? It's okay. So theory is a theory. Practical, we want theory. There's a message. What's the practical? We want to compare and we want experience. No? What is our experience? Our experience is our sounds and forms and this smell and this taste and skin. That's hot and cool. That's the world. Is six sense of the creating world is. How is coming suffering? Suffering is coming. The alive feel is here. Someone is here. That's the feel is soul. Nobody is here. Who is the suffering? No one is the suffering. Oh, it's a simple. Yeah, Four Noble Truth also simple. That's a dependent origination included this Four Noble Truth and the that's a eightfold path. It's the same. Everything is one Dhamma. What is that one Dhamma? Is non-existent. Existent is the lay people's going misunderstood. That's the misconceptions. That's illusions. So what is the real one is? What is the truth is? Non-existent. Because no one is here. No being, no living being, nothing exists. That's how is coming that. That's the vibrations. That's creation. Is how is happening. This is the what to be a compare. That's a what to be that's a I think it's want to be think. Realize. Special. What is suffering? What's the origin of suffering? Origin is how is it creating these senses. Our senses are creating, that's the coming attachment. That's the origin. That's the Nandi. Existence is something there. Chair or table or mother or father or son or moon or anything. That's a thought, not a real. Thought is not a real. That's the origin. Someone understood that. Crave is not coming. No, nothing value is coming. Anything. That's one is the that's a tranquility we are talking about. That's a peaceful mind is coming because nothing anywhere. That's why everything is a thought. That's a sparking. The senses are creation. It's a light also, sound also, light and sound. What is that? Sound and forms together. That's a thought. So chargeable. Everything is. It's a mind, mindful world. We are living our mind, not outside. Let people thinking outside. They are living. They are thinking the body is him. But someone understood this Dhamma. Body is not you. It's your mind. You are thinking, I am living. What is that living? Living is the feel. Feel is existent feel. That's the life feel. So your breathing is ending. That's your death. No. So senses are not working. So there's no any feel. That is why body is not you. That's the origin of suffering. That's not crave is coming. Not attachment or disattachment. So because it's nothingness there. So that's a cessation. Way to the cessation is someone understood this after every moment, every thought is not existent. That's the way to the cessation. Cessation is happening because nothing is. That's so that's the truth. Practical time. So this all of Buddha's explanations, one pointed, that one is non-existent. Everything is sensory. Senses are creations. Everything is thoughts. It's not real. That's, I think, realize what to be practical side. That's the experience one. So we are reading books, but we want to be careful because there's a theories. Practical, you have experience. That one is the specially. That's a senses. That's a senses. Nobody is here. Normally is you are working. Normally is your day-to-day activities is going, but no incoming pain. That is very worth. Not incoming pain, no incoming any vibrations, any stimulus. It is very worth. That's the tranquility there. That's the Nibbana. That's no one is here. Why are you? No worry or no anything. It's okay. No suffering, no sadness, no anything. It's okay. No. Who is here? Nobody is here. That is why. It's okay. That's the Nibbana path. So say every Dhamma is there. One Dhamma is here. So the pointed one is non-existent. It's vibrations there. We are talking vibrations, but not a vibration is not a suitable word. A word is that waves, sparking, sensors are creations. It is good. Someone can realize this. You can experience it. Yes, it is very good. Okay, everybody. And tomorrow we can explain again. Oh, this one is how is the practical side. It is very well, everybody. So you can realize this. So people sometimes inside, they have problems. Where's that problems? It's mine. That is the case. So some people, so Europeans especially have depressions. So because they are thinking they are dead. But death is only the thought. It's not easy to understand. We won't do that. Yeah, explain. The real, this present moment, only the moment, this present moment only we are living, but it is not the truth. It's not a real. It's illusion. That's something every moment is this present moment and only you are living. No. The one thought is here. You are understood. That is the Dhamma. One thought, you ought to understand. That is the Dhamma. That's the true Dhamma. You want to awaken this present moment. That is the Nibbana. Nothing necessary. Non-existence. You don't understand. That's a sensor. 6 sensor. One sensor is creating every time. That one is the thought. That one is the present moment. You are living only this moment. It is not the truth. That's the true Dhamma. Awaken to the moment. Okay, that's nothingness. That's your headache is going. Your pain is going. Your what you are thinking is not real. That's the tranquility is there. Calm and cool. Nobody is here. Who is worrying? Who is suffering? Who is coming sadness? No one is here. No. System is working. Senses are working. It's not you. That is special. Yeah. It's okay. Okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. Dhamma is the best. Dhamma is the you want. It is this word. I think it's a very word today because everywhere is burning. No, war is everywhere. Those are Israel is where we are talking yesterday. Yeah, that's a. What is the time? We can't tell. Something happened. More people are dying because someone mind coming. No, anger. How is anger coming? That's thoughts. That thought is not real. Someone understood this war, this whole world, everybody, people in calm and cool, settle down. It's okay. That was all right. My friends, you can understand this very, very well, I think. My friend Randima also tried to explain that's a Four Noble Truth, but it's a more parties going that theory, but I know you can understand this, you know this. It's okay. I think you want to realize that's a practical side is very well. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, everybody, Teruvan Saranai.
Tirivan Saranai Aryan Hanse.
Welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to pay spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all attending this Dhamma home talk. And until Naranath joined us, we discuss about Dhamma. The Buddha has preached in the Sambodhi Sutra, monks in the land of Brahmas, Devas, Maras, and humans are never said that attained Buddhahood without realizing the truth. It does mean that the land of Brahmas, Devas, Maras, and humans is the land of the wrong view. This can be seen through the wisdom the Buddha said. In the above land, in ignorance, the Buddha attained the Buddhahood means the above land of Brahma, Devas, etc. It's an unreal misconception. These all words are getting formulated within the vision, the T, in the mind. You think that the dog is in the animal world. When rubbing the dog's head, you say that the dog is in the animal world and you are in the human world. These words are not existing anywhere. They are being formulated right here at this moment in our minds. Now you can see the Brahma, Devas, Maras, humans and animals all in our minds, all existed in our thought. That is why it is said Sankaparago Parisasakamo, feeling from the word of volitional hormones, Sankara, and the word of conceptions. In the wisdom of actions, Buddhajnana is completed. Then the wisdom of complexion, Buddhajnana, arises. It is the end of result of the path. Therefore, to attain the vision, one has to follow the dual correct path, Anupubba Tikka. There are the wisdom of truth, Tathajnana, wisdom of action, Truthajnana, and wisdom of complexion, Truthajnana. It is called Dvadasakara Tiparivatta, Four Noble Truth in 3 rounds. If there is a thing, it is the origin of suffering, and it is the suffering as well. It is saying that there is nothing. It is the essence of suffering and seeing there is nothing. It is the path of cessation. These Four Noble Truths work with three processes of the wisdom of truth, actions, and completion. These details are in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. Only the summary is there. There is no process for how to do the practice. That is where we have to find out the process. When the sutta was fetched to the five sisters, they were able to understand it up to some levels. As they were ascetics, they had been practicing this, and that knowledge had helped them to understand this Dhamma. Especially the ascetics Kondanya realized this Dhamma and become the first thermal imprint. Sotapanna. But the realization of this Dhamma is not an easy task. This is the supreme truth. When this Dhamma is realized, everything becomes nothing. Things are turned into this, resulting in the disappearance of names of forms, Nama Rupa. What happens here is the dissolution of names and forms completely. As a result, the consciousness jnana is getting invisible, anidassana. Even after the consciousness jnana becomes not visible, anidassana, it can be seen, hardened, touched as before, but the contact passes is not taking place. This means that even it is seen, heard, thought, and felt like before, feeling lapsed within that, but there is no value for anything. This leads to a wonderful freedom within. This is the result of diluted, exciting desire, chandaraga, diminished tents, ashrava, and defilement, klesha, tanhakyo, nibbano, the one who sees this truth, the desire is getting diluted, and it is the nirvana. The Buddha has said that this was the one and only path, nirvana. Ekaino maggo yambikave dittincha anupagamma silava dastanena sampanno Kamesu neyya gedanna hijatu gabbaseyam punaretiti. There is no birth again. This is the last existence, Baba. Okay, like this, our friend. When we are practicing our day-to-day life or in the Dhamma, we always face the many friction and many. I want to get a solution that problem. So our Buddothpado, our spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, always ready to explain the correct path to us. Then Arinhanse during this moment, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
Yes. These days we are explaining dependent origination very well, I think. However, these explanations, this is not a regular, this is not a book explaining. This is a practical explaining. So, Buddothpado Dhamma discourses is especially the practical side. What is the truth? This this present era. That's especially what is the really is happening one is what is the real dependent origination. What is the practical is how is practically what is the happening one. So it is very worth this era because many periods we are realizing all of them and finding that what is the truth, what is the Buddha's correct one is dependent origination. So long period struggling all of them, whole world, Nibbana path is going, struggling, they are searching what is the real dependent origination. So many people experiment is doing, concentration meditation is doing, and trying, what is happening. So everybody know this. So someone try to become a Nibbana, ending the suffering. He have this experience. He know it's not happening. So books there. We can read the books. We can get the knowledge. But it is the truth. It's okay. Somewhere how something secret is. Why is not happening? We know this. We have knowledge. We try to. Practical is doing, not experience is coming. Deferment so is a normally is here. Deferment not fading. So deferment is not fading. Is cannot be a real one dependent origination. But this is not a dependent origination error. This is our understanding error. What is the real one? We want. That is why we want an experience. That is why we want experiment doing. We want to go and realize, and practically we won't do the practical. Try, yes, try and try. One day you can win. That is why many periods. 30 years I did that concentration meditation, but not happening. There's a different origination that not happen in the defilements of it. So concentration meditation is not. That one is okay. Concentration meditation, someone doing, that's is happening. The samadhi is coming. That's a first stage is okay. Pratama dhyana. The Buddha's word is second stage. Devani dhyana. Third stage. Tungani dhyana. Fourth stage. Hatarani dhyana. Is a nothingness stage is coming. The fourth stage is after coming. You can experience it. But it's not ending the suffering. It's not ending the klesha or desha. It's not ending the craving. It's not ending the defilement. It is not the path. So you know that Buddha's time, 5 teachers also doing that. That's a Siddhartha Tapasa is doing that, but not happening. It's okay. It's a concentration meditation is going that it's a samadhi stages. No problem is there. Samadhi is okay. It's not inside meditation. It's not, your egoistic is not going. Yeah, that is the case. So long period, I also I have that experience 30 years. But it's not, there's samadhi also there. Yeah, you can experience it. Nothingness stage is coming. But nothingness stage is coming, but nothingness stage how? Well, I feel. Soul is there, not ending. That is the case. That is a whole world, everywhere, is what is people are doing. People are doing concentration meditation. Yeah. Australia, Myanmar, Thailand, so everywhere, India, Sri Lanka, and America, UK, everywhere. What is Buddha's Red Cross sitting is, there's a art, is concentration meditation, yeah. So that is why people think that one is the path, but it is not the path. You can realize this. You try. You can, you can get this experience. It is not the Buddha's real dependent origination path. It's not the inside meditation. Inside meditation is the other one, understanding one. How is this mind is creating? That's how is your alive feel is coming? How is this soul is coming? You won't understand. Someone understood this mind is not real. These thoughts are not real. These are illusions. That is the way. Non-soul Dhamma. That is the way ending the suffering. Because suffering someone have, sadness someone have, they want to be someone. Someone there, no, that's an experience. Want to be happen, somebody is want to be there. But you know, someone understood this dependent origination, no one is here. That's the natural phenomenon. There's a nature like that. That's nothing, that's real one. The soul is going, fading and going. Egoistic is fading, going, disappearing. That's the tranquility is coming. This path is the inside meditation. It's understanding one, not a concentration meditation. In concentration meditation, people talking enlightenment. Yeah, they are talking there's a universe connecting that energy. They are thinking they are in the universe same level. But it is wrong. It is not truth. That is not the Buddha's words. Enlightenment is not a Buddha's word, it's a Hindu's words. That is the misunderstanding. Concentration meditation path is going there. Hindu's path. Universe. So connecting the energy. So it is not the Buddha's path. Enlightenment is not a Buddha's word. That is why we explaining, understand after dependent origination, how is this mind is creating, how is alive feel is coming, how is this soul is coming. There's nothingness here. No being, no living being, nothing existent. This is the way. This everything is your mind, everything is your thoughts, not real. That's the correct way. Understanding one. After you know what is the illusion. What is the illusion is? this mind consciousness is given you to this world. It's not real. It's sound and forms together. That's consciousness is creating this. These senses are ear, eye, nose, tongue, skin. These five senses are creating. That's the world is creating. It's the sensory. It's the sounds and forms. What is this? That's a together combining. That's the thoughts creating. This thoughtful world is only the sound and forms and other sensory. Nothing else here. So this, how is creating this energy? What is that power? Is alive feel. That alive feel is coming this creation. Someone understood this creation, this process. That's alive feel is the energy. That one is the fading and disappearing. That's the craving. It's disappearing. That's the defilement fading. It's your soul, alive feel is disappearing. This is the only the one path, not another way. Only the one way to Nibbana is explained in the Buddha. You can experience it. It's not a believing. This mind, how is creating, how is happening this defilements. Defilements are fading. That's the Nibbana. No one is here. Nobody is here. Nothing connecting universe, any energy or anything. Energy is over. Energy is over. No energy is here. That is the super awaken. Buddha explained. Super awaken is awaken to the moment. This present moment is the only the you are living. But that one is living is your thought. That present moment thought is not the real. You understand after you not exist and feel is coming. So that's the I feel is disappearing. That's a craving, disappearing, fading. That's a defilement of fading. It's the same happening. One time, this present moment, only the time, only this present moment. What is the future? Is the present moment only the thought? What is the history? Remembering something? That's the present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought is not real. Someone understood this present moment thought, how is happening? That's the Yatha Bhutam Pajanati. That's the Buddhist word. That's the Nibbana. Yoniso Manasikarang Yatha Bhutam Pajanati. That's the way to Nibbana. One way is not another. Ekaina Maggo Ambika is the Buddhist word. One way is to Nibbana, no another way. So this is the dependent origination, creation. No one is death, no one is birth. This is only your thoughts are creating. Every moment, every second is creating these thoughts. Thoughts are not real. That's the way to Nibbana. I think, my friends, the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses following and understanding, that's the Dhamma friends. Okay, today explaining you, I think join everything, everybody's another guy, yeah. So many guys here to explain this, because there's an experience, that is why the very word, not a book reading, this is the experience. So these guys understand and they have practical experience. They know what happened here. That is why they are explaining what's their experience. It's okay. Andima is today ready to explain you to how is this way is her experience. It's okay. Tevas, Chandra.
Peruan
Andima, Tevas.
sir. Please accept my humble worship, Aryan Mahansa. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Today also, through this Zoom, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. The message we received through our spiritual guidance teacher just now spoke, our Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, who have experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. Actually, it is the story of how you get rid of your old sorrows as well. So this is a very important discussion. And also I like to emphasize that in my speech, I mean, whatever the examples or the content I'm raising, which was not originally, formed in my, knowledge or wisdom, that was really, it is the wisdom of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, and I'm trying to put to the words. So this is a humble effort. But anyway, then and there, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa will, add something or improve, or maybe if there is any correction required, definitely Aryan Mahansa will do it. So let's start today's discussion. So I'm planning to discuss the 3 marks of existence, anicca, dukkha, anatma, and also a bit about the satipatthana as well. Before me moving on to that, let's analyze, what is this I-ness, I or me? So let's analyze our role, right? So let's try to understand what is this soul, what is this I concept, what is this me concept, right? So if I ask you, what is your role? So you play, I think, different role, isn't it? So if we analyze that bit more, you will be working somewhere. So you can be a doctor, or you can be a lawyer, or you can be a writer, or you can be a lecturer, right? Now that is your role. So the role of a doctor, the way it speaks, maybe to a patient, and the way it dress, everything would be different. Then, but after coming home, let's say this is a female person, so she's a mother for several kids, isn't it? So then the motherhood is another different role. So being a mother, you need to act like a child sometimes. So having a chit chat with them, play with them, feed with them, that's again a different role. So then the same person is the housewife at home as well, isn't it? So now it's another different role. So she has to cook or clean the house, or maybe command to others, what should be done and what should be not done, and so on. So the same person, we can see, play different roles. So that role doesn't end. Now the same person may be a wife to her husband, no? So that is another complete different role. Then maybe the same person interact as a friend to someone, then the role would be different. Okay, then we understand the same person is a child to another mother, isn't it? Because when you are with your own mother or your father, your role would be completely different. The way you talk to them, the way you deal with them would be different. So same person is a brother or sister of somebody, right? So then that role would be back again different. Then when the same person go to temple, or let's say go to a religious place, so then the way it dress would be different, the way it walks even would be different. I mean, the way it speak with the religious priest would be completely different. So So what we can see here? We can see a same I, the same me, plays various roles, right? So now if I ask you, who are you actually? So where is this I? Because there are several I or me here. We can't see a single me here. Is there a single me here? No, several me's, several I's. So you have to understand you are acting different roles in different places. This is the Maya, this is the illusion. So you are acting. So actually, there is no single I. So that is several roles. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death is something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks. They are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering even after 20, 30 years thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami. They suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gotami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly, and you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments. So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self, but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste, and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die, and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think, I'm going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow, and grey, rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans, there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene, when we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste and feel, Titta Sutta Mutta combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul, there is no me. But we think there is a soul. So more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chuttupapata Jnana and the Ashtaksha Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either. that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majja Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aranmahansa gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement the sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the ashraksha jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness. To collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? because we take the world as real and we stride towards goals, work hard to maintain a self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, Aramune Satya Dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Aran Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
Once Sarana, dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to the our English home talk. First, we would like to be my Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma home talk. Today, I don't know say until in class, will we discuss about Dhamma. Do you know how a Buddhist thinks? There is no self, Sattva here. What is wrong is not thinking about this for such a long time until now. In the history, the kings used to build the Hindu coil inside the temples as they married South Indian Hindu women. Then half of the Hinduism and half of the Buddhism got blended together and preached to the kings in his manner. At last, it became authority. It is all mixed up now. If somebody is this pure Dhamma, how good it is. How fortunate today the Buddhists are getting away from the Dhamma and they got standard. That is why we say the Buddhists are helpless without knowing the pure Dhamma. We are We ask you to listen to this Dhamma peacefully. Don't get trust. It is enough for you to even a day if you mindful of this Dhamma. If you correctly investigate of Dhamma, when you listen, you may sit as a worldly person, and at the time you get up, you will be noble one. Aryan. There is a person sitting down who is of the view that everything is real outside. We say that there is nothing as such outside. Everything is the mind. If he realizes that nothing is outside, his attachment to outside disappear and he got this relieved from the outside. Now he is heading towards the stream entrance, Sotapanna. He realizes that there is no truth outside. There is no heaven or hell in. Then there is no place to go. Here only he means mind appears and disappears. Only that. There is no exciting mind in a person. Can you understand that this is non-self, anatma, no person? Chakku nityato anichato, nicham bhante. The Buddha asks, is I permanent or impermanent? The bhikkhu replied, impermanent bhante. If the I is impermanent, it is suffering. Therefore, can it be taken as self? No reason. This is an anatma dhamma, only this moment, nothing else. We preached this dhamma while associating with the Tripitaka. The Tripitaka evident that you are telling the truth. The reason that all sutras in the Tripitaka say about the anatma dhamma, non-self, anatma, we need to bear in the mind only the pure dhamma. Otherwise, do not have a path to go. We can do offering like other days. We can do whatever as we did earlier, but we need to see with the thoughts related to desire, every sin and delusion and overshadowing our minds. If you see these all thoughts are not true and nothing out, then you see the Buddha nature within you. While seeing that you can worship the Buddha within. When the most of time you everything while thinking that there is the Buddha, there is a person on the outside. Do you worship by remembering that when Dhamma is recalled, the flame of desire, anger, and illusion, and the time and the mind is getting extinguished. Recall that when you see the truth, the flame is the mind puts out. This is the journey which leads to put out burning desire. That is how the mind should be cleaned. In this way, purify the mind every moment in rest meritorious belief. Therefore, we know that the faith based on wisdom, Akarati Saddha, leads over extinguish in flames of desire, anger, delusion. This is called seeing the truth. This means understanding that there is no outside in mind. This will lead to the purification of the mind on the hand. Seeking merit is based on the blind faith. Amulka Sad. Here what you do is seeing that there is no mind. You see a mind arise and vanishes momentarily. and there is no exciting mind. The moment you realize the truth, the flames of desire, anger, and delusion in the mind are getting extinguished. If there is a mind, there are desire, anger, and delusion. The mind is available means the book is available. The book is available means the mind is available. Likewise, the child is available, home is available. This all the things are uttered by the mind. But one sees this mind is not true. It is the start of desire, anger, and delusion. Then the mind begins to get your faith fulfilled. Up till now, like is law. You did everything what your mind had told you to do. How much you worked for the mind. At the last moment, the same mind does not bear an responsibility for that it asks you to do. You murdered another because the mind went to ask him to, but this mind does not take the responsibility for the outcome. Following the mind directives mainly increase the intensity of desire and delusion. When like this we practice our day-to-day Dhamma, many times we face the many problems and many we need to get a solution for that. Then our Buddothpado, spiritual guidance teacher, always needed to explain the correct path. Then we will wait a moment. Buddothpado, spiritual guidance teacher, joining class.
Much merits, Pavitram, Venerable Paritra Manual. Aryan Hansi, Thiruvan Saranai. Aryan Hansi spoke to me last night and asked me to commence the discussion. Aryan Hansi might join during the discussion, or like yesterday, we might have to conclude without Aryan answer if Aryan answer I couldn't find some time. So first let me pay homage to Noble Triple Gem and may us pay homage at the feet of Venerable Buddothpado Aryanwansa, our spiritual guide and noble friend. So, dear friends, we are all interested in finding a solution for this unending suffering. As we discussed yesterday, this suffering begins because of the ignorance, because we don't know the truth. A Buddha has to attain nirvana and explain the truth to mankind for them to understand it and liberate themselves from the suffering.
And the noble friend or the Kalyana Mitra who is practically experiencing it have to give the guidance to the lay people or people like you and us. That's what was happened when our Samma Sambuddha Tathagata Lord Buddha attained Nirvana, and it's such a difficult thing to explain, and even if you explain it to the ignorant people, they don't want to stop the rebirth. That is the craving for rebirth. In Pali, it's called Atma Tanha. And this Dhamma was not encouraged by our Lord Buddha to write down and practice after parinirvana or the demise of the Lord Buddha. Because this practical experience, you can't write it down in a book. And Buddha's instruction was to the monks, go to villages or the townships and preach and explain them the practical path. And his advice was not to travel 2 months in one road. So you understand how important it is for a noble friend to have for you to understand this Dhamma. How many times you read all these books will not give you this. As a person who done it, I can vouch for it. If you look at the Buddhist history, after the parinirvana, even till Emperor Ashoka's time, no Buddhist statue or anything was established. There is a reason for this. Once Buddha was not in the temple, Venerable Ananda Thero who was feeling sorry for the people who are coming to see Buddha and Buddha is not available at the temple, decided to construct a Buddhist Buddha statue. And a carpenter made it a Buddhist statue of the Buddha. And when Buddha returned to the temple,
he saw this, and Buddha's immediate instruction was to disassemble it and throw it to the river. Because in this Dhamma, there is, as soon as you believe, there is something in existence, even a Buddha statue, in return is feed your ego and the soul. That's why Buddha never allowed to construct statues or write down the sutras. Fortunately for us, most of these sutras were remembered by arahats. Arahats are the people who attain nirvana and without defilements, and they memorize the sutra from Buddha, and same time they show the practical guidance to the lay people how to attain nirvana or how to eradicate suffering. So these teachings of Buddha came from mouth to mouth, and these are actually practical experiences of individual monks who were in a much more advanced level than the monks you find nowadays, majority of monks. And unfortunately, with the invasions to India and to Sri Lanka and many other countries where the real Buddha's teaching how to overcome the suffering was lost. Especially Kingdom of Dambadeni, I believe. The books were not written. And there was a famine, and there, at that time, 60,000 of arahats had no choice but to write it down because they knew they are going to parinirvana or demise. This is how we got the books. Books are very important. Nowadays, if somebody managed to understand the true Dhamma and read out these books, you will see how they are matching. So these Tripitakas and books are very important. So my friends in Dhamma, how do we use this understanding for our liberation? Buddha's guidance was, and the Aryan Vansa is emphasizing that all the time, is Arya Parishana or Arya research. That's what we have to do ourselves. Understanding the truth. The truth begins when you were born, as we discussed yesterday. And even though an infant is a blank sheet, it has astrava, or the child has some sort of a formation or some sort of a condition that it's getting attached, he's getting attached or she's getting attached. And that's why a child is hungry. He used to have mother's milk, would try to cry and get it. And as soon as he's taken away from the mother's breast, he cries again. Why is that? Why is it that? This is because it is the essential core for continuation. And then he grows into he grows into young adult, and then as a elderly person and die. Let me ask this question. What the purpose of life? Do we want to born and eat and have a family and then die? Is it having any meaning? Or is there more than that to your life purpose as a human being? That's why Lord Buddha said it's very rare to born as a human being and born in a time of a Buddha, Buddothpado time, and then hearing the true Dhamma. Coming back to the example of the child, I'm going back to the child because this is the inception of how we come into existence. And this is how the suffering created, starting point of the suffering. Even a birth is suffering, but you can see clearly, visible to you from your childhood, how this was gradually turned into a suffering throughout the life. Dear friends, the six senses, or the six entities, in Pali it's called ayatana. The similar meaning to that is entity. Has a deep meaning. What is this deep meaning? The deep meaning is entity or a factory. What that does is it's produce things. And our six senses, eyes produce vision, ears produce sound, Tongue produces taste. Body gives you the sensation. Nose gives you the smell. And these entities, creation of feelings or vision or hearing, create the world. Going back to the mother's example, as soon as these entities recognize the profile of mother, the child starts to believe there is mother. Same time, the ego is created and the soul is created. Actually, is there a soul? It's just a thought, isn't it? And these 5 entities are sensitive to vibrations. And hearing is a vibration. That's common knowledge. And eyesight is same. And sensation in the body is same. Taste as well as the smell. Aren't we slave to these vibrations? Think about it. Have a long thought about it. We are more smarter than this, isn't it? And these 5 entities with mind continuously work as a process. That's how you get the vision and the feelings and believe you are in existence. As Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's examples, when you have a river, do you believe there is a river? It's a collection of water drops, isn't it? It's a speed. How fast the river flows depends on how much water is in the river, or that is how many drops are there. During the rainy season, river get flooded, and you can sight the river more coming over the banks. And in the dry season, you can't see the river. Same like our 6 senses. With the vibration, these 6 senses continuously work. And nobody can understand it. Coming back to the childhood, for us to understand the truth, don't you see that we were like, I mentioned this yesterday also, like dolls, winding dolls when we were small, like we were wind up. Starting with the parents, they teach you certain things, how to eat, how to recognize people, and they teach you who is the father, siblings, family, and then moving on, you will go into the preschool. There you will learn colors, and you will learn how to do your you will learn how to be independent, like going to your toilet, trying to go to toilet. Those kind of things are taught. And this is where the ego and the cravings start to come in. And the preschool, if you can remember, you were fighting for your eraser. And you try to grab into things. This is how the soul and ego solidify and getting stronger and stronger. And when you go to school, they will ask what you want to be one day. And you will get that signal, I want to be this and that. This is how your ego and soul is created. Actually, is there a soul? That's why anatma, non-soul, is explained by noble ones. As long as you believe there is a soul, there is a suffering. Because you will try to keep things the way you want, which is impossible because of impermanence, anitya. How do you explain impermanence? Take a moment and see how many thoughts are coming to your mind at this time. Isn't it incredible? That's the speed. You can't count the thoughts and you can't be control of it. It's like the river flows. And we are also being floated away, isn't it? We are at mercy till a noble friend come and tell us this is the truth and you are slave of your six entities. And these six entities are creating a mirage. And we are running behind this mirage. Throughout our lives, isn't it? Now you understand how much we are exposed to this system and how much we are a slave to it. How do you overcome it? It's not an easy thing to do because you were trained from the day you were born, or you were brainwashed to believe there is a world in existence, and you were groomed to dream. And even if you know the truth, it's not an easy thing to unwind or turn it that way, turn it around and liberate yourself. My friends, this is why it's critical to have a noble friend. He can guide you, but it's up to you to liberate yourself. We are very lucky to born in a Buddothpado period and understanding this truth. So how do you this unimaginable thing? Because we worked on our thoughts, and we get a thought and we act according to that. That is called Chitta Rupa. And these Chitta Rupas are sometimes very hard to understand whether it's true or it's just that's the flow of thoughts. But none of them are true. They are all based on your six senses and flowing at a very fast speed. This is where you are being shown by the noble friend and a spiritual guide to awaken your insightful wisdom. Those are not thoughts. These wisdoms are being suppressed by the thoughts, because when you're born as an infant and going on and on, you will get more and more sankara or thoughts post into your mind. So the wisdom is gradually going away and away, and you will become a slave to your mind. To get this insightful wisdom, you have to have mindfulness. What is this mindfulness? I believe you have heard it a lot of times in your workplace. Even Western countries are now picking it up in a different way, which is not the mindfulness. In Mahasati Satipatthana, depending on origination doctrine, our Lord Buddha exclaimed, and what we learn from our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpado, is completely different to what mindfulness, which is taught in most of these workplace trainings. What is this vidarshana, or insightful wisdom, mindfulness? Going back to the example of the child, when he was taught that mothers, when he was educated or when he was forced to believe, let me use it as the first word yours, forced, which is not correct, but for us to understand, when he was forced to believe the mother, this is the place you believe that you are in existence. And continuing on, everything you learn from outside, colors, when you believe there is a yellow outside, this is the feed to soul. That vibration create the soul or the ego. And as long as you want to be this kind of a professional, you believe there is a professional of this kind outside, and your ego is fed with this to be professional or the scientist or whatever. So this insightful meditation, what it does is, it allows you, or it make you to focus on your 6 entities or these senses. And for example, right now, I'm looking at my computer and talking to you. And if I believe that, if I say that there's a computer in front of me, that's how the soul is created. So what Buddha said was, ditte dittamattang. That is, if you seen, that's only seen. And you shouldn't process the scene, what you saw further up. I believe you have experience, like when you see something, suddenly with that vision, you will get something totally different visions from nowhere. If you see that this is how the system runs. So this continuation of thoughts with the vibration coming from outside, these 5 sense entities captures it, and then the mind run the pictures. So in the insightful wisdom, you see just it's a system and you just see it. And you are not taking as your me, mine, myself. My Dhamma friends, this is the code to elevate yourself from suffering. Let me give you another example. If you hear a sound which was a bad experience for you, for example, if you have met an accident before and you heard maybe 10 years back, when you hear accident or see accident on the road, immediately that sound and vision takes you to that bad memory, and then you go and relive that bad memory. Then it's suffering. This is a simple example I can give you, but it's up to you. It's our research. It's your own work. What others can do is give you guidance and share their experience. Today I will suggest to you all, take few minutes of your time, sit in one place, maybe facing nature, a tree or something, and look at that tree and see how the six senses are working. You will see the tree and within a second you will get another feeling or another thought, and you will feel a wind coming and blowing over you. That the body sensation. Sometimes you will get a smell if you sitting in a garden. So, and see and experience yourself how the mind is running. It's just like another system. No difference to television or a mobile. It's just a sensor board. And don't stuck in those thoughts. And when you practice this continuously, you will start to feel. This is the wisdom. Wisdom gives you the feeling. Thoughts are only thoughts, thinking. That's what our noble friend Aranwaz is always try to help us with, is to feel, not to be a slave of thoughts. Then gradually your suffering will fade away with that also your defilements, for cravings, all other things bothers you. And this is, as the Lord Buddha said, greatest merit you can do for yourself, not donating billions, but to unwind yourself and liberate yourself. And this is non-soul, anatma. And I would like to suggest, if somebody is interested to learn about how to do practical experience of the Vidarshana, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has given 7-day practical pathway. And if you go into Buddothpado channels, you will find the guidance, and you can practice it yourself wherever you are. If you are in Sri Lanka, you can go and practice it in one of the Metmalarana practical training centers and temples. But this is so much so easy, and you can do it from your home even. And that gives you how to overcome the six senses, and just to understand it. And when you do this practical training, you will understand it's a system just running, and it's not me, mine, myself. And there are some telephone numbers as well. If you want, you can contact those Venerable Mehenin Wahanses and Venerable Theros, as well as some professionals are getting involved and helping out people. So you can find details in the Buddothpado websites. And please use this opportunity, and it might be not only once in life, but it would be once in samsara. And this is the reawakening of Buddothpado era. Thank you for listening. May this meritorious deed assist you in attain blissful nirvana. Thank you. Venerable Manu,
Yes.
I think Aryan Wahanse
Yes, I'm not joining class now.
Okay. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai. Aryan Wahanse, Thiruvan Saranai, our Buddothpado Dhamma friend.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Just a little thought. Now, as our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse always and repeatedly explains to us the place, the Rupantiko Ayuso Rupam. I think that's the most important place where we have to clear up, isn't it? Before we have to come out of the mundane world. We have to contemplate on that, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Each thought is the birth, isn't it?
Yes.
And I think it's clearly, this is my feeling, and that's how even you lose your breath in this body, what was the thought you had last time, and it will be telepathy into another place where Samanantare, or where the where it's Samanantare means is
The telepathy system.
yeah, telepathy, and in Pali Samanantare means something similar to where Samanantara, two points have, yes, where the 2 points are having equal wavelength. And so it's obvious, isn't it, when you lose breath in this body, what was your last thought might be vibrating with somewhere you never know. So that's the danger of samsara as well. Yeah, and
what we have to do. Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say that we have to understand the system, isn't it? The sensor level and the vibrations, all happens due to the vibrations, no? The existence, feeling, how the soul is made.
Yes.
And we think that something, how we get attached or disattached, all the things happen to these vibrations, no? So,
Exactly. And even if you understand it, you are, by now you know, after practicing it for years, still how difficult it is to unwind, isn't it? Go against it. It's like try to swim in a flooded river. Other side, like going, try to swim opposite direction of the flooding river. So that's why it's very important to have a noble friend to guide you. You can easily get lost anytime. And coming back to that Samanantara and telepathy, Aryan Vans is example of television where you can capture the signals coming from the US or coming from Pidrutalagala, staying in Colombo. And so that's the classic example. That's the best example I have seen. But till that Aryan Vans, till I started to listen to Buddothpado, I didn't understand what is this Samanantara. And we are very lucky nowadays. All these things what we find in our sensor system are being built as equipments. So if you are smart enough and if you are ready to do RA research, you can realize it yourself. So there are ample of examples for you to see and understand Satyajnana, or the true wisdom, isn't it?
Everybody, yeah, it's okay. Very worth everybody. This explaining everything. But especially I want to remember, I want to remind something. That's a present moment. Let's awaken to the moment. This present moment is happening in everything. But so this present moment is the thought is not real. No, every moment have a thought. No, this present moment is the we are living only this present moment. Somebody is thinking that future is only the present moment, only the thought. So someone is reminding something fast. This present moment, only the thought. This present moment is the only the we are living. But this present moment, Buddha's explaining, is not real. It's illusion. That's the Dhamma. That's the true Dhamma. That's the awakened moment. What is this present moment is? How is this present moment is this thought is creating? This is the dependent origination. No, I think everybody knows this now. This nobody is here. No one is here. We are thinking everything. Thinking world, it's mindful world. It's not real. How we have suffering, how we have that is sadness, how is coming this, and this is the our story. No living being is here. Who is suffering is coming? No one is here. Who is suffering? This thought is the you. Otherwise, who are you? You are not a body. You are your mind. The mind is not working. The senses are not working. The briefing is ending. The senses are not working. That's the death. What is this death? Death also the thought. You are thinking. That's only the thought. But how is these thoughts are creating? That's the story. That's the explaining. We are doing what we are doing. We are doing the explain this truth. This truth is this present moment. Only the we are living, but is this not true? No, it's okay. That's a nothingness. That's a endless. That's a nothingness. That's a no being, no living being, nothing existent. Why? This present moment is not real. So someone understood this. Not birth, not death. Only the thought is creating like a machine. It is not real. That is the story. Someone understood this. Everything is okay. Everything is no problem because no one is here. Who is sadness? Who's coming sadness? That's only the thoughts creation. Who's worried? No one to worry. No reason for worried because everything is not real. No, it's okay. That's the explain very rare. That's a dependent origination, real one. Someone understood. That is the real dependent origination. Understood. Someone. It's a mind creation. How is this thoughts are creation? That's the kindergarten time little baby. What happened? That is infant that before kindergarten baby. There's a real in mind. Someone understood this Dhamma is finally coming in that place because this world is not real. It's a mind. No value. After this value is gone. No worry anything. After that is endless happiness. Because it's a tranquility. It's a peace. It's okay, no? Well, thank you. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Paddy also. Everyone, it's okay. And tomorrow we can discuss again. It's okay. Terus
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the sermon today. Thank you, Aranwansi, for your noble guidance. So we were talking about no self-anger every day. This Dhamma is so beautiful. Whatever the way, what we have to understand is whatever word we use, it is to indicate that every word we use is also not true, in the sense they are creations. Yes. but they are also not true. None of the thoughts, no single thought is true. They are creations. We feel they are unique. We feel that they are my thoughts. That's a different problem. Like that's the view, self-view. Even if you understand that, you will you'll have to understand the actual, like if someone actually get the self-view is not true, like there's no self in any of the thoughts or any of the body or any of the field, then 100% it's after, yeah, after even understanding or realizing that the self-view is not true, also the power of the thoughts can be there. So we need to understand in none of the thoughts or no single thought is true. Due to the repetition, actually, when abhisankarana, due to that, there is so many powerful thoughts. You feel them as they are there. That's the investigation that each one should do. What's happening here? Which attitude is yours? Which attitude has been repeated over time and which has gained so much power? Who in your family or in your friend group or in your workplace or anything? So the power of thought is there because of the habits or the recurrence or the abhisankar. That will eventually come down, but the thing is, more you apply Dhamma, more everything will be better. The defilements. how can you understand this power? Departments is power. It's in a different ways. Like when you say departments, craving, aversion, delusion. Craving, aversion, delusion. If you put it into one basket and see what the reason is, it is the actual reason is actually the craving for existence or craving for non-existence. They're all the kind of the same way, but two ways of same thing. Taking it as existing. What is existing? Chair is existing. If the chair is existing, you are existing. So is the chair existing? No. If you're in the mind, chair is existing. You can't avoid that. Because the duality is there. So, when you say in the mind, mind is actually the form world. When you realize how these perceptions work, slowly it will come down. How this repetition has worked, how from childhood, how these personality traits have happened. Because there is a stimuli, only personality traits can appear. They don't appear without the stimuli. So personality traits, even the word is actually misleading because it implies that there is a person actually speaking their traits. There are different traits, different attitudes, different habits, different types. One person will be more towards aversion, one person would be more towards craving, but everyone is in delusion. The delusion is a part and parcel of even the baby. Because you can't actually say anything about self-view or self in a little baby. You can't impose anything like that. But still the delusion is there. The electricity is there. As long as the electricity is there, ability to do anything is there. What is electricity? Here the example is to show that if the existence, perception, or the self-perception is there, first you understand that the existence perception is what it meant by what is meant by existence perception. It's a chair. There was never a self. Chair perception was the main problem, and the power of the chair perception was the self perception. Yes, that's a different story. That's where the path starts actually. But what is leftovers from the leftover? Leftover means like, when you cook and you finish, everyone finish eating, there is some leftovers you put to the fridge like that. There is always, even after understanding them, there is leftovers of this some perceptions having so much power. It's lingering. You feel they are existing. So the imaginations in the mind, story in the mind, plan in the mind, the words in the mind, the this light wave and the sound wave coming together is the mind wave. That's kind of acting like another wave. That wave, is that true? Even though there is so much repetition in that, it's not true. First, you have to understand there is no self, because there is no self in the whatever the level of this mind. There's no self. There was never a self, but you felt as you are there because of the power, the speed of light or speed of the sensory organ. There's 3 types of raga. Raga, that's not. I don't know the actual English word, but it's like kind of a attraction, isn't it? When you say sensual world, there's attraction. Form world, there's attraction, and desire, and there's an unformed level also. There's a desire. So kamaraga, ruparaga, aruparaga. So the ruparaga means there's a. So kamaraga means you just want the ice cream. It's like ice cream is in the fridge. You would like it, crave for it. Everything is there. And it's very simple. The normal world that we are in. That's very simple to understand. Everything is outside. You like it. That's how the sensual world attraction is. But then, even if you fully understand that the outside there's actually a mind projection. Even that mind projection, even though you know that it's a mind projection, still the mind projection can be very powerful, and there can be a attraction. So it's self-vibration. Until self-vibration is there, in the sense until the chair is there, attraction is there. Until the daughter is there, until the son is there, until the husband is there, until the wife is there, until the sister, brother, mother, father, status, money, whatever. Until they are there, so the existence is a craving for existence as well, Arupana, or the fear. In the sense, this is not the feel Aranans is talking about. I'm talking about the life. So it's the existence for the life as well. Jetu Mukti, the liberation of mind. no one can actually achieve it with so much craving, aversion, delusion in there. Because all the craving and aversion, delusion should actually come towards zero for you to exit from all the. There is a trick here as well, because this is wisdom. So wisdom can actually play a long, like a big thing here, because wisdom can actually push the way to the jnana that Aranvanse feel. What Aranvanse talks about is the no self perception. The imagination, or when you say imagination, the field is different, imagination is different. So the imagination means the perception level, right? If you can understand, even if you don't speak one single word, the mind wave has the light wave and the sound wave both. Even if you not utter a single word, just imagine you're just sitting and you're not uttering a single word. The light wave and the sound wave is together. That's the mind wave. So if you imagine something, imagination, if you imagine something, it is in that. That imagination is the actual, the going to the Angaharo or the Mars, going to Mars. It's imagination in one person's mind that is getting fruitful. Going to moon, that is getting fruitful. Or driverless car. It's something like that. Now, it's very common in USA. There's no driver. So you don't need a driver. This car is driving. This is someone's idea, right? Idea means imagination. That means a mental projection. So okay to have them, but it's becoming true. It's not actually true. None of the mental images are actually true. They are projections because there is a system. And this system is there's a field loss because the speed of the sensory organ is there. So liberation from the outside or the body or the me thought or liberation from outside is very important. If not, you can't really understand the form world or the non-form world. So the form world is actually, it's a perception. So if you are to exit from the mind power, that is a form world, you need to fully realize how the power is formed. Because usually it is one or two things that is persisting. It's not that bad. You can actually find it. Because chair doesn't matter to you anymore. The table doesn't matter to you anymore. But the thing is, there is one or two perceptions which are very strong and maintaining the mind of. Arupa is we feel that is any field is due to the speed of the sensory function, speed of light. If you can understand this slowly, there's no hurry actually speaking. So what what is felt as there is maintaining or dragging you down. So what is felt as existing will drag you down. That's the basic idea. So what is existing in your case, in anyone's case? If the path is slower, that is because there's so much thing felt as real. So the importance is after you understand fully Dhamma, but this is the thing, understanding Dhamma has so many facets. First, you have to understand what your vibration is. You have to catch that. If you don't know that, then you have so much trouble believing that there is a separate self. But if you actually fully realize that it's just skandha or the aramana or the stimuli or the thought, you can say thought, but stimuli, the word is, I think, the best. Because chair is a thought aspect as well as a feeler in that one stimuli. Little baby felt everything. but you can't really say anything about feeling existence. So which part is difficult now? Understanding that there is never a self. Yeah, it can be difficult because you always felt as there's someone. But actually understanding that it's a view is not that bad because you can understand that the share, if you say Potua in Sinhala, you don't know what that is. If you are just an English person, European country person, you will not know if I say something in Chinese or in something in Sinhalese or something in Hindi. But then none of these things, the creations of the mind projected outside, we don't have an experience of outside basically. We think what they are. We have a mind projection of everything. And we actually believe it is outside. We believe that the ice cream is outside. So this understanding that the chair was never outside, it was in the mind, is a big step. Your son, your daughter, your husband, your wife, a perception. But realizing that the perceptions are actually not true, you have to release from the perception level, to release from the mind, to liberate from the mind. To fully realize that none of the perceptions are actually true. Because if you feel even one perception strong, will be in the mind. Speed of light, or in that sense, speed of any sensory organ, is maintained in the field. I'm talking about the gross field, I'm talking about the Vedana part. Thank you, Arano, also for your noble guidance. And Triple Gem bless you all. Actually, understanding this Dhamma is you can come to the discussion time 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time. If you can come, it would be great because your input is valid. A Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Arano.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado English PeoTV channel, where Dhamma talks are delivered in the English medium for the benefit of English speaking communities all around the world. So these Dhamma talks are delivered under the guidance of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So first of all, let's pay our homage at Noble Triple Gem and our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for his invaluable guidance and selfless service towards the mankind. So Lord Buddha has recommended the proper path to Nibbana in three phases as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So Satya is the awareness, or basically the understanding of the Buddhist philosophy. The philosophy is basically about the absence of self. So, and the fact that this notion of self and the existence of the external world is merely a misconception. So they are just words for us until we explore it through our own experiences. So this, the first phase is to listen to Dhamma sermons and to understand the philosophy properly, which is known as Satyanana. So today also we are going to understand some important Dhamma concepts. Actually, the focus today is on the dependent origination, which is actually the Paticcasamuppada, or the basis of Dhamma, the fact that certain effects arise when certain causes and conditions are present. So this sermon actually was done by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse in Sinhala medium, and we are trying to deliver it, translating it into English so that we can help the English speaking communities in some small way. So the Dhamma that Lord Buddha reveals to the world is Paticcasamuppada. So in Pali, it is said as Paticcasamuppada Dhammesu Dhamma, the Dhamma of dependent origination. This is how stimulus or mind is created. So it is important to remind that entire Buddhist philosophy revolves around a single stimulus. This stimulus itself is the mind. When we truly see the Dhamma of cause and effect, the external world no longer appears real, because these projections that arise in the form of stimuli are just effects of certain causes. So let's try to understand this further. The deluded perception that considers the external world as real and believes in Maras, Brahmas and gods is the ground of wrong view. So now actually the action and effect Dhamma which prevailed and still prevails in the world, the fact that when certain actions are performed, the repercussions may arise depending on your actions, which is also well known as the karmic law. So that is the meaning of this phrase. So when the external big world becomes real, that is all Maras, gods, goddesses, not just the visual realities, I mean the visual formations. All concepts also become real for us. So that is the ground of wrong view. So Lord Buddha preached a Lord Buddha preached a Dhamma never heard before. That is not something that affirms external reality, because action and effect Dhamma always mentioned about the heavens, then hell, that is higher realms and lower realms, even Brahma realms, and performing good karmas, if you perform bad karmas, what would happen? So actually belief in gods or karma is a form of wrong view. So Lord Buddha reveals a self-evident Dhamma to the world, because he actually fulfilled the perfections in an incalculable number of eons. He he explored this, and he realized this Dhamma of dependent origination by himself. So that is why even after 2600 years, we have that much of gratitude to Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, to that wisdom, to that Buddha nature. So even if one performs great acts of charity, there remains the possibility of falling into lower realms. He disclosed this never heard before Dhamma to the world. So for those who were planning to end up or gain rebirth in a higher realm after performing good karmas or charity acts of charity, actually they were in a false belief. According to this cause and effect Dhamma, Lord Buddha revealed that even such people who have performed lot of good things, good karmas or acts of charity, may fall into lower realms. So liberation actually lies in transcending the ground of karma or karma bhumi through understanding the Dhamma of cause and effect. So dependent origination is just the cause and effect Dhamma. The law of karma and the law of chitta, mind, are two distinct things. Chitta niyama refers to the creation of forms or rupa through the speed of vibrations. The Dhamma of cause and effect can be defined as seeing the creation of forms through the sensory faculties, seeing how power is generated through this process, and seeing how that current naturally diminishes, bringing about tranquility. So actually this understanding the dependent origination Dhamma includes understanding the forms are generated through the eye, and the sounds are generated through the ear, and smells are generated through the nose, and tastes are generated through the tongue. Touch is generated through the body, and thoughts are generated through the mind. So in short, it is just the mechanism of the 6 sense faculties. So a cause and effect Dhamma cannot be discussed without reference to Buddhism. because this is the core of Buddhism. The Buddha attained Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree at Gaya Shirsha, Buddha Gaya, through the realization of dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada. As a result of the sensitivity of the eye or Chakku Prasada, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind, there arises the feeling of existence. Actually, although we mentioned that sensitivity of the eye, that is Chakku Prasada, sensitivity of the ear, Sota Prasada, sensitivity of the nose, Gana Prasada, sensitivity of the tongue, Jivha Prasada, sensitivity of the body or the skin, Kaya Prasada, and then the mind. So that is how we feel the sense of being alive, the feeling of existence or sense of being alive and the sense of self. So this is a rapid phenomenon that occurs at the level of the sensory organs. It's a rapid rising of stimuli due to this speedy occurrence of vibrations in relation to the sense faculties. So actually, if one is blind, there are no forms. If one is deaf, there are no sounds. So if some problem is there in relation to the nose, there are no smells. So if the taste buds do not function, there are no tastes. So if some skin receptors are not functioning, there are no touches or tactile sensations. So stimuli arise only through the activity of the sensory organs. So the most prominent stimuli are sound and color. The stimuli that arise in relation to the ear and the eye. But others, even such as temperature, cold, taste and smell, they also exist. Although they are less prominent, they are not so obvious, they also arise or exist at some level. So Ditta, Sutta and Mutta, which are the composition of stimuli actually. If we translate that, sensations of seeing, hearing and feeling. So sensation of seeing is Ditta, sensation of hearing is Sutta, sensation of smell, taste and feeling, touch are the Mutta. So always Lord Buddha refers to the nature of the infant's mind to help grown-ups to understand the nature of thought formation. So an infant does not have the integrated sensory experience that adults do. This is a very important point. The human body can be compared to a tree. It grows due to food and water. The tree undergoes similar processes like absorption of nutrition, respiration, reproduction, so on and so forth. Even a tree has some capacity for sensation to respond to the environment. So I have read in an art magazine that some botanists were doing some experiments. They were, they have attached some electronic device to the plant, and they measure the electric charge released from the tree when they talk harshly to the tree, that is generating sound vibrations. Then they were talking lying kindly to the tree when they were like talking aggressively, we must destroy this plant. So the different levels of electric charges released from the tree. Isn't it beautiful? So that way, though the tree is not exactly the same as a human system or an animal system, it also responds to react to certain vibrations. So however, it is only due to the rapid vibrating activity in the human sensory basis that a certain power is generated, giving rise to consciousness. The tree, what the tree does not possess is this sense faculty function and the consciousnesses, vinyana. The tree lacks the rapid sparking system which results in a rising of consciousness present in the human body. In relation to human body with the 6 sense faculties, due to this rapid vibrations that spark, the consciousness arises. In other words, the 5 aggregates leads to this power generation, which results in the sense of self. So both the 4 noble truths and the Dhamma of dependent origination are rooted in the momentary stimulus. So according to this Dhamma, actually both the 4 noble truths and the Dhamma of dependent originations are rooted in the momentary stimulus. So that is why again I'm repeating this, that entire Buddhist philosophy revolves around the single stimulus. So avijja sankara or ignorance means making nothingness into a thing. What is this nothingness? Nothingness is that everything is a stimulus, that is everything is the mind or thoughts. So there is nothing in this these mental constructs. So they are mere instantaneous projections of the sense faculties. But ignorantly, we actually, due to the illusory function of the mind consciousness, we take all these mental constructs as 3-dimensional existing things. So that is what is meant by, due to ignorance, making nothingness into a thing. So it is due to this delusion or ignorance that we associate mental formations and thoughts with external entities. So the mental construct that originates instantaneously is connected to some formation, and we take them as thick entities or existing solid entities. So that is the ignorance. When the image of a book, that is just a shape of light, is seeing, the name, that is the sound, naturally arises due to prior perceptions, perasanya. Since somebody at some point has introduced this sound associated with the form, that shape, it appears, it arises. Similarly, when we perceive the idea of mother, it is a collective perception. Sound, color, smell, taste, and touch, all originating from the five sensory bases. Yet it is merely a thought. Thought comprises of all sensory inputs. All of it, houses, properties, mother, father, and all so-called entities are mental formations only, mere mental constructions or sankara. They are not solid external objects. So if a vehicle is dismantled into its components like wheels, seats, engine, windscreen, steering wheel, so on and so forth, it is no longer a vehicle. In the same way, all entities are mental constructions, just mental concepts. What we deal with are mental formations, mere mental formations. Whatever is said or named is ultimately a mental formation or sankara. All thoughts are conventions. Conventions means labels and concepts. So we believe that sorrow arises from the external world. Is it so? Actually, it does not come from the four great elements. It arises from concepts. Four great elements, you may be confused. Four great elements are the composition of all formations. All formations like solidity, liquidity, temperature, and the air. So sorrow does not arise from anything that is made up of these four great elements, which are mere vibrations. They arise from, the sorrow arises from concepts or due to mental formations. Now we can realize the nature of deception or delusion of the human mind. So sankappa rago purisassa kamo, that is, desire is in thoughts, not in the external world. Sorrow comes from thought. Now take thirst, for example. Where does it arise? Is it in the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body? No, it is a thought arising in mind consciousness. But mind consciousness cannot drink water. It does not belong to any sensory base. A thought cannot drink water. Yet, we believe in a soul or self that needs to drink water. We feel as if there is a person who is thirsty. There is an I within mental formations. But there is no actual person called I beyond the thought. If this is clearly understood, liberation from the accumulation of karma occurs. Sabbe sankara anicca yada panyaya passati esa maggo visuddhiya atti nibbānati dukkhassa. So all formations are impermanent. When this is seen with wisdom, this is the path to purification. So there is Nibbana and freedom from soul. So it's very clear this impermanent nature of all formations, actually impermanent in the sense emptiness, nothingness should be felt. When we fully realize this concept, the philosophy, the weight given to these thoughts, they, become lighter and lighter. The weight given to the thought becomes lighter and lighter. So that means diminishing of power, thought power, or the defilements. Now let us speak of the heaven, the Brahma realms, and the human plane, because earlier also I mentioned that. So have these worlds ever been truly experienced through the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body? Now just imagine a dog standing here. The human realm and the animal realm exist side by side. Yet the sensory faculties do not perceive a human world or an animal world. They merely receive impressions. What we call experience arises not from the senses themselves, but from thoughts and mental formations layered upon the impressions. This is very complex and very important to understand. In truth, the sensory organs do not perceive the three worlds. These realms are not encountered externally. Thoughts, too, do not belong to the sensory bases. They are fabrications of the mind. The radiant mind, the mind of the infant, naturally luminous or radiant, is obscured by these mental formations gradually, like the vast ocean covered by its own waves. And just as the sea cannot be separated from its waves, so too are you and I inseparable from the processes of nature. So this is a beautiful metaphor to refer to how when the stimulus becomes real, how the notion of self become an integral part of it. So another example given is when a fireball or a joystick is spun rapidly, it appears as a continuous ring of fire. But this ring exists only because of the speed. It is an illusion born of motion. In the same way, our perceptions are mental formations or depictions shaped by rapid vibration that occur continuously. So these vibrations or five aggregates as a natural phenomenon, just like the wind blows, just like the trees grow, just like the sea waves rise. It is just like the river flows, rain falls, five aggregates arises and ceases. It is a continuous process. So sound, color, smell and taste fuse together or converge due to speed, and because of this speed we perceive the stimulus as existing. This perception of existence itself is the soul. It's inseparable. We feel as if there is a ring of fire, and similarly there are other entities like mother, father, houses and properties. Actually, knowing the fusion of mental formations is the illusory consciousness. Consciousness is when all sankhara, mental formation, arise, some knowing arises, that is the consciousness. Knowing of something, it can be light, sound. So that is the meaning of the phrase Sankara Pachya Vijnana. Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. What is known by consciousness becomes entangled with the external. Now consciousness is the mind, but it is always entangled with some external. The name is a label given by the mind to a form. For name and form to arise, there must be a sensory faculty. Consider the eye. You open it, look out, and recognize things as if they exist out there. So, Nama Rupa Pachya Salayatana. Salayatana Pachya Passu. So, when the sense faculties function, contact arises, meaning the mind creates a thing through consciousness. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku vijnanam tinnan sangati passu. The shadow that appears due to the tree and light is the awareness of consciousness. Actually, that shadow falls in the eye due to light, and the tree means external, for some formation of four great elements. So when that shadow naturally arises due to light, is identified with the consciousness. So it comes into contact with mind consciousness. So Tinnan Sangati Passu, from the coming together, contact arises. Passapachya Vedana, from contact arises feeling. Yang Vedeti Tang Sanjanati, what is felt is perceived. Yan Sajanati Tang Vitakketi, what is perceived is thought about. Yang Vedeti Tang Vijanati, what is felt is known. Through feeling, mental formations and perception arise. Vedana, Sankara, then Sanya. Through feeling, that is through Vedana, mental formation and perception arise. Due to Vedana, Sankara and Sanya arise, giving rise to consciousness. They lead to consciousness, that is knowing. So what was seen was merely a shape of light. The mind recognizes it as a book, a tree. Once the book is mentally constructed, clinging or aversion can follow. It is again an integral part of it. What was originally just a feeling originally becomes perceived as an external entity. There are three types of feelings based on contact. Sukha Vedana, pleasant feeling, Dukkha Vedana, unpleasant feeling, Adukkama Sukha Vedana, neutral feeling. So in the Passamulika Sutra, it is said, Bajjang Bajjati. Lord Buddha said, monks, just as heat is produced by rubbing in two pieces of wood together, and when the pieces are separated, the heat completely ceases. In the same way, the feeling that arises through contact also ceases when contact ends. The book is now an Upadaya Rupa, a form taken up by the mind. It's very interesting. So, actually at the contact level, some formation arises and it fully ceases. But after some time also, that image arises in the mind. That is called the form taken up by the mind, or Upadaya Rupa. Upadaya Rupa arises from the spark created by shapes made of the four great elements. But these Mahabhuta Rupas are not external realities. They arise due to specific conditions. So contact in relation to the great element is called Patigha Sampassa. Sense contact based on resistance or impact. When it becomes a thing through the involvement of mind consciousness, it is called Adivachana Sampassa. This process is not controlled by anyone. It is nature functioning on its own. We do not see reality, we see only what we think. So from Vedana Pachaya Tanha, from feeling arises craving, we become attached or reject what was originally just a mere feeling. And thus craving arises. So this is actually dependent origination Dhamma is nothing but analyzing the formation of stimulus or going deeper and deeper to understand the stimulus, penetrating through the stimulus. So tanha pachaya upadana. From craving arises clinging. Now we assign value to the feeling of existence. When this feeling arises repeatedly, it generates a momentum, a force. From this force, clinging occurs. With clinging, the perception of time, past, present and future emerges. That when something is objectified, it existed before, it exists now, and it will exist in future, naturally arises. So within the process, the feeling I am here becomes the basis for self-perception. So next Pali term, Upadana Pachaya Bhavo. Upadana Pachaya Bhavo, that is from clinging arises becoming. A bhava, a becoming or mode of existence arises. The perception that tables, chairs, mother and father exist out there is bhava sanya. The perception of becoming, yarupe nandi, tadupadanam, bhavo, whatever there is delight in form, there arises clinging, and from clinging becoming. So they are inevitable. The chair is bhava, the table is bhava. These are manifestations of becoming. And this is jati, birth itself. Bhavapachya jati. From becoming arises birth. From bhava arises jati. If bhava arises and if something is found externally, it too arises and ceases. That is the natural phenomenon, nature, real nature. And with jati, there comes chara, marana. Aging and death along with sorrow and parideva, lamentation, and other forms of suffering. Salayatana loko, ayatananam patilabo, ayang vucchati dhyati. The world is based on the 6 sense bases. The arising of 6 sense bases is what is called birth. This explanation of dependent origination is given in relation to a single momentary thought. If the stimulus is a wall, then in the very moment you see the wall, the entire process of dependent origination takes place. When one realizes they no longer find color and sound in vibrations, no tables, chairs, or a soul. So, nisatto nisjivo shunyo, without a being, without a self, empty. So actually what is empty? The value which appeared as a thing and the current or movement that gives rise to desire, anger and delusion. When one does not see this, there is avidya or ignorance. When it is seen clearly, the illusion of thingness disappears. So this is awakening to the moment, awakening to the truth. When one sees that there is no soul, the wisdom arises naturally. Do you see upadaya rupa or derived from, arising from external sights, sounds or thoughts? No, it arises in the mind. Only the conceptual form arises. We perceive it as a real objective form due to ignorance. This is the deception, the ignorance of the mundane plane. And this is reflected in the Chula Vedalla Sutra. So it's very, very important to realize. I mean, there are 84,000 sermons completed by Gautama Buddharajanan Mahansi. So all these sermons revolves around the cause and effect Dhamma, or the stimulus actually. This cause and effect Dhamma, dependent origination, Four Noble Truths are all about the creation of stimulus or the thought. So feeling, Vedana, perception, Sanya, volition, Chetana, contact, Passa, attention, Manasikara. Ayang Vucchati Nama, this is called Nama, the mental components. Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. That is the composition of Nama part. Where does feeling come from? It arises due to contact. Here contact appears twice and it is referred to as Vattam Vattati. The cycle revolves. What actually arises is a shape of light. But what you perceive is a book. This is the illusion of mind, where feeling, perception, and attention come together. It is known as cognitive contact, passa manasikara. Conceptual proliferation and imagining builds up from this thingness, and the illusion arises due to rapid speed. When conditions are present, it arises. When they cease, it ceases. The Buddha explained that it is wrong to say that there is something external or that there is nothing external. He said, monks, there is no persistent world. Hetum paticca sambhuta hetu bhanga nirucchati. What Lord Buddha said was, what arises dependent on causes ceases when its causes cease. The Buddha disclosed the Dhamma of cause and effect, a Dhamma that is sambhuta, that is arisen due to conditions. Thus, it is a conditioned phenomenon, a constructed thing or thought. So actually, you even experience comfort and sadness in a dream, just as you do in the so-called real world. These are beautiful, examples and beautiful points that we can use to understand this complex phenomenon of dependent origination. Now, even in a dream, we experience sadness. Even the pleasure, happiness, sukha, and dukkha, suffering. This is the Chittena Niyati Loko, the meaning of Chittena Niyati Loko. The world is determined by the mind. So when one sees that there is nothing in the stimulus itself, one begins to understand dependent origination. When the eye or any other sense faculty functions, certain formations arise. So this identification, as previously explained beautifully, it is happening in 2 rounds as Vattang Vattati. First the contact at the individual sense faculty, then the rising of mind consciousness, the knowing, identification. So in the Avidyapahana Sutra, Lord Buddha asked, from where does wisdom arise? He says, monk, the I is impermanent. When one sees this truth, the ignorance of the one who sees naturally fades away and wisdom arises. So when one fully understands the mechanism of a single sense faculty, how a certain sense faculty initiates the creation of stimulus, it is applicable to all other stimuli. So that is why Lord Buddha gave this beautiful metaphor. If someone observes and understands the stem pattern of a single leaf of a mango tree, he does not have to check on all mango leaves. So that pattern is the exact pattern of all the other leaves. Similarly, if someone understands the function of one sense faculty, one stimulus, it is applicable to all other sense faculties and all other stimuli. So the one who sees seeing as impermanent will no longer find books, tables, beds, or chairs. Even impermanence is seen as an illusion. Within this very process, birth, aging, death, sorrow, and lamentation are all present. We do not escape sorrow or suffering. All phenomena have become paticca or conditioned, and they result in suffering. One who has the wisdom of truth or satyajnana or understanding of the Dhamma will not perceive anything as truly external. In the absence of light and the tree, a shadow does not arise. And the shadow does not belong to the tree or the light. It arose purely due to causes. The book does not belong to the external nor to the mind. It is simply emptiness, nothingness. Actually, when one is liberated from name and form, wisdom arises. Ignorance collapses. Then avidya paccaya sankhara. The arising of formations due to ignorance does not occur. So this is beautiful, this name and form combination, because Lord Buddha has beautifully explained this. Liberation from the name and form combination itself is a big achievement, because in the path, because actually what happens is, once the name and form combination occurs, next time when the same formation arises, what happens is the prior perception, pirasanya, may reappear. It would be identified as a table, chair, coconut tree, map, whatever. But within, the person knows that it is just a creation. At some point, name and form got entangled and it arises now. So that is why Lord Buddha said, when the ghee is made from milk, ghee cannot be converted to milk again. The table may arise, but the burning wouldn't be there, value wouldn't be attributed, because it is just a mental construct. That full realization is there. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma, that is the beauty of realizing this phenomenon. So that is how the darkness gradually dispels, or the ignorance gradually diminishes. The Dhamma of dependent origination, or Paticca Samuppada, does not simply mean knowing its components intellectually. It is a deep insight into the cause and effect nature of reality. So, imasmin sati idang hoti, imasmin asati idang nahoti. Imassa uppada idam upajjati. Imassa nirodha idang nirupajjati. When this is, that is. When this is not, that is not. This means causes, that means effect. With the arising of this, that arises. When the causes arise, the effect arises. With the cessation of this, that ceases. When the causes cease, the effect ceases. This is the Dhamma of conditionality, the law of cause and effect. When conditions are present, phenomena arise. When conditions cease, those phenomena also cease. The phrase imasmin sati idang hoti can be deeply understood as if there is vibration, there is manifestation. Without vibration, there is no manifestation, only stillness. This stillness, this absence of conditioned vibration is the direct experience of Nibbana, the unconditioned, the unshaken freedom. So, Akopa Cheto Vimukti, the unshakable liberation of mind. So, when sparking or vibrations or stimulations occur in the sensory bases, that is eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind, forms arise. All six senses function in the same way. So, Rupantiko Ayuso Rupang Pajanati. Through form, one knows form. This means understanding how form or rupa arises in the mind. Now, for instance, what we call a wall is actually just a thought, a mental construction. Thoughts are impermanent, not fixed realities. Just like spinning a fireball creates firing, the stimulus of the wall appears to exist due to rapid sparking occurring in the eye. But in truth, the wall is just a projection of the eye, not an independent external reality. When this sparking happens, sound and color become entangled, and together they form the thought of a wall. So Anusota, going with the current, is seeing the wall as an independent solid entity, but Patisota, going against the current, is seeing the mechanism behind the formation of thought, understanding how perception arises through causes and conditions. So Patiloma, reverse order of dependent origination, means seeing how the wall or any object is not self-existing, but a result of causes and conditions. We see how sound, color, smell, taste, touch and mind, along with eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, the mind become entangled to create a stimulus that is interpreted as a wall. So this is the process of samudaya, arising or origination. When one truly sees this mechanism of how perception arises, letting go naturally occurs. This is Attagami, the path to cessation. So it is a bit complex Dhamma talk with lot of Pali phrases. This is a sermon of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. So it is explained with very simple examples, all the Pali terms in this dependent origination process. So, however, although it is a 1 hour long sermon, it is actually about this instantaneous stimulus, how the stimulus becomes true, how it is actually created, and what is actually there, whether it is a true entity or what is this emptiness. So everything is beautifully covered in this sermon of Buddothpado Aryan Wansi. So finally I worship his feet once again and pay homage to Buddha Dhamma Sangha, and I wind up the talk here. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you.
We can join tomorrow and discuss. Okay.
Everyone, dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay a Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending Dhamma Zoom talk. The Adhanas had joined us. We discuss about Dhamma. We need to talk. We need to look at how to develop the elements of mindfulness in this Buddhist order. Accordingly, let us see how to develop the mindfulness of feeling in this order, sasana. We need to receive feelings within the world. Feelings come from a specific person, a specific place, a specific taste, a specific smell, or from specific images. We feel that we receive feelings from the external. If we feel some kind of suffering or any feeling, we feel that it comes from somewhere. We feel like we can stop someplace with the palm of the hand and say that the feeling can be felt. We will be able to say that the feeling can be felt at this specific point. This shows that we associate the from rupa to a thing, we connected the feeling to the body rupa. And wherever there is a feeling, it is followed by thoughts, volitions, or mental formations, sankhara. It means that there will be bodily actions, kaya sankhara, verbal mental actions, vachi sankhara, and mental formations, mano sankhara. Bodily, verbal, and mental mind formations belong ignorance or avidya. Now, during this mindfulness of feeling or Vedanapasana, or should let go of these three formations. For that, one would get off the world first. The mind arises into action in the form of the mind. The body and words due to grasping of the stimulus from the world. A stimulus occur in the mind. Taking that stimulus as a target, we get up and go from here. Good and bad, coming and going, all this build up because we grasp that stimulus to our ignorance. When you get a feeling, it's not felt just along by itself. You get a feeling of where it comes from too. You can touch it. You can say it. You can think for it as that is where the feeling comes from. What is that place? What is grasped as a thing is a form rupa, and that is your body. Really, the form cannot be grasped. We think you feel is your body. The feeling that you can grasp your body is an illusion. Now, you even meet a body that has a feeling. Now we also find a spine which can feel the pain. You find a leg that feels the pain. We find the knee that feels the pain too. We also stomach that feels the pain. When you practice the correct mindfulness of the sensation with an Vipassana, our body cannot exist. Let us see how we can go wrong and believe that there is a body. When we meditate, we shut our eyes. For example, let us say that you want to practice the breathing meditation while being then seated cross-legged in the lotus position. You tend to feel pain is someplace body, and you point at the place where the pain is felt. While keeping your eyes closed, you tend to move your hand to the area where the pain is coming from, and you tend to shift to a different position in order to prevent feeling the pain. When your hand moved towards the point of pain, your mind told you that you felt the pain on your body. But according to the correct mindfulness of the form, the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the body should not experience any feeling or sensation. It had all the sensation we experienced. It was experienced only because of the formation of the mind. The mind experienced the sensation in a mirage, an illusion. Just like a mirage of a pool of water in the middle of a desert. A sensation arises to the mind. Then the mind assigns the pain to a certain shape from which believes the pain comes from. Then the mind tries to match it with something the mind learned previously. Then the mind tries up the sensation to a place on the body, which is also the mirage or illusion known as the body. The sensation is a thought, Chaitasika. The thought does not belong to the body. It lies in the mind. But we tie it to the from rupa or the body. Then we identify that the painful sensation arose from the body. The perception which is mirage, named the point from where the sensation arose from the mind. Now, recognize the part that was named and said that the pain was received from this part of the body, from sound, smell, taste, and the touch senses. Sense on the skin do not give any indication as to where the pain comes from. When we are made to find a place where we are able to touch and say that is the point where the sensation came from, then we tie that part where the sensation came from our body. Now we associate the pain with the body and think we are experiencing the pain in the body. Now we start experiencing pleasurable, painful, dominance or natural sensation in the body, mainly due to our ignorance about the body. The mind does not receive any stimuli, except from sound, smell, taste, or touch feeling. The mind handles only a thing in order, other words, knowing something. So, well, we like this practicing in Dhamma. We always face many errors or many problems. So, our guidance spiritual teach, our spiritual Dhamma guidance teach always our explain the correct path. Then I will wait a moment. Our Buddothpado, our teacher, join with us.
Teruan Samai.
Teruan sir.
Teruan Samai, everybody. This week I think is special. Practical side. Otherwise, yesterday I hear in the Dhamma friend explained that. Otherwise, yeah, it is very, very well. But especially, what is happened here? How is our alive feel is coming? How is our soul is creating? How is this suffering and sadness is happening? Why people suffering, sadness, in sadness? Why they have sadness feel coming? So this whole world today, is struggling. Just few years nearby, you can realize fast few years what happened this world. So Corona is coming. Many people are afraid. So whole world struck. They are going a race. They are thinking like a machine. This whole world, people, where's going? So there's everybody in little childhood. They're studying. We are also studying. And after our mind coming to plan future. What is the future? Kindergarten time, plus teachers asking, what is your hope? What's your dream? The babies are talking. When I was grow up, I like be a doctor. I like be engineer. So many kind of these names, these ideas, little guys, they getting these ideas. They are looking, they are seeing, and they are getting the signal, message. What is the message? So they are looking that someone in a rich, someone in there's a strong characters. So there are someone in poor guys. So some guys are the rich guys. So their mind coming. They automatically come in the race. This system is creating like this, our mind. This is our race, human race. We are studying and we are doing the exams, and we are getting the knowledge. And we are finding the jobs, many kind of jobs, many varieties. What we are doing? What's the ending? Everybody is studying and after grow up and getting the jobs, and they after married and they are another generation. They are so after having a babies and after they are going to eldest. So ending the life after their death. All of them are dead. No? Normally is the situation. What is this life? You also go in that path. Everybody thinking like this. But what happened here? Why you are birth? Where are you coming from? Why you are living? Why you are dead? Why is happening this? Some of them not believing that after the death is going somewhere. So many people believe in gods. So whole world, more people thinking God made this world. It's really God made this world. Where's that God? No, nobody knows. They don't know. But they're thinking, what is the real is? What is the truth? Is this? So how can you believe in? So have you any experience? No. Only the belief. But it's a misconception, misunderstanding, misconception, or it's an illusion. No, it's not there. Why we are believing this? We can think, we can realize. You haven't any experience. So all religion is talking this. After the death, going somewhere. So many people thinking. They want to go head to heaven. So they are praying. They are doing pilgrimage. But they don't like going to heaven. They want good world, good dreams. But it is dream, ever dream. But what is the truth is here? Buddha not telling this. But that is not the Buddha's path. Buddha won't end in this cycle of birth. So that is why Buddha explained the truth. That is why Buddha finding the truth. The words Buddha explained. This is practically, you can experience this. This present moment is the whole story. You can remember your history, but it is only the present moment of thought. You can thinking of future, but it is only the present moment of thought. This present moment thought is not real. That is the case. Why? You can realize. You go back to your childhood and you remind what's happened. How is coming craving? How is coming defilements? You are born in the little time that you have a radiant mind. So there's no any defilements. There's no craving. No. How is coming this? This ill will, there's a attachments, ill will, and delusion is how is coming this ignorance. What is this world? What is this? How are you know? How I know this world? What is the real? That is the kindergarten time we are explaining. Our mind is creation. How is our mind is creation? That's Buddha's explanation. That is the dependent origination. That is Buddha's explanation, this world. The true Dharma. The true Dharma is, this world is your mind. This mind is, every time is creating. Every time, every moment, the thoughts are creating. This thought is the world. This is a thinking world. You are talking about the material. Yeah, you have experience, yeah. But you can realize, what is this material? Okay, today I think this explaining this, our spiritual friend, Buddothpado Dhamma, friend Dr. Kokila. I think Kokila ready, no? To explain this. Join with us, it's okay. Teruan Sarana, Kokila.
Teruan Sarana, Aranwans.
Teruan Sarana. Yes, Kokila. Yeah, you can explain this. Buddothpado Dhamma discourses doing the explaining the mind creation is how is this soul is coming, how is this alive feel is coming, what is this life, no? It's okay, it's Kokila. Teruan Sarana.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Before I commence, I'll pay my homage to the fully awakened one, the Supreme Buddha, and Aran Mahanse, who is our noble friend and the teacher. I think I have talked a bit about this, how this like I tried to explain and took a humble effort to explain how the mind is originated, or what it's some father from a different angle. So I hope someone hearing this and who is only able to understand English would think about this. So the most importantly, it has been a question everywhere: who am I? Or how this mind is created? Why it is so different in each and individual person? And there's like a lot of research going on about this, even though it is very difficult because all the research are lab-based, and someone doing a research paper, they have to prove, and to prove something, you need something solid. But the mind, I don't think anyone can actually do it in a lab environment, but we definitely can understand some of the qualities that we understand from everyday, like day-to-day living. Because day-to-day living, imagine from the day, in the morning, you get up in the morning and imagine how the life is flowing. Each and every time you have an experience, and
You get up, you brush your teeth, you go to the toilet, you maybe make your breakfast and go to whatever you're going. You go to school or you go to work or you go to temple, you go to a shop, whatever. So you are doing something. And in the meantime, you also keep thinking in the background. And apart from those thoughts that keep coming all the time, you can see, you can hear, you can feel. You feel a lot of things, you taste, you smell, and all these experiences from our senses. That's the human experiences. We can't really explain about other animals' experiences because we don't have an idea. Because we can only talk about our senses. If we attach another sense, maybe that we could talk about it, but again, it has restrictions because it's human-made. Human-made. Anything is made by humans. It will be guided through these, guided through our own senses. So our senses, as you know, we have 5 senses and the mind consciousness, which is actually acting as another organ or another sensor, which is a bit difficult to understand to everyone. The mind sensor itself has different outcomes or different properties, I would say. All those properties are guided by the experiences you had before. As I said, you have the ability to, so imagine, as the example I took last time, pineapple. So someone who liked the pineapple, imagine that you are the person who likes the pineapple. Or maybe you are the person who hates pineapple. So whatever the feeling you have, so as an example, we'll take the person who likes it for now as an example. So the person who likes the pineapple, you will see it on the shelf of a shopping center. And as soon as you see it, you can feel, or you might think about it. This is fully ripened. It should be very good. And you will like try hard to buy it, to eat. And you will be thinking about it. Is it good enough? Is it ripened enough? Is it, has people use a lot of chemicals to produce this pineapple? Or is it organic or not? Can I use it for something today? So like that, the thought process will keep happening. All these thought processes are actually the ideas or the things that you have done with it before. Or you have heard about it, or you have thought about it, and you have felt about it, you have seen about it. So all the experiences, you will feel that keep flowing, coming to you, flowing to your system. But the problem is, we don't take it as a system. We take it as, I see the pineapple and I really like it and I want to eat it. I want to buy it and eat it. That's all we think about. With the wrong view, that's what we do. We think that
I'm going to eat the pineapple. So if the pineapple is rotten, you will really get angry, and if it's really good, you will be really happy. So I told a scenario, but do you think this scenario has anything wrong? Not really. There's nothing wrong in that scenario. Only the wrong thing is the feeling of self here, or that you think that you are actually experiencing this episode. This is like a just a process, but you feel that you are experiencing it. You are in that film, even though it is already happening without your control. You feel you are doing it. You feel you are directing this film, even though you don't have any control over that film. So these episodes or the thoughts do occur without any control. They come and go. Only problem is which each thought, the alive feeling is born. So the jati happens, or suffering is brought about. Why this suffering is brought about? What is the truth of suffering? Truth of suffering is that as soon as you feel something is actually experienced by you, or you are taking something, or you're focusing something, when you focus, if you feel that you focused it, and if you feel that it is real, this suffering has arisen, or the jati has arisen, or you have become it. So the pineapple is very important, and you love it, you want to eat it, all that. So you feel that you are alive and you are experiencing the pineapple, the taste, smell, everything. So it's one chitta though. Can you actually, last time also I reiterated this, you can't really eat the pineapple. You just, with your organs, you can only handle a chitta or a thought. Even though you touch something, you can only experience the thought, even though you are touching something, and the touch receptors or the pain receptors or the temperature receptors, they are all getting activated and give you a thought, and you can only appreciate that thought. You can't appreciate the outside, even though we try to believe, or we actually believe in that. We actually have an experience about the outside. So we can't actually appreciate the outside, even though we believe in that. What happens is we appreciate the thought or the perception or the sanya we got from the sensor. So if you keep understanding this, you understand that feeling of self, or the perception of self, or perception of existence, is the truth about suffering. That's the suffering. The outside world or the pineapple has nothing to do with your suffering. People love to believe that. People love to believe that this pineapple brought me suffering. Okay, daughter brought me suffering. The son brought me suffering. Parents brought me suffering, or the partner brought me suffering. We all love to think like that. But the problem is, truth of suffering is actually the feeling of existence, or feeling of self. So that you feel the duality, you feel that there is a sufferer and there is something else to suffer, to feel, to experience. And so Lord Buddha actually explained in Four Noble Truths also the truth of suffering and truth of the cause of suffering. What's the cause of the suffering? Cause of the suffering is craving. So if you have something because of ignorance, if you take something as real or fixed, or if you have an experience that you feel different to, you feel the duality, that suffering has arisen at the same time. And the truth of the cause of suffering, the craving, last time also I told you, if there is a thing or experience that gives you a feeling, craving, unfortunately do occur. Craving is actually something that you don't have to live with, but it occurs due to ignorance, because as soon as there's duality, that you feel that there is self, you can't help craving. You can't do anything about that craving which has arisen. So craving already has started to give you trouble if you feel that there is something to crave for. That's the self of existence, feeling of self or perception of self that brings upon this. So actually speaking, this suffering is actually I tried to tell you this last time also, that when this pineapple becomes like a real thing in your system, this other system, that another vibration is there, which is actually coexisting with the or getting a telepathy effect because of that. That's the feeling of existence you get from craving. So when there is craving, the raga, dvesha, moha is already there in different ways. It can be subtle, it can be very obvious. Very obvious, it's really easy to detect. You can even kill someone for the pineapple if you really crave that hard. But craving can be very subtle. You will not even reach for the pineapple, and still, if you have the perception of the sanya for the pineapple in your mind, still your mind, because the sanya or the perception of the pineapple is still there, craving will still go on, but it's in a milder form. It's a different form, but you still will have that. It's actually called that in a different way. All the time, this craving can cause another craving to become. That's bhavatanha. So that every time this one chitta is formed, you will have a craving for another chitta, because the craving would be there for the existence. So you just crave for the existence too. That's really dangerous, because that's where this cycle of birth keep continuing and keep continuing and keep continuing, because of the craving for existence. Why do we have that craving? Because of that. That is because of the ignorance, because we think we actually exist and then crave for that. In each thought, we have this craving. In each thought, we like to become of that thought. And the feeling of existence we actually kind of enjoy that feeling of existence. That's the problem of Bhavatanha, craving for becoming or craving for existence. So Lord Buddha explained that there's truth of the end of suffering. And that's so beautiful, because people would think, no, we can't get rid of this craving, or we can't get rid of this feeling of existence. No, Lord Buddha said, you can. That's the beauty of Buddhism, or not like classic. I'm talking about this actual Dhamma. He was relating to all the other beings. So there's an end of suffering, which is great. Otherwise, people will never understand there's an end to this feeling of existence or the perception of existence. You can end it. But if you end it without actually fighting the ignorance or knowing what ignorance is, you will actually go into another extreme where you have a craving for not becoming or vibhavatanha. So you don't want the pineapple because you like it so much. You hate the pineapple because you love it so much. That's not the point. That doesn't make any sense, and it will not end the suffering. The more you understand about the ignorance, more you understand that the end of craving is the end of suffering. It's very tricky though, because it's not the end of craving for pineapple. That's the people get misled. They try to actually, I want to stop craving pineapple. Okay, that's so easy and looks easy. And they try to do that. They try to do that by avoiding the pineapple, doing some meditation, sitting down, okay, doing meditation. I don't want pineapple. I like it so much, but I'm not going to be beaten by this pineapple. I'm going to end craving for pineapple. That's what people try to do. If they love money, they will be like, no, I'm going to end the craving for money. But the problem is, Dhamma is actually talking about this feeling of existence, because it's actually about truth of the end of suffering. It's not actually speaking about end of craving to these things. It's end of craving to feeling of existence, or the vibration you feel inside that you are existing. How do you end that? That's where you need to listen to some Dhamma that will explain about this feeling of existence, or the perception of existence, or the Atma Sanya in that case, in Sinhala. So, to end suffering, you need to end craving. To end craving, you need to understand what made you to crave. What made you to crave this feeling of existence? That's because of the ignorance that it's actually existing. The more you feel that you're existing, you can't help craving about that, because it's ignorance making you to feel that there is someone here. There's someone here experiencing outside, someone here experiencing inside, someone here thinking, someone here doing things, someone here talking, someone here giving a speech, someone here touching something, someone here eating or drinking or smelling, or in that case, seeing something, hearing something. So this, you have to understand Dhamma and actually find about this ignorance. What are you ignorant of? You have to understand there is a truth there somewhere which you haven't heard before. You haven't heard this before. If you have heard this before, we will not be here talking like this with these 5 senses, or 6 senses in that case with the mind center. So what is a path? Lord Buddha talked about a path, truth of the path that leads to the end or the cessation of suffering. So how can you end the feeling of existence? How can you feel there's nothing as duality? There's nothing, no duality, or the vibration inside your body. That more you understand that vibration is formed or dependently originated, you will know that the craving goes away. You can't really do anything about the craving. You just have to wait and see how the craving goes away itself. And there's a path. What is the path? First, you have to understand this. That's the right view. You have to understand. You have to have some help from a noble friend to understand that there is a right view. What is the right view? That's actually how this vibration inside a person, or the feeling of, or the perception of existence arise. It arises from dependent origination with the ignorance of not knowing that it's a magic, and it's actually here. You tend to live in that magic, not knowing that it's a magic. I told you that before last time. So when you have right view about how this is formed, you slowly tend to get rid of the craving, because end of craving is the end of suffering. There should be something or someone or a thing or experience for you to crave, which is you have taken as real or existing. If you take something as existing, you are there. I told you about 3 times that in the one last like a discussion. If you feel something is existing, you are alive, or you are there too. So the right view and right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right mindfulness, right concentration, in all these is word right. What does that mean? So actually, you have to do everything without the sense of existence. First, you have to actually get rid of this wrong view that there is self. That is where you actually become a stream winner. Stream winner means that you get rid of this wrong view and you come to right view on that moment to understand that there is no self. It's just a thought that we have just another thought that we feel. But it is so powerful because this has been fueled in each cycle of birth. It has been practiced so much, this view, the wrong view is so strong. So some people actually struggle to get into this right view because the formation of me, myself, or this vibration inside a person, you can look at it in a wrong way and think, yes, I am here. Why are you saying I'm not here? I'm here. Yes, because you feel it, because you feel the vibration inside you. But friends, what Lord Buddha told was there is an end to suffering, which is beautiful. There's an end to suffering. So end to suffering is a path to end the suffering. So the path is to actually understand and actually have the right view. It starts from there. So actually path starts from becoming a stream winner. So you understand that this is a process, and you understand every time you get something really as existing, you exist, and suffering exists, and craving exists. But slowly, when you try to do things, that's the actually path, is where you try to actually, after understanding the view, you practice. This is where the practice comes into place, because practice is needed to fight with the practice we had for in every chitta which happened before in cycle of birth. Every chitta had the habit of feeling this existence, feeling of existence, or the perception, or the vibration. You're so used to that. That's the addiction we have. That's the primary or basic addiction we have, or habit we have, which we can't beat. So you need a thorough, very consistent path to get rid of that habit, because you need to think without you. We need to speak without you. We need to do actions without you. You need to do your occupations without you. You need to do the mindfulness even without you. You need to do the concentration without you. So friends, it's not easy, but you need the guidance. You may need the guidance. Not you may, actually you need the guidance throughout how to do this, because we have done this abhisankara, or the practice of jati, or the practice of becoming, or practice of craving with ignorance for a long time. Even though we have the right view, it's difficult to beat this atma sanya, or the feeling or the perception of existence, because we have a habit now to beat, to get this. Each time we do something, we tend to get the feeling of existence. But when we go in this path, when you try to do this, so even the effort to do this should be right effort, because it should be done without. But because a stream winner has the right view, everything becomes easy, because when you have the right view, you don't label it as, or you don't feel it as, I am doing. If you feel that you are doing something in the path that leads to cessation of suffering, friends, that could be wrong, because you can't really do anything. You just have to keep understanding what is happening, and then when you have the right view, things do occur. They just happen. You just have to do this though, because there's a path. That means there's a practice. You have to practice to think without your feeling of existence, or you have to practice to think without you in there. You have to practice to do that, and when you do that, you slowly understand, oh, okay, this is just a process. Even though I'm not there, it is happening. I still get up and brush my teeth, go to the kitchen, do the stuff there, and get dressed and go to work. So even with the right view, you just keep doing the same things, but there's no self. And more you understand this, more you become less craving. It just automatically happens. More you understand this path, more you end the craving. It's a slow process though, because we are actually slow in understanding this. In the past, in Lord Buddha's time, there were people who understood it by one word or 2-3 words, but we are struggling. So we need the support of others who kind of has gone in that path before us. So that's a noble friend. That's why Lord Buddha said noble friends is very important in this path. Even though there's dependent origination, if you don't understand it, it's useless because it's just a few words to you. But if you know someone who understands that, then it is easy for you to understand, okay, this is about the vibration you feel inside, and that suffering, actually there's a cause for suffering. That's the craving you get because you took everything seriously. You took everything as not as an episode of this film, or just took it seriously and real. So any experience you took as real, you are living, and that's suffering. And to end the craving, the path should be practiced with the start of right view. So friends, in there, I would actually like to tell you, I just touched on the Four Noble Truths, but I would like to tell you, anyone who is trying to understand this Dhamma, keep on listening to Dhamma, don't give up even though you don't understand. And then try to experience things. Try to experience things. Try to actually look into the things that you do in a different angle. Am I doing this, or is this happening already? Am I doing a mathematical calculation, or is it happening already? The system is working, even though you thought that there is someone doing it. It's actually a system which works very well to give that mirage effect, to believe that there is someone doing it. So all the humans are in that mirage or the magic. So everyone acts as everyone is actually doing it, or actually talking. Actually, I am talking, I am doing this, I am thinking. So it's such a complex thing, even though few people will understand that it's actually not me doing it. It's a process which automatically happens anyway. And you, as soon as you understand this fully, this craving already start to go away. Gradually it goes away. Craving, the amount of craving you have is depending on whatever the things that you are ignorant of. That means the more you beat the ignorance, more you understand the right view, more you beat the craving. So friends, if you actually want to understand the truth of suffering and truth of the cause of suffering, which is craving, and how to end the craving and the path, listen to Dhamma, and Arun Wahanse gives an account of how the mind is formed and how this view, wrong view, has happened. Because it's an automatic thing. When you feel something is outside, automatically you feel that I am experiencing it. It's a natural thing to happen. But only with wisdom you can actually get this right view, that actually this duality is a mirage itself. So friends, I invite you, all of you, to listen to Dhamma, understand Dhamma, and enter this path for cessation of suffering. May Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your explanation and your experience. You have experience. That's a special. That's a experience is not a believing. No, it is very worth. So everybody wants this experience. So first, everybody wants listening. What is that happen here? We are explaining. First, want to be understand, listening, and you see, it's not believing. You don't believe this. You can experience. So everybody can experience this. So our Dhamma friend, we know she have experience. That is why she explaining this. She explaining her experience. Not only the that's a knowledge. This experience. We know that. That's she have experience and she explain others. You can experience it. This is true. Not to believe in this is true. It's happening. You have craving. Everybody have difference. So it's fading. And finally, tranquility is calm, peaceful, calm, mind. Because the understanding, that is the Buddha's awaken to the moment, super awaken. The super awaken is what is here? Nothing here. So this is the process. Our mind is a process. We want to understand how is this creating? How is these feelings are coming? Why we are sad, suffering? So it's especially this one is especially. So we don't know this. We are like a blind. That is why. You don't know what happened to you. You thinking after the death you are going somewhere. But it's not true. True is this present moment is the only the moment. But you don't know this. After the death, what happened? This is an unbelievable one. This is a frequency. Your mind is not like you thinking style. Your mind is not any other life or any other soul or anything. It's vibrations. It's happening that same telepathy. So like a waves, radio waves, that frequency. Like that is circle of birth is happening. The waves. This is your LI field is like your LI field is a vibration like that. Waves like that. It's a power is generating. System. This is happening automatically. No one is doing this natural phenomenon here. It's special. You won't understand. it's a rare thing. It's not easy. Understand. But you can. You know the truth is okay. This present moment is only the moment. This present moment is the happening everything. This present moment is something existent feel you have. That's your journey, cycle of birth. Suffering. But this present moment is not happening that the existent feel is not coming. That's the ending of your cycle of birth. This is special. This is unbelievable. This power, there's a power generating automatically. This moment to moment power is generating. But power is not generating. This every moment is not constructing the power. Not vibration is happening. That's a cycle of birth in ending. That's unbelievable, yeah. Our thoughts is the everything. Our thought is not existent. It's not. That's all. You know that thought is sound and forms together. That's one is the thought. The sound from any living being? No. Sound is a sound. There's a form. It's a picture. Is that only the picture? These senses are 5 senses. There's a feel. There's a skin sensor and the smell sensor and your taste. Tongue is sensor. These are creating the senses. This power is generated. But what is that power? Is existent field. That's the existent field is there's a effort. Cause and effort term is here. There's a vibration is here. Sensors are working. There's a vibrations. It's a cause and effort is the existent field. That effort is the cause. The effort. Another step is the effort. That's the existent field is the cause. Effort is the alive field. It's like a circle. It's happening. This chain like that. That's the dependent. Just like a chain. These are ignorance. This is not real, but it is happening. It's a power only. But we are talking about the alive, the soul, but not non-soul is here. This is the happening. Not easy. We know that. You can experience. Every moment is happening. This, but you understood this Dhamma is not happening. Because you know that this is not truth. This is not permanent anything. Anything is not real. That is the gone, the existent field. That is okay after you can see, you can hear, everything normally is happening, but not value is coming. That value is the existent field. Otherwise, it is the alive field. That is the soul. But everything is gone. Nothingness. Finally, is tranquility. That is the Nibbana. It's not easy. You want to experience. First you want to know, second you want to experience. You want to know this true Dhamma is the Satya Jnana. The second one is the Krutya Jnana. It's a practical. You want to experience that. There's a third one is the Kruta Jnana. That one is the tranquility. Finally is endless happiness. Because you haven't a death or birth. These are the thoughts only. It's not real. You are thinking. But every moment is happening. That's your thought is creating. It's otherwise thought is that's how sound and forms. It's not there. So that is why nothing is there. No being, no living being, nothing exists. So these Dhamma friends are they have experience. That is why they are explaining. It's okay. We can discuss again. It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. We can join tomorrow again. And thank you, our Dr. Kokila and everybody. We can join tomorrow and discuss. Okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. We discuss about the Dhamma are still joining us. The Buddha preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that believing in any of these two aramunu that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. So, supposing we receive an image of a book, and if we believe that in truly six exist outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book truly exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance, the pure truth, also known as avidya, which make us believe in the outside samudaya. It is only because of your ignorance of the pure part. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance, and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of love, desire, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. Craving tanha or knowing a book can reside. On there is a book outside, you definitely tend to get attached to it, or you would dislike it. If you believe in the book, you see outside, then craving, clinging, birth, old age, death, sorrow, and lamentation will follow. To avoid going to all this suffering, how could you use this thought to realize this truth? Can you use this thought to come out of your suffering? We will teach you how to do that. You have to see the truth in the thought. You have to observe that there is no book outside. You have to know that outside is only an illusion. The book is seen within the samudaya, which is an illusional mundane world. This mundane world does not exist outside. The book is only a thought, it does not exist outside. And the thought too is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. If you have the wisdom to see all the above qualities in an aramunu or stimuluses, and if you have thoroughly understood and the Dhamma, then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Krutya Jnana, which in turn will lead to Kritya. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist. You don't exist. You need to eliminate your Sakkadrishtiya. You have to recognize that everything that you experience to feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain the realization that there is no you automatically move on to develop the Pruthanyana. Pruthanyana means you realize that this illusion is created only by the six senses. And you clearly see the Nimitti Subhave and the six senses. When you have the wisdom on the Pruthanyana, you just don't do anything. The seeing on the illusion automatically happiness. Automatically happiness means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Krutajnana, the moment you receive an aramunu from any one of senses, you will immediately be able to realize that the book which you see outside is only thought, that it does not exist outside, and then you let go of that thought. When you let go of one thought, it is similar to letting go on long string of consecutive thoughts that arise in the mind consciousness. To come to this stage of Krutajnana, you should be a Sotapanna. Only a person who has delayed the wisdom of Sotapanna and Anagami could come to point of Krutajnana. If we explain it even further, we could say that only person who has particularly experienced the pure path, a person who has dropped off his concept of self, and the person who is on the path to nirvana can be at the stage of Krutajnana or at the stage of wisdom. At the stage of Krutajnana, you should already have the realization that the stimulus aramunu that comes from outside or the book seen outside is only a sanya, a perception that has been introduced to your mind consciousness before. You should also know very well that perception of a book is something that was not introduced to you at this moment. The preparation of a book was something that was introduced to you before. Also, you must have a very clear understanding the respect for the thought that was formed. At this moment, there is no other thought. You always have only one thought, and you should also know that the thought of form only in this moment. You should also have a very clear understanding that there is nothing as the moment entire. And you should have understanding and the wisdom that not even a book exists at this moment. It is an illusion. When you arrive at this point of wisdom, you will awaken to the moment of the pure truth that truly nothing exists at all. When you awaken to the moment, you will experience your nothingness, the Shunyatava. Okay? Like we just continue our when we can practice in our Dhamma, always we face the very problem. Our Buddothpado spiritual guidance teacher always in the correct path to Nirvana. So, we wait a moment, we learn our Sejam Kasi, Tivasaranai.
Terang Sangai. Terang Sangai. Do you hear me? Menasa, you hear me?
Aruna sir. Okay, we
Therun
hear.
Sanai. Yeah, it's
Terun
okay.
Sana sir, here we are.
Therun Sanai, everybody. Yesterday is, we hear that uh, our Dharma friend explained the another step of dependent origination. This dependent origination is, I think, everything have. So, Four Noble Truth also there. So, this dependent origination is Buddha explained this word. Just never heard before. Dhamma is that's first time is Dhamma Chakkapavatana Sutra. Yeah, Tripitaka, how you can search. So Buddha explained that first time Dhamma Chakkapavatana Sutras, 5 teachers after became a Buddha. What explained this whole word? This insight meditation. You know, this insight meditation is not a concentration meditation. This insight meditation is the special. So what happened today? Today people try to understand what is the real dependent origination. There's a struggling here, the whole world. So some people talking concentration meditation is Buddha's word, but it's not Buddha's word. But people are going that path. They are thinking Buddha done. Yeah, Buddha did it. Before came a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa. What is doing? Siddhartha Tapasa and other 5 teachers also, their concentration meditation is practically they are going that. They are finding the samadhi, yeah, they have samadhi, but not ending the suffering. So that is why Buddha less that 5 teachers. That is especially whole world won't realize this. Why we are talking about concentration meditation is not a Buddha's explain. Buddha's Buddha's it is not a Buddha's finding. It is not a Buddha's way. So before came a Buddha, that Siddhartha Tapas also did this, but it not ending the suffering, because it's okay. That's a samadhi is there. There's a mundane plane. Yeah, they are in a samadhi, but not the ending the suffering. That is the case. So Buddha explained the insight meditation. So someone who won't go this path, Nibbana path, it's okay. Someone doing first earlier concentration meditation is okay. Some small period is doing is okay. It's not the all of this way. It's not enough. It's the beginning is okay. So because your mind is some coming silence are coming this way, but inside meditation worth that concentration meditation. Yeah, it's okay, but inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding what is this, what is the truth here. We don't know the truth. We are in misconception. We are misunderstanding. So we are in the illusion. So how is not the truth? How is happen the Nibbana? It's not happening. That is why don't hear in the Dhamma. Yeah, after you can understand what is the truth here. That's the truth is your mind is the everything. Your mind is this world is mindful world. How is this happening? You know, there's a radiant mind is the before kindergarten little child. How that's a little baby don't know anything. So there's the radiant mind. there's no any uh, any defilements, because that's radiant mind haven't a faith. Radiant mind don't know anything. That is the pure time. That's a clean. That's a white sheet like that, crystal clear. Yeah, that's radiant mind is the radiant mind. It's not radiant mind don't know anything. That's a little child. Everybody beginning. That's the point. So after what happened, radiant mind. After what happened in the garden time, is this word is coming. How is this word is coming? Thus, kindergarten teachers given the pictures eye and given the sound ear. That's the sound and forms together. That is the thoughts are creating. That's the thought is the thinking world. Is the thoughtful world. Is the mind world. So this is the truth. So first someone understood this truth. After what happened? So someone don't know this truth is an illusion. There's a defilement is there. But someone understand this. Defilements are fading. Finally, what happened is the tranquility. That's the Nibbana part. So this dependent origination is our senses. Senses are creating. That's the thoughts are is the effort. Is the thoughts is the cause. Others is another step is the your soul is the effort. What is the soul is alive feel. So that is the you feel. Ego. That's the egoistic. Otherwise, it's coming. How is this coming? Is this world is you have world, you have many things, you have defilements. You haven't anything. Where's the defilements? You are suffering. So you understand what is happening here. You understand is this world is not real. It's a thoughts. It's a thinking world. So after what happened, nothing existed, anything, nothing alive feel is coming. So that is the way. So this is the short form explaining is dependent origination. So that is how is coming your suffering and sadness. This is a style. This is the system. This is the process. Is your mind. Is creation. So that's the final is the suffering is coming. So how is this ending? Ending is you won't understand your mind. So it's okay. Finally, what happened? Finally, everything is clear. Your defilements are fading. Is you are in tranquility, peaceful. That's the Nibbana. Somewhere the firing is gone. It's okay, cool. No, your mind is finally coming cool. The peaceful world is the ending. The whole people are in peacefully. So today everywhere the war signal is coming. So Israel and Iran and so these people going wrong. This world is going wrong. Why is this war? Why is people thinking like this? Is your mind? Is everybody's the egoistic, the mind? So that is why they are attacking. So it's not good. So someone understood this Dharma. What is Buddha's explain is every war is gone. Yeah, it's very worth to today also. This mind also not a real. It's not permanent. That is why. That's a silly point. It's a silly things. No, someone understood this is a silly things. What is this life? It's not like that. So we invite today also explain this. Another step is okay. Therwan Sarnai, my Dhamma friend.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah,
Please accept my humble worship ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Actually, we are sharing the true Dhamma message we received from our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Just now you listen to our Aryan Wahanse. Actually, whatever the content or the example or the concept like, vibration, these radiant minds, all that what we are discussing here is really not our wisdom or not our knowledge. All those wisdom came from our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, that is our spiritual guidance teacher. So therefore, if you have any question, the best thing is you need to approach our spiritual guidance teacher. What we try here is actually we are taking a humble effort somehow to deliver that message to you. But what we are discussing here somehow or the other, belongs to actually our Aryan Vahanse, spiritual guidance teacher. But the certain places there can be, because sometimes we may interpret the way we realize, but I think we are trying our level best to, explain the same thing. But I think there can be certain situation our teacher, the spiritual guidance teacher, needs to, improve this content. So whenever, sometimes during my speech, so I request our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse to improve then and there. So it will be helpful for everyone. Right. So today also we'll continue the discussion. So I request whole world to research this Dhamma part because this Dhamma is highly practical. That is the difference I see in this Dhamma. That's why I also became a follower in this Dhamma, because I see a reality, oh, this is highly practical. So as Aryan Vahanse just explained, we were also, doing the concentration meditation for some time back. But after we, complete that, we back again have this Raga Dvesha Moha experience. So but this one, of course, we see a greater difference because we can clearly see our moha, our, delusion, that is being gradually reduced, because we know when the moha or the delusion is present, all the problems comes. So that's why I invite everyone to, come and research this, because this is very interesting. And you will definitely benefit out of this. Then anybody who observe this Dhamma will, experience a complete change day by day. So that is the most important. That's why we say this is Sandittika Dhamma. So actually what we are sharing is the experimental experience of our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Right. Now we'll start the same discussion as yesterday. So now we know this mind sensor. Actually, there is nothing called mind sensor. But I thought to, today to touch upon this a bit. But because when we explain, we have to always refer to a thing. Otherwise, we can't explain this Dhamma. So we have been discussing other sensors like, eye sensor, nose sensor. But today, let's look at this mind sensor. Actually, mind sensor is like a stream. So what happens is naturally one after the other, thoughts will flow to your mind. So that I think you can experience. If you never had experience of a thought, you just, take a moment and maybe 5 minutes and you just observe your thoughts. Then you will see thoughts are flowing. One after the other, different thoughts are flowing. So it is natural for thoughts to arise from the mind sensor. Yeah, right. So sometimes you will get a thought to go to the garden. So that is the arise of mind consciousness, right? Then what happened? Now your eye consciousness will arise and mind consciousness will recognize the direction to the garden. Then what happened? Then your body consciousness will arise and automatically your hands, legs will be moved according to a pattern or a rhythm towards the garden. If you really see that rhythm, that hand and leg movement rhythm, we know that rhythm is not something we do by thinking. I mean, it's happened automatically, isn't it? I mean, you practice and see, because it is we think, no, we work, but actually from the body consciousness, that movement happened towards the end point. Then what happened? Then you are back again, your eye consciousness will arise and mind consciousness will recognize you are in the garden, because we know eye consciousness cannot recognize the image. So it has a kind of a photo only, no? So then mind consciousness will recognize, okay, now you have arrived the destination point. So now what happened? Now actually I need to discuss a bit more about these thoughts, how the thought flowing happen. So now when you are, now you are in the garden and now you are looking at the same thing, no? Maybe you are now looking the same garden. So what happens when you are looking at the same thing longer, then you get another thought. Now enough. Go and watch television. Now see, because what happens is your system needs energy, your system need or derives energy from the sense of pleasures, no? So the moment you are seeing the same thing, automatically you get bored and then another thought comes, right? So now you understand, when you are looking at the same thing, your sense of pleasures gradually reduces. Then your system needs more energy, right? Therefore, now a different thought came for you to go and watch television. Then still it will not end. Then after sometimes what happened? Another thought will come to drink maybe a fruit juice. Then another thought will come to read a newspaper. So you will complete that. Then another thought will come to have a bath. Right? Then another thought will come to go and eat something. Right? Then another thought will come, I must stay with my child for a while. So we can understand the thoughts will flow one after the other. Thoughts will flow one after the other, inviting you for sense of pleasures. So the variation of sense of pleasures, you know, this variation, this is the important thing. So this system requires a variation of sense of pleasures. The variation of sense of pleasures kind of a fuel energy to your system, because that, as Aryan Mahanse explained, that live feeling, because the sense of pleasure gives you a live feeling. That is the energy. That is actually you. Right? Now what happens here is, you know, because now your level of craving for sense of pleasures need to be maintained kind of in the system constantly, no? Craving is like a battery acid for a car battery. So you need to have tanha, craving, no? So that's what forms the energy to your body. So what happens? You are keep on your system invite you for sense of pleasures. So due to our ignorance, we do not know actually we are satisfying this craving. We are giving battery acid for the car battery. We are trying to maintain the battery acid level. We are not thinking in that way. Instead, we always give a high value. I mean, that happens naturally in the system. The moment you are in avidya, that happens. So we try to give very prominence to satisfy all these. So you never think these thoughts are different different, thoughts. Everything as my thought. Naturally, you take everything as my thought. That's why you take everything as I feel, I see, I smell, I touch. So naturally, what will happen? Naturally, your craving keep rises. So the more you crave, what will happen? The more you suffer, right? So now what happens, I will explain you. So somebody can say, no, it is good. I am okay. I will continue to enjoy the life as it is, and I don't want anything else to hear. But look what will happen. Now you live in a happy world, right? You live in a very happy world. And after some times, when you are at the deathbed, now your same mind comes and say, oh, how can I leave this world? I have few more minutes to left. So I can't leave my house, my happy place, my beautiful garden, my children. I can't leave. So what will happen? Your level of vibration at this point would not be peaceful. So it will be unbearably at a high level. And now you can understand at this point, your craving for existence would be very high. Because you need to stay in this world. You don't want to go. So actually, as per our spiritual guidance teacher wisdom, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, that this particular part actually, I think Aryan Wahanse will add. Because what Aryan Wahanse explain is, when somebody dies, right? When somebody dies, the vibration will keep continue. I mean, there will not be loss of the vibration to vibration. So instead, what happens? The body will change. The vibration will keep continue, and the body will change. So I can't explain anything more than that. But we need to understand the reality. So that's very important. We listen to Dhamma because we never know what's going to happen. So we lost in samsara just because we crave for the existing world. Right, I think let me today also explain you a bit about how the senses works, because we realize there is no way. The only way for us is to understand Dhamma and to get rid of this thought, because entire world you will get or you will experience as a thought. So if we see the reality of a thought, that all these thoughts are just sounds and forms, so then within ourselves we will feel a relief from all these attachment. Therefore, I'll continue my discussion today on explaining senses. So now, if you take your body is like a sensor system. So sensor, eye sensors, in the eye sensitivity we call Chakku Prasada. Then ear sensitivity we call Sota Prasada. And then nose sensitivity we call Grana Prasada. Then tongue sensitivity we call Jivha Prasada. Then body sensitivity we call Kaya Prasada, and the Mano sensor. So Mano sensor now we explain. So once what happened is, once exposed to vibrations, this sensor will continue to spark. Okay, it will continue to spark. So that is the nature of the sensor. You need to understand that is the nature of the sensor, because it will spark. So there is nothing called sensor. Actually, the arising of the sensor is the arising of consciousness at each sensor level. That also you need to understand. So this is like a producing center. Oh, this sensor is like a factory. So what it produce? It produce seeing, it produce hearing, it produce smell, it produce taste, it produce cold, and it produce warmth. So these are kind of input, no? Input to the input your system. So you may have experience, I think, fingerprint machine. So fingerprint machine, you will put your finger there, but at at same moment, some scanning image will, occur, no? It is not that outside thing came to, to the system. So the system, that particular computer system form a kind of, fingerprint image. So something like that. What happens here is that the sensor forms, sensor forms these Varana Rupa, Shabda Rupa, we say Gandha Rupa, Rasa Rupa. So at sensor stage, something is formed. But only thing is, it is just a feeling only. Now, for example, if you eat chili, that hot or that spicy flavor will felt. Then some fragrance, that fragrance will be felt. But the issue is, I mean, this cannot identify whether it is chili or not. So your tongue cannot identify whether it is chili or not. So that is recognized by the mind consciousness. Then at the same time, let's say you get a feeling of a fragrance, then that is the nose sensitivity, rise of the nose sensitivity. So what happens there is, it is just a feeling only. I mean, it will not recognize whether it is jasmine or rose or something else. So the recognition part always happens at the mind consciousness level. Now you need to understand about your factories or about your production centers. So these production centers you can't control. That's why we say you cannot say it is my production center. You can't say my eye, my nose. Why? Because you can't control. Why we say you can't control? I mean, the moment you open your eyes, you know whether you want to look at those or not. Still, your eye will start, your sensor will expose to vibration. And then the lightning process will occur at the sensor and it will form a light. So we say it is Varana Rupa, but it cannot identify what is the shape or what is these colors. Nothing it can identify what this is. It cannot identify. So other thing is, these sensors has their own limitations. It is not, some outside thing, created. This is sensor create according to its limitations. Why we say like that? Right? Just assume you are going to replace one of your eye with the eye of a bird. Then I will ask you to look at the same world, from one of the eye, then one eye at a time. So then what will happen? So the world created at each sensor would be totally different. Totally different. So, some people, they are colorblind. So they cannot see colors. So that means it is not that outside red or blue or green comings to the eye. Right? So what's happened here? It is the light is created in your sensor, and if your sensor doesn't support the creation, you will not have a red world, you will not have a blue world, you will not have a colorful world. So you need to understand the limitation of your sensor. And if you take cow see the world red. Then if you take bird, birds have different views. If you are interested, you can search the internet and see what's the reality. So what all this means? World is created in the sensor. That is salayatana loko refers to that. World is created in the sensor. But you think you look at outside. Actually, world is created in your sensor. It is not the outside world. It is created in the sensor. Right? So actually, we can say the moment you open your eyes, the world created in your sensor, and at a fraction of second it disappears. It is not the same world you are looking. World created then and there and disappear. Again created, disappear. So you have not seen the same world twice. So understanding this part really helps you. So that's why this is not a belief. So we never say that you see the path we are discussing this. Actually, we are discussing this in anatma corner, selflessness angle. This right angle is very important. We never say outside doesn't exist. We never say outside exists. Those are extremes. Actually, we never know whether outside exists or outside doesn't exist. Because what we experience is what is created in the sensor. So this is cause and effect. So when there are causes, this sensor will create the form. And this form will transform, into, that is the vibration, then this vibration will transform and derive the mind consciousness. So then that mind consciousness is a current, there itself it disappears. So back again the same process happens. So you get a live feeling because this happens. I mean, one thing is due to the spark, because spark occur, if you get a one thought, in that single thought, so there are trillion, billions of sparks. So due to that, you don't feel this is not real. But if you get a very slow motion of what is happening, you will see the reality. Right. So another thing we need to highlight is, it is normal. It is normal for the sensor to have feeling. That you can remember our chili example. So when you eat chili, your sensor will feel spicy and hot. So that sensor feeling is a natural process. But your mistake is what? You take that as I feel. That sensor pleasure you take as I feel. The moment you get as I feel, then the carving, attachment, all that will occur. So that is Paticcasamuppada. So I'll tell you, this is a very interesting quote. Most of the time we can hear in Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma speech. That is what Lord Buddha told to Bahir, right? Actually, just by hearing very few lines, Bahir became Arahat. So I'll also tell the same thing to you. What was told. Now, Bahir. Thus, should you train yourself in what is seen, there should be only the seen. In heard, there should be only the heard. In what is sense, sense means smell, taste, or touch. In what is sense, there should be only what is sense. In the cognizing, there should be only the cognizing. So here the idea of Here the meaning is, idea is that you normally get idea, no, I am seeing, I am hearing, I am smelling, I am tasting, I am touching, I am cognizing. All that part is removed. Actually, the concept, the ego, that ego, I-ness, that comes due to your ignorance. Because you take all these, sense feelings as I. You connect, right? So actually there is no Atma. Atma is a belief. So you will realize that if you really see how your mind is formed. So there is no place for Atma. Atma is another thought. So in a moment we'll explain that part also. But before that, I just want to say a few things. And now you see, Bahya became Arahat just by listening to these few words. That means what? One would ask, whether these few lines include all Dhamma for him to become Arahat. One can question. Do you have Patisamuppada, Chaturarya Satya, all these Sutra, Tripitaka, whether all this is included here? If it is not included, how Bahya became Arahat? Actually, everything is included here. Why? Because, we have to remember the depth of the word, the depth of. So understanding the depth of that word is your wisdom. So you will find all Dhamma there. But if you just, on the face of it, if you read, you will not find that depth. So therefore, you have to be very careful, no? Especially when you run through the Buddha statement. So the each word will carry more depth, and that depth will find only by the wisdom. Right. So now I will come to my part. So now see, when I'll give you a small example, this lime picker. So when I say lime picker, what happened? Right, I'll tell the word lime pickle. So when I say lime pickle, what happened? Now your Atma or your self is born in the lime pickle. Because why? Now your mind consciousness is what? Just see, now your mind consciousness is lime pickle. So when I say ice cream, what happened? Now your self is born in ice cream. Right? When I say lime pickle again, now your mind is lime pickle. When I say ice cream again, now your mind is ice cream. So your mind consciousness means that. Your mind is that. So there is no other self. Yourself, if you think that mind is you, that mind consciousness is you, so you were really born with the lime pickle, and your death was also there, and then back again you born in the ice cream. Now see, so what we are trying to explain here is, whenever object present, when I say object, arambane, that can be anything. It is a name now you have given to, like pencil or box or father, mother or sun, moon, all are object. It is one Dhamma, all are object. It is you that who has given various, a name for all these. But it is one Dhamma. So what we try to explain here is, whenever object present, your mind become them. That object is your mind. And if you think you are there, then that is you. That object is you. When a book is there, that book is you. So when you look at the table, that table is you. So this is what is happening to us all the time, right? Actually, the belief or Atma or self is another thought. It is another thought. So I'll explain that. So now we know when we look at a particular thing, particular object, maybe a book. So arising of the mind consciousness is one type of a vibration, one type of a transform vibration, a thought, right? So what happened? Which recognize outside book, let's say book as real. It will recognize whatever the object as real. Then what happened? Then the same moment, another vibration is formed. That means another different thought is formed saying, I see the book. Then another one saying, it is my book. So all these are different thoughts, different vibration. This is what is happening. So your I means what you are thinking. So you see an object and from another thought you are thinking, I see the book. Then from another thought you are thinking, it is my book. This is what's happening to you. So you will not find another I. This I is an illusion. So we need to understand our body is like a circuit, right? And it sparks all the time. It sparks. You can't control that happening because automatically this human body is exposed to vibration mechanism. So it generates thoughts. Therefore, thoughts also you can't control because automatically thought is a spark. So that also naturally form in the same circuit system. But that thought dies there itself. But we think there is I-ness. That wrong view, I think, may be introduced to us. Maybe the first day we stand in front of the mirror, yesterday also I told, so I-ness was introduced to the system. So we live with that wrong view. But we need to understand all thoughts, whatever the thoughts, it can be anything. All thoughts have no meaning. They are just sounds and forms generated through a vibration system. So we continue to suffer. Why then? Why we suffer? We continue to suffer believing I-ness is present in our system. So unnecessarily we tied up I to this natural thought process. So this wrong view is called Sakkaya Ditti, or we say Atma Drushtiya. Actually, I'll tell you again, you have to study this in, right angle. That this is Anatma doctrine we are discussing. So when you formulate your thinking pattern or the thought process to study this, never believe. I mean, don't try to just we say, don't believe that there is no self. That should not happen. This is not that kind of a Dhamma. What you need to understand is, okay, this is the world creates then and there. The world creates then and there. So then you realize it is the mental world. So that is the mind consciousness, that is sounds and forms. So it will derive some feelings. Then that is what actually your feeling is. But there is no I here. That I, if you think that is I-ness is present, that means it is also another thought. So back again, any thought have no value, no? All the thoughts are sound and forms. Even how many, 100 thought comes as I or my, that itself forms to the same bucket, no? All are sound and forms, so no value. So therefore, you have to look at this in the right angle, then you will identify, oh, this is the scientific process which is which is happening, and therefore there is nothing called self. Okay, that's how you need to come to the conclusion. It is not a belief. This Dhamma is not anyway on a belief. So you need to get a kind of a wisdom to, then you will get Dhamma Chakshusaya. That is, you will able to see through the illusion. And you will realize, okay, this is what it is. Because you feel, the reality, what is happening. So that's it. This is understanding. Right? So let me explain furthermore. So we'll now try to see what will happen. We'll take an example and try to understand what will happen when you look at a book. So the moment you open your eyes, what will happen to you? So there will be a continuous vibration process take place. So at a very high speed, form of a photo or image created due to this vibration at your eye sensor level. So now back again, you need to now remember there is no actual photo here. So it is due to the speed of vibration, kind of a form created at sensor level. So that continuous spark, deliver the image. It is like lighting at the sensor level. So kind of continuous lighting at your sensor level. Just imagine there are series of lights on and off, on and off, on and off continuously. Then what you get? So this is what is happening. So the light is created in the sensor. Then due to the speed of occurrence of the lighting process, a form is created in your sensor. Actually, this form means what? It's not any material thing. It is Shuddhastaka, So it's a reflection of energy movement. Some different forms of vibration. There is no real form. So you need nothing material. So you need to understand. So it is important for us to note, it is not that outside light coming to your eye. No. Actually, what is happening is due to vibration, light is created in the sensor itself. In Dhamma, we say rise of Chakku Vijnane, because that is the consciousness. So the live feel that something, is there, kind of a thing. So that's awareness only. That Chakku Vijnana cannot recognize image. So you can't stop this process. The problem is you can't stop. So sensor will activate and do the job when your eyes are open. But all these are different vibration. Nobody is doing this, right? So then we need to question ourselves. Then how do we identify the book? If the Chakku Vijnane or at your eye level, if that cannot be recognized, then how are we to recognize this book? So what happens is when you were small, right, childhood, kindergarten, so you had no previous experience of red, blue, green, yellow, sun, moon, book. No, you didn't know. So your mother would have shown you them and told you the names, right? So when you see the book, what will happen? Vibration will take place at your eye sensor level. Then when you touch the book, vibration occur at the body level. Now, if it is a new book, you sense the smell also, no? So then vibration occur at the nose level. So now mother gives a sound, no? Book. So your eye sensor level, there is another vibration take place. So without your knowledge, another magic is happening. That is a transform of a vibration. What is that? So new vibration will be taking place at a at a high speed. This is happening. We are explaining the slow version. I mean slow movement, right? So new vibration is slow motion. So new vibration is taking place, coming the previous vibration. So kind of a transformation of vibration occur. So it is a spark. It is a current. So this new vibration created in the system called the rising of the mind consciousness. So this is what you need to understand. This is mind. So there is no other Atma or self. This is how the mind is formed. Actually, when you were born, you didn't know what a book was. Book was formed in your system when a color stimulus and a sound stimulus comes together in your mind consciousness. So a color stimulus and a sound stimulus are two different sparks, two different waves. So those seeing and hearing, those are the two waves. So these two waves comes together at a high speed and we recognize it as a book in our mind consciousness. So then what will happen when you see the same book again? So when you see the book again, what will happen? Vibration now. Let's say today you see the same book or whatever book, then what will happen? Vibration take place at your ear level. That is the arising of Chakku Viññānaya. And so then quickly some awareness will arise. We know Chakku Viññānaya cannot identify image. It is also a kind of a vibration. Now in your system, this new vibration will match with the original previous vibration occurred in your system. This is called the telepathy system. So due to the telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be all the time. This is happening to you. Will be matched to the previous vibration occurred in your system and kind of an interpretation come. This is what this is. Like a printout coming from the printer, that interpretation come. So you think it is a past memory. No, there is no place for the mind. There is nothing called past memory. This is actually telepathy system. Even though you think now you have some understanding, no, you live in a mental world that is sounds and forms. What happened is this world, these sounds and forms also a name given. No, what happens is there are exists in various ways due to these sensor activities. Various vibration will be occurred to your system. Let's say that mental system. So they another transform vibration from those existing vibration in the system. So actually Yua means what? Yua means a vibration zone, isn't it? There is nothing else. So it is a vibration zone. So this is actually what's happening in us. This is a science. So this science we need to understand. This is a process. This is a system. So there is nobody is doing this. This is just happening. And our life also continue because this due to this vibration, even though you die, your vibration will continue. So only your body will change. That's the knowledge I got from Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. I think that's enough for the today discussion. May I invite our Buddothpado ආරයන් වහන්සේ, තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Therwan Sarnai. Therwan Sarnai. Do you hear me?
Yes, ආරයන් වහන්සේ, I hear.
Yeah,
ආරයන්
it's
වහන්සේ,
okay today.
that
I think,
telepathy.
yeah,
Okay, okay,
yeah. I'm in
okay,
outside. It's okay.
okay, okay, ආරයන්
We
වහන්සේ.
complete today's discussion. It's okay.
Okay,
Therwan
ආරයන්.
Sarnai, everybody. Therwan Sarnai and today's Dhamma training also. Tomorrow we can again join this Dhamma explain, Dhamma discussions. It's okay, everybody. Therwan Sarnai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි රණස. Our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pick our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy of the Buddha. Buddha that the preached to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how the thought are formed in the mind, you would to be able to attain nirvana. Okay. When we begin to go on the path, we clearly need to see how one thought arises and how it immediately ceases to exist, or how it disappears. Even after we live for a long time in this life, at the end we would only have the thought just before our time of death. When while living, we have only one thought at a time. The last thought that arises just before we leave this mundane world is known as the Chutisita. Seeing the truth in this thought meaning, you see the illusory nature of the thought. You see that there are nothing in the thought and you let it go. At the end, at the last stages of your life, you would do the same thing to the last thought that arises in your mind. You would see the truth. You would see that the last thought is also a lie and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just the thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that the 500,000 leaves on it, and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of the leaf, for we'll learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaf on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arise in your mind. That you need to do it to understand just one thought, understand how the thought is formed and how it cases to be Udevaya. The wisdom of see the formation and cessation of the thought is called Udayabhayana. Actually, our problem is that the fail. We see the truth in the feeling thought. When we begin to go on the path to nirvana, applying effort to see the truth in each thought is of almost importance. By now, you would have observed still attend many meditation classes held in the society, practice samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it cases to be. The rising and the creation, cessation of thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There's nothing as seed thought and there's nothing as mind consciousness. Let, let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Let us say that you see a book. The fact that you see something means that you exist at, the, at that moment. You see the book only because you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you, according to the Buddha Darshana of philosophy of the Buddha. You are the same as or equal on the book. You similar book on the book is you. You cannot say you are different from the book. There is nothing as I am standing here and I see a book. The fact that you see a book means that you are the book. If you see the table in front of you, you only mean that you are the table. If you see the brick wall in front of you, it means you are the brick wall. There is nothing as neo means self. It is only seeing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Ditte dittamatta sutte suttamatta mutte mutamatta vinyarne vinyarmatta. Its meaning of these are there is only seeing, there is only hearing, there is only a scene of feeling, there is only a sense of knowing, nothing else. All what we explained above is only the knowledge that you inquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of me is me, even though have you this knowledge about how you don't exist, you do have another problem, and that is How are we to realize this pure path? What should we do to realize this path? Isn't there this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them practical method on how to analyze the formation and the creation of the five aggregators of Skand. They want to know how to develop the Udeva Jnana thing. Like we practice in Dhamma, we want to always we face the many problems. Our spiritual guidance teacher, the Padharanath, always give us to solution all problems, and we the guidance to the path Nibbana. We will wait a moment. Budot Padarate, Jainidasan, Tevan.
අවසරයි මෑණියන් වහන්ස. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්ස. Please accept my humble worship. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Through this Zoom, actually, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. That is the message we received through our spiritual guidance teacher, who have experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. So it is the story of how you get rid of your sorrows. That this absolute truth to end the suffering actually was hidden under dance of time. Now the rays of wisdom are blowing all over with the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. So after hearing this Dhamma, many has able to, overcome fear, anxiety, depression, stress, and to receive more peaceful life and to have a life with less problems. Right. So we'll continue our discussion today. Now, first, if I ask you a question, do you really attach to your child, or do you really attaching to your own thought? So I'll repeat the question. Do you really attach to your child, or do you really attaching to your own thought? Now, if we try to look into this, you did not have any attachment to your own child before you met him. So your attachment to your own child, you will aware that it is much higher than a different child, because your attachment to your own child is more. Now, let's assume for a moment, if subsequently you get to know that your child is mixed up with another child, then what will happen? Then what will happen to your level of attachment? Definitely, the level of attachment will be dropped. And now you will be start searching the correct child. So, what happened to your attachment? So, this indicates there is something more we need to think about. So, are we really attaching to a child, or are we really attaching to our own thought? Because when you are connecting to the child, what happens? Your system generates lot of sensor pressures, right? Lot of sensor pressures. So you are actually fear to lose your own sensor pressures. You will think you are worrying about the child, but reality is you are fear of losing your own sensor pressures. Because you are fear of losing your own sensor pressures. That is the reality. In other words, we can say you have a craving for your own sensor pressures. So you have a craving for your own sensor pressures. This is the truth. Actually, you are attaching to your own thought. So we need to understand, I think now we know everything is created in the mind. So you need to now question yourself. I mean, how this craving occur in me? And this is so powerful, isn't it? This attachment, the feeling. So all this is very powerful. So why I feel so powerful craving? I mean, how this power is generated within me? So you need to understand your problem, right? So actually, there is nothing in this world, I mean, we can find to attach or detach. If you really analyze Dhamma, you will not find a self even. So your system does not know the truth. That is the problem. So it creates energy or mind power or create your ego, and all this carving, everything occur. So I'll take a small example. So I'll take a example. Now I will say Jasmine. Okay. Now see what's happening to you. Now analyze yourself. What's going inside you. So I say only one word. So I said Jasmine. So it's a flower. So what's happening to you? So you get the illusion of a jasmine, right? How that happened? I said only one word. No. Now think about your mind experience. So the moment I say that word, kind of an immediate shot, right? Kind of an immediate shot. That is that I'm trying to refer into your mind experience. So your mind experience is something like a full package now. So that shot is very powerful, isn't it? So that particular feel or that mind experience now you are getting, or that single shot, it is a combined feeling where you get everything in a full package. So you can see the jasmine flower, you see the color, and so some and smell. So I mean the touch feeling even, right? It's softness, everything you feel in this single shot. So this is the thing we need to understand. So this is what? This is your mind consciousness. This is the thought. Actually, this is the illusion. So moment your senses spark, what happened? I mean, in the same moment, your mind consciousness occur. But that comes in a shot. That comes in a combined feeling. So this is the magic. At your ear level, it is just a, Jasmine means 5-6 letters. But what's going inside you is something more powerful. So you need to understand how your thought is formed, how this illusion is formed, right? So it is a complete package, complete shot you are getting in a second. So then the problem is, in this audience, there are many. So one person will get a different, kind of a jasmine. Another person would get a different, experience of a jasmine. So that happens. So when I say ice cream, one would get a chocolate ice cream. Another one illusion would be vanilla ice cream. So this means what? This means our world created within us. So it is thoughts. So if there are 800 billions of people in the world, each person will carry his own mind world, because he will derive whatever. I mean, sensor will continue to spark, but whatever the experience he's getting will be derived in the same way. So that is living. Basically, he is living not outside. He is living in his own mind, mental world. right? So several mental people who live in mental world interact each other. So that's a very normal, natural thing. So this is the problem we need to, I think, try to understand ourselves. Now, actually, if you take whatever the combined feel that you get is the mind consciousness, right? So now, as we discuss, one person created a mind consciousness which is different to another person mind consciousness, even for the same word, right? So, I mean, so you need to now question yourself, how come two individuals got two different mind consciousness? So therefore we can understand whatever you generate, right? Whatever you generate as mind consciousness, so your combined feeling is whatever the previous vibration occurred to your system. Because now you realize when you were an infant, right, you had a radiant mind. I mean, you did not had any problem with the outside, isn't it? You were an infant and it was a radiant mind. But from the kindergarten to present life, various sanya, perception, have formed in your system as sounds and forms. Now look, now just look at everything around you. Everything around you has a sound. So everything there is a name, no? That name means the sound. So chair, I mean for each and every part of the things, every piece, there is some name. For every subject, for every syllabus, there is some name. So what is this mean? So this whole world is created through sound. So this word, or we say lokasanya, so these are the worldly perceptions, have been given to your system somehow. That's we call maybe the knowledge. But actually what's happening? So day by day, your world or your worldly perceptions get increased. Actually, you need to understand you are trapped in your lokasanya. That is worldly perceptions. Actually, these perceptions really have no meaning. Right? No meaning. Because they are just different forms of vibrations. They are different forms of vibrations or combined output of, we can say, sound, smell, taste, coming form, everything coming together like. So these perception have no real sound or, real material thing. It is just a perception only. But the moment you look at something, what happens is, the moment you look at something, due to the speed of the mental activity, this sanya rotates faster and collectively transform to a different vibration or kind of form, the feel of illusion. So that is the mind consciousness. So mind consciousness arises. So mind consciousness means nothing else. It is a transform vibration of whatever already vibrations occur to your system. So nobody is doing that. It's happening. Living means that mind consciousness arise, and then some feeling it will give, whether you like it or not, you have to live with it. You can't control it. So we need to understand this mind consciousness, we are giving so much value, isn't it? We say it's my mind. And I try my level best to safeguard my mind. I try to make my mind very happy. So, but if you really, analyze, this mind consciousness has sounds and forms only. So, even if you live for 100 years, this is what you have to experience every moment of life. Because why I say every moment? Because every moment your world is created, and then at a fraction of second the world disappears. You think you are looking at the same world again and again continuously, but it's not the case. World created this moment, and it can't last. It disappears there itself. But that world also, there is no way in your system to experience the outside world. It's always the world that is created, the mental world. That's the mind consciousness, that whatever that combined shot or with that combined feeling, you have to live. So now what happened is change of, one mind conscious to another will occur basically. We can say when you are living means one mind will change to one mind consciousness will change to another mind consciousness. Or we can say your object. So arambane change. Your one object would change to another object. Right? Or else we can say one combined sort of a feeling change from one to another. Whatever it is. So there is nothing more than that. So whatever you are that combined feel, then in the next moment it is a different feel. So then your life goes on. So that is life. So you can't control the content of your mind consciousness. That is another problem. You can't control this content. Because you will not like some thoughts. I'm sure you have that experience. When certain thoughts come, you are really uncomfortable, but can't help. Right? So you can't control the thoughts flowing. It is some niyama dharma. So it will come one after the other. Then we need to understand where the problem. Where the problem? The problem is the existent field generated in your system. That is due to your ignorance. Because without your knowledge, there is some existent field generated in our system. So every moment, this existent field is generated in our system. So that existent field is the power or energy in our system. So if you take craving, actually the craving is fueled by this power in your system. What is this power? This power is nothing else. This power is the rise of ego, or the feel of existence of self, or what do you call Atma. So the moment the ego present, that automatically crave. So the moment your ego present, that automatically crave. Therefore, we will not be having any craving without ego is present. So whenever ego present, craving arises. Right? So we understand all the problems comes when this I present. If there is no I, there is no problem at all. When I present only, when your ego present only, all the problem comes. So you can slowly analyze. Let's say you go to some wedding function. So you will be staying there, maybe only for, let's say, 1 hour or 2 hours maximum. But still, the moment you enter the wedding hole, you will be looking around to see the most comfortable seat for you, isn't it? So you won't just go and sit somewhere. Instead, you will be looking for, okay, this place, AC, and I mean, that's how, that we always try to satisfy ourselves because we do not want to give even a minimum inconvenience to our thought, to our mind. So this is we, this is I, this is our ego. So that's a small example. So now we need to ask ourselves, is there a self inside? Now this is the point we need to clarify, whether there is a self inside. So actually, the self you are talking is kind of a power of energy. It's a power of energy. So there is no any other self. Energy means what? It is a current. So current means something you can't have, you can't say any material, thing. So it is a current. Current means it's a spark, no? It's appear, then at the moment with the next thought, it disappears, something like that. So, Lord Buddha revealed the same thing to the world in Majje Sutta. That is, Yo Bante Vichitvana Majje Manta Nalipati. Actually, that was referring to this energy. Means, when there are two extremes exist, it creates power. Actually, it is our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse really told this to the world in this era. So, when there are two extremes exist, what happens? It creates power. In other words, we understand for any case, for the power to generate, there shall be two different extremes, like a battery. Now, if you take a battery generating a power, there is a positive and negative, no? Plus and minus. So when there is negative, plus and minus, two extremes are there, what will happen? The battery can generate the power. So when there are two extremes, power is generated. So something like that. Same thing happen in our body as well. So our body sensor system also like a circuit. So the sensors continues to spark. You can't stop it. We know, but these sensors have limitations, right? So because it creates according to its limitations, because world is created in the sensors, right? So it is not the outside world you are directly seeing. The sensor level that's created. So we discuss about it. So cow will see the world differently. Bird will see the world differently. So these sensors create light. It is not the outside light coming to your eye. The sensor create light. So now if you take the eye consciousness, so arising of the eye consciousness means what? The spark in the eye sensor. So here the consciousness means what? Now we need to understand why the word consciousness is used here. That consciousness means some feel of existence of light, some feel of existence of something. That's the existent feel. That means this existent feel, it's generated everywhere, isn't it? So we know Chakku Vinyane cannot recognize the object. Basically, your eye cannot recognize the outside object. So the Chakku Vinyane or your eye doesn't know whether it is a table or a chair. But what happens is some awareness of existent feel arises as Chakku Vinyane for that light object or visual form. This is what happens. Some consciousness arises. So the same thing happened in other senses as well. Now, for example, we can say spark or vibration at ear means what? A spark or vibration at ear means a rising of sound object and a rising of sota vinyane. So that is the ear consciousness. Now we know for sounds more than 20,000 hertz, your system will not form any sound object. Right? Therefore, ear consciousness will not arise. So now you need to understand it is not any external sound or external light. Right? You are experiencing. You are not experiencing external light or external sound. Light is created in the sensor. The sound is created in the sensor. So for the mind sensor, right? If you analyze the mind sensor, they can't go outside. I mean, mind sensor, always the experience or the input would be the consciousness generated by other senses. So if you discuss the same thing using this vibration, what happened? All these chakku vinyane, sota vinyane, everything we have to understand. All these are different vibration made to the system. So then what is the mind consciousness? Mind consciousness will be generated like a spark by transforming whatever the existing vibration in the system. That is mind consciousness. So when there are existing different vibration in the system, mind consciousness will, transform those existing vibration and give you a feeling. So mind, therefore, is a current. So moment you are in avidya, what happened? These sensor pleasures taken as real in your system. Right? So moment you are in avidya, that is ignorant, what happened? Your sensor pleasures taken as real in your system. So duality. The duality is there. That means what? There is a duality. So actually that duality caused the mind spark to appear as real. In other words, duality in the sense the two extreme. Because this two extreme is outside and inside. That is ajata bahidda. So the two extremes fuel the fire to the system. So one extreme is taking outside as real. So you actually think you can actually experience the outside. So you think you are living in the outside world. No, there is no way. There is no facility in your system for that. Actually, you are living in your mental world. Can't help. That is the truth. I can't see your mother. What you are seeing or what you are experiencing is that mental world. That we call mind consciousness. So now we understand this is not true. So now again we can see cows see the world differently. Birds see the world differently. If you take a worm experience the world differently. Right? So people sometimes think all this material world. But actually if you analyze this Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu are different forms of vibration felt in your sensor. It is not outside materiality. Now, if your legs are paralyzed, you will not able to experience Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. That part of the world is not creating in you. So the point I'm trying to highlight here is all are different vibration occurred or created in the sensor. And we have given names for all of that. This is the problem. For everything we have given name. Actually, there is one Dhamma in the world, but we have separated everything by given a name. So the moment you give names, what will happen? This duality is created. So we have created names for everything, isn't it? Everything, if you say the sun, moon, father, mother, red book, red, green, yellow, books, pencil, chairs, so all that, for everything you have given a name. Right? So, but remember, this everything has given to your system by putting a sound. So to identify that particular thing, we have given a name. So that is a sound, through a sound. So what happens? All these, comes to your mind as names and forms, because mind means what? Names and forms. The sound and the form, shapes are combined in the mind. So it is actually different vibration. So the moment we look at a book, what happened? The name or that sound arises from our system. When you look at a book, that sound comes from the system. Then moment we hear the sound, what will happen? Someone say book. So we hear the sound, then automatically forms come naturally from our system. So we have to understand everything is sound and forms, nothing else. Actually, for your mind consciousness level, it is just another thought only, sound and forms. So it is for your mano sensor, for your mind consciousness, it will be like changing from one sound and forms to another. Change of again one sound and form to another. Back again, change of one thought to another. So one thought to another thought. All are vibration, all are spark, all are same, all one Dhamma. So there is no difference. All are spark, it will come, it will go. But the problem is in you. Why? Because due to your ignorance, you take outside as real. So you never think that your eye has not seen the world. Your eye cannot recognize what it creates. Your ear cannot recognize what it creates. So we have to understand this mind consciousness will occur from your past experience. Because when you were in nursery, the first vibration was given to your system, no? Maybe as the sun, moon, mother, right? So this is mother. So the sound and forms was given to your system. So this moment, what happened? Now let's say this moment, now today when you see your mother again, still your eye cannot recognize mother. That's why we say you have not seen your mother. So then what will happen? The mind consciousness will be formed by taking the original vibration made to your system when you were a child. So even now, you feel the same old vibration today in the mind consciousness. So whatever you are experiencing as now, you need to understand is a past vibration. So your mind consciousness will never see present mother. Actually, if you analyze the science behind this, scientifically what happened is, mind consciousness will give the feel of original mother vibration by matching it to the shape, size, color, smell of new mother vibration made in the present moment. Now, since you are in avidya or ignorant, without understanding this science, right? So what happens? Automatically, that childhood vibrations arised in the mind consciousness are tied up with the external mother. So you tied up. But your eye has never seen that mother. But what happens? The moment you tied up the two extremes, what happened? The Ajata and Bahidha take place. Now power is created as energy. Power is created. In other words, energy is created. So now the positive and negative is there. So there is a outside, at the same time there is a inside, because there is a mother outside and I am seen in the mother. So both are there in the system now. So now what will happen? Now it's like a battery generating the power with the two extreme. So your system will fuel the fire, right? Then what will happen? Due to this power, what will happen? You continue to recognize it as I see the mother. That is how I is created. Because that was the mother introduced to you by putting a sound when you were a child. Son, this is your mother, Ma. So then you have to understand it is a one vibration at ear level and another vibration at eye level. So this mind consciousness or thought was originally formed by combining that sound and form. Actually, your eye cannot recognize the mother. But through a sound, names and forms was created in your system. And even you can understand when you were a child, you were introduced to yourself when you were standing in front of the mirror. That is you. That is how you were created. So when the Ma or mother sound comes, the form of mother appear in the mind consciousness. So there is no I here. It is non-existence. So the moment you realize the mother is a sound and form, you are also not there. But the moment you take outside as real, at that moment you are also created naturally. I see the mother, my mother. So that I or ego is the power generated in your system naturally, since you do not know the pure truth. So actually, the moment you realize that all are sounds and forms, you will not find worldly things. Because all are sound and forms. There's no difference. Whatever the name you call it, all are sounds and forms. Right? Instead, you know now these appear, disappear. No? So you understand these are just sounds and forms only. So that means what? You understand you live in a fabricated world. That is the illusion. You are not living outside. Whether you like it or not, you have to live in the illusion, that Maya or that fabricated world, that mental world. So that is, seeing the reality. Then moment, one who see the reality in a one thought, actually you need to see a one thought correctly. So if you see a one thought correctly, this thought has only sounds and forms. There's nothing more than that. And I is created due to this duality. And this is how I is created, I was formed. So then what will happen? Slowly you will experience less ignite towards the outside world. Basically, less attachment towards the outside world. That means what? You are experiencing the same world as it is. You eat, you drink, you associate people. Then what really happening to you? Right? So what actually you experience here is your power of self. That particular current in your system gradually will decline day by day. So basically this will happen automatically. Because when you realize the reality of the thought, when you realize the I-ness, when you realize there is no I-lessness, then what happened? Automatically some kind of a transformation happened in your system. Because earlier also there it was a system. No? We told you it is not you, it is the system. So even in Pratakjana Bhumi, mundane world, what you are experiencing is a system. So even after you know the reality, still it is the same system. So there was some anusota previously, but now there will be patisot, kind of a transformation will occur in your system. This is what happened. So this is nothing like a ghost or anything. I mean, when you sometimes you will feel when there is no I, how can I, function? This is not that what we say. What we say is that I is meaningless. Because when that I present only, you can understand all the problem occur. Because I need to satisfy my ego. So there itself, I have the carving and all competition and everything. I'm struggling, due to that. So what happens here is you are that ignite or that particular current will gradually reduce. So that we call actually asavakya jnana. Why we use the jnana? Because it is a wisdom. It is not just another thought. It is not a thought. Thought, what can the thought can do for you? Because thought it's another sound and form. You cannot find any nibbana or nirvana, with thoughts. So thoughts, even if you do concentration meditation, that will not have a major impact because your thoughts are the same. After some times, you will back again realize you backfire for various things when you, connect to the external world. So this is not that. This what we say is very logical and practical thing. Once you understand the reality, what will happen? There is this automatic transformation in the system happen because now the system know, okay, this is the normal thing. The sound and forms, it appear, it disappear. These are thought, this is the mind. Then what's that? So I'll have to live with it. So I'll associate the same world in the same way, but automatically, naturally, you feel less ignite, less attachment, less fire within you. So that is felt by actually the rising of that sense, that arising of that feeling we call asavakya jnana. Because you will realize that transformation. So it is not the thought. So that wisdom is like a salt. Once you taste the salt only, you know what it is. So you cannot write a book about the taste of the salt, no. So, but you need to understand, for asavakya jnana to happen, for your transformation to happen, you need to first realize the truth. First realize the truth, and then due to that, you will first experience that you will completely relieve from the blind, wrong notion of self. That is Sakkaya Ditti, or we call Atma Dushtiya. So that has to go away. So, because you will realize this is a system and there is no self, right? So then gradually you will experience less ignite and attachment towards outside world. So, what do you mean by awaking to the moment? Actually, for all this to happen, first awaking to the moment needs to happen. That is, you have to see the creation of one thought. So you will see Udaya, that is the rise, and Vaya, cessation of one thought, that is one object, one Arammane. Again, when we say Jnana, so Udayavaya Jnana, right, it is not mind. It is the sense of wisdom, knowing the rising and falling of Arammane. So whenever we use the word, how it becomes Jnana, maybe you can contemplate. I mean, for some period you need to study this, you have to do some practice. But when we say Jnana means what? Jnana means not thought. Automatically you are able to, you realize you have the wisdom to, wisdom of awareness of this happening. So arising and falling of Aramuna. So then what is Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnani? That comes first. Because that means when you analyze these thoughts, when you run through the Satya Jnana, what will happen? You will understand all these previous thoughts occurred in the system, no? So you will understand how these previous thoughts occurred in the system. So the infant had a radiant mind. So newborn baby did not bring anything from the past, no. From his previous life, newborn baby did not bring anything. So it was the radiant mind. And there onwards, this moon, mother, chairs, books, everything was formed through vibration. Right? That is seen that part and having a wisdom towards that, not a thought. It is a jnana. So that is Pubbe Nivasanussati jnana. Also, under that same, we can say, whatever the present vibration, now you understand. So at this moment, when you see something outside, whatever the present vibration of mind consciousness stem from past vibration. That we understand. So all the time, mind consciousness is experiencing some past thing, past sanya. So that is the knowledge you get. Actually, it's not knowledge. We have to use the word wisdom. So wisdom means there won't be a change to whatever the experience you have. That's true. That's what happening. So it's a very strong understanding you get. Then Chutupapata Jnana means what? Seeing the rise and cessation of one thought. Then Asavakya Jnana means automatically your system will experience the less ignite and attachment in the system. So these are the three jnana. Pubbe Nivasanussati jnana, Asavakya jnana, Chutupapada jnana and Asavakya jnana. Right. Then once you understand Satya jnana or true Dhamma, right, will relieve from wrong view of self or Sakkaya Ditti. That is the first step that will happen to you. Because you were in mundane world and then you will study this and it becomes a jnana. You will get Yatabhuta jnana after what? After elimination of the wrong view of Sakkaya Ditti, or you call Atma Dushtiya. So you know very well that there is no self. It comes as a jnana. And then that person will find actually stream entry. Once you find stream entry means it is considered as you are born in Are Bhumi. It is not the mundane plane. This is completely different. So all this time you were in Anusote, under mundane world, but now the moment the person born in Arya Bhumi, Patisotaya will start. Right? So there are several other, stages as well, right? One return and non-returner, that is Anagami, will experience back again a gradual removal of power of ignite. So all this you have to understand. What happens is, from that Sakkaya Ditthhiya means what? Having a wrong view of self. So we know that all the problem came because of that I concept. But what happens is, even though the I concept, that is I, the notion of self is removed from the system, still your system has a ignite. Still your system has a ignite, because now let's assume, compared to a young child, an older person will go through, several, experience of this sanya. So he will see the same object again and again and again, and there will be some abhisankarana power, right? So the ignite is very high for an old adult person. Now, if you take a necklace, if something happened to that necklace, the young child would not have any, value for that at all. But what about the elderly person? He might, suffer a lot. Thinking that my very this necklace is very worth. This I got from my ancestors, and I need this. I need to safeguard this. So although now what happened to this, so he'll continue to suffer. So the problem is, even though the notion of self is removed in the system, some power, still will be there in the system. So basically what happens is, the power means what? The ego means what? Raga, Dvesha, Moha. Because moment your system is I present means, the moment your ego present, all the problems started. That means what? You start craving. So you have Raga, you have Dvesha, you have Moha. So therefore there will be, this Raga, Dvesha, Moha will be there. So it will, but this is a system. No? Now your system will slowly turn, and then it will slowly get rid of this ignite. So gradually you will experience yourself the deterioration of your I-ness. So that is good. No. That is what we say. You can experience the same world as it is, and you are very cool, because your I-ness slowly deteriorate. So you have no major, influence to entertain or to give marks to yourself. So you will be very humble, down to earth person. That will happen naturally. So that is what needed. No. Why we do not have the peaceful mentality? Because we are struggled to satisfy this I. So that's the whole problem. Then when the I present, we are fear of death. But death is also another thought, my friend. Isn't that? It is through a sound, you have introduced that name, death. But actually, if in the thought you are I present, that thought by now have died, then you have reborn in another thought. So where is this I? So you have to understand there is no I. So then this actually the status which is enjoyed by our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, who has reached the unshakable deliverance of mind, that is Akupa Cheto Vimuktiya, which is the final stage called Arahat. So there will not be a person to enjoy anything in Arya Bhumi. That's another thing you need to understand, right? So now it is just like a wind. So as Aryan Vahanse very correctly explained, just like a wind. But those who are, going, I mean, those who are, we can't say somebody, but we have to use a word because this is a system. So once that particular person who is born in Arya Bhumi, travel through the path, it will also, experience, less ignite, less raga, less dvesha, less moha, and sort of, comfortable life. So the point we want to highlight here is there is nothing or there is no self, right? So as Aryan Vahanse explained to us, so what happened is this path to Nibbana is nothing else, that is Nibbitanti viraganti, viraganti nirodanti, nirodanti patinissagganupassi. So basically, it will have no major, kind of a entertainment or big attachment towards the outside world. So now, before that, if I explain you what is this Nibbana. So what is Nibbana? So Nibbana is something like extinguishment. So because I'm sure most of you will have that issue. What is Nibbana? So if there is no I, if it is like a wind, what's really is? Actually, it's like when there is a fire. So these are some common examples I'm bringing in. When there is a fire, there will be extinguishment of the fire as well. So in the case of a oil lamp, if oil is over and wick also burn out, the light will be automatically ceases to exist, right? So where the light has gone. So same way the Nibbana, the formlessness, which we say asankata, beyond cause and effect. So cause and effect will not have a influence to this, the person who has achieved akuppa cheto vimukti. So you need to understand this is a sandittika dhamma. So no one can teach this. Buddha also very clearly mentioned, Aryan Vahanse also very correctly pointed out us all the time. One makes to make their own rafts to cross the river. Right? So for that, you need to understand, first take your time, study this in the right angle. You have to study. Don't try to study this thinking that I am inside, the outside world is real. How come? Because this is atakavachara dharma. You can't argue, right? So you have to understand. You come out. I mean, you know that you are anyway in an illusion because you are suffering in the illusion, and I'm sure all of you need to come out from that. Why do you want to unnecessarily suffer in a thought? We can't squeeze the thought, but but we continue to suffer with that. So if you want to come out from the illusion, what do you have to do? You study the sensor. That is, those are like factories, sensors. Then you need to understand the existent field in your system arising in each of these sensors. So you will feel hot, spicy when you eat chili. But is that mean I feel? It's natural. It's a natural thing. So the thoughts comes and going. That is the nature of the mano sensor. You can't control it. So let the thoughts to come and go. I mean, why you need to hold it? Why you want to tight it, saying no, that's my thought. I want it, or I want to suffer like. So everything what you experience in this world is coming as a thought. So now we understood how that thought is formed. Basically, it is through some fast vibration which is happening. So do you want to trap yourself there? So come out. So don't trap inside this ego, the concept of ego. You come out. I mean, leave it. Just keep it, set aside. So think broadly. Open your mind. So then you will understand slowly, This world is a illusion, a fabricated world. So you don't want to be a part of it, and you have a relaxed life. Right. I think today it's enough our discussion. So let's let's stop for today and we'll start tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friend of Teruvan Saranai, dear friend of Dhamma power in this Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay my Buddha our spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy of the Buddha. Buddha that Buddha speaks to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how a thought informed in the mind, you would to be able to attain nirvana. Okay, let us talk a bit about the practical side and going on path. By now, you would have listened to many sermons. I hope to analyze them all very all. You need the identity the correct path to nirvana, and you need to recognize the correct direction towards nirvana all by yourself. It is of extreme importance that you know the philosophy Buddha Darshana, that the Buddha teaches to the world. Without the knowledge of the basic principle, there is no path to nirvana. Actually, we should all strive to understand the Buddha's philosophy, and he should all practice and follow the correct path to nirvana. Everybody has to understand the Purvabhaga Pratipadawa, which means that we need to understand the philosophy of Buddha. In order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons, and we have to associate and discuss with the Kalyan Mitra, one who has already understood the philosophy of Buddha and who has already realized the pure path. We have to find out what is the truth in this world. Unless a Buddha teach us and open our eye to the truth, they would never know the path of the world. In order for us to move towards in this teaching, to believe that you have already learned and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. Sometimes many of you must not have heard about the philosophy of the Buddha, and maybe you would not have realized the pure truth either. This sermon will be of most importance to the few of you who have already listened to understood the philosophy of the Buddha. What we are presenting to you now is more than sermon. That we are presenting to you now is your practical experience of following the path to nirvana. We feel that you listen to our experience. It will be of great importance to you. We are going to explain about how to experience, how to practice, and how to go on the path. Yes, some that you already know about. But to be on the path in future, we will be realizing many sermons about how to be on the path, and they will all be useful to clear your doubts and find the correct path to nirvana. We will also try to reveal the path to you by describing the discourses of the Buddha. When you keep listening to these sermons, you will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. Let us focus on the practical side on how to be on the path. We will be addressing the people who have already started to follow the path. It does not matter if you are a layperson, an priest, woman, an old person or young person. What is all importance is that you all have mind consciousness. If you have a mind, then you have happiness and suffering. If you have a mind, there's also a way to let go of your mind consciousness. If you have a way to let go of your mind, that means you have a possibility of attaining nirvana too. That means that there is a way to come out suffering, and this all that matters. It does not matter about the social status of the person who will be listening to the practical method of following the path. You can be either a king or poor man, both are human beings who have the fear of death. When you look at all people or Dhamma, they are all of the same nature. People are all real helpless, help, helpless. They do not know the truth, which means they all have a false view of the world, uh, mithya drishti. As long as they are ignorant about pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view of the world, which means avidya or ignorance. You have already understood and you already know that the outside which we see does not exist. You have heard of you already know that we live only with thoughts. You already know that the four elements that we see outside in an illusion. You also know that they are in outside. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the nut tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the beetroot tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages, in Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The time of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it's a knowing. A thought means that you know it also known as the um, jnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image, same thought. The time of the sound to image that to create a story fast. If the sound is regarded as only sound, and of the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then the thing or object will not be formed, and there won't be any more problems for you. This means scenes or chakku vinyane, sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing or sota vinyane, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to the other senses too. That means all the other three types of senses feeling. Smell or gnana vinyane, smell consciousness. Taste or juha vinyane, taste consciousness. Body senses, sensation or ha vinyane, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let be body sensation of that, all that the touch feeling or only a body sensation. Practicing Dhamma, we always clear our problem. Always Buddothpado say help us to guide us. So we are at the moment join us our our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado say Thiruvan Saranai.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. First, before starting the few words I'm going to say, we will humbly pay our homage to the Supreme Buddha, who is fully awakened one. And I hope everyone is well and happy today. We are all in an individual journey of understanding the world and the self and Dhamma. Today also, I'll try to discuss few things according to the Dhamma we have understood with guidance of our Mahase. So, I think I told you a few things in the last few sessions as well. I'll try to talk again about these things in order to understand it a bit more. So, to remind you of what we talked last time, we were talking about dependent origination, which is the basic understanding that we have to understand Dhamma. And to friends who have joined us today, I would just recapitulate on what dependent origination is. So the dependent origination is just a pattern that Lord Buddha explained to explain how the mind is formed. It's just another way of explaining how the mind is formed. Because we take this mind very seriously, because we think mind is us, mind is self, mind is soul. If we understand the magic, only we understand that's the magic. Because unless we know that it's a magic, we will really take it as a serious, real thing. But if we know it's a magic, we don't take it that seriously. We know that it's a magic and we will just watch it as it is. Do we get really affected by the magic? Not really, because we know it's a magic. So Lord Buddha explained that dependent origination, or how the mind is formed, so that the magic is not magic anymore. So the ignorance is gone. So that you know that how the mind is formed, so that there is no living being or existence in there. So friends, so the dependent origination, or the process of how the mind is formed, is actually explaining also why it is important. It's explaining how you feel, is the feeling of existence or perception of existence. Even though we talk about there's so much ways to calm down a mind. There's meditation which calms the mind. In meditation, we take one thought, and in one thought, we concentrate that in that one thought, the mind is so peaceful. But that's actually not what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. Lord Buddha tried to explain even that is again dependently originated. Even that thought that you are concentrating on. Does that mean that you are liberated, the fully awakened? No, because feeling of existence or the perception of existence is still there. So friends who have done meditation a lot will know what I'm talking about, that even at the end point of it, you will sense the feeling of existence or the perception of existence or the perception of self or soul, whatever you call it, whatever you name it. I'm talking about a feeling. I'm talking about a perception which can't be actually explained in words. It's actually a feeling. How can you actually put a word into all the things that we feel? We just try to communicate with other similar bodies. So in our case, it's humans. We try to communicate with words so that we share what we feel. Doesn't necessarily mean that what you talk about is felt by others. It's very difficult to explain what is felt to others. But anyway, Lord Buddha did it very nicely. He explained that ignorance is in every step, so that you don't actually know that it's originated not actually there. It's originated due to cause and effect, not actually there. So when you say Sambhuta in other language, we call it Sambhuta. At the time that language was used when Lord Buddha was there, it means it's created. It's a creation. It's an origination. It's actually formed due to causes. Doesn't mean that there should be a self or person or an animal in that sense, or thing to cause it. It's a natural phenomena which is happening. So even last time I tried to tell you that when we see something, I took the example of a pineapple. So I'll take that again so that it's easy. When I say pineapple, everyone get a chitta or like a mental form about a pineapple. How did that happen? Because you had that form before and you actually go into that same frequency. That's why I said the memory is also a part of this, not actually inside someone's brain. So you actually match the frequencies and you do get that chitta you formed about, or the thought you formed about the pineapple. The beauty of it is it has the color of the pineapple, the smell of the pineapple, the touch of the pineapple, the feeling of the pineapple, the taste of the pineapple. Everything is there. What about the thoughts? Okay, you will get thoughts about the pineapple too. Are they will come into now, this moment I tell you pineapple, it will remind you of the best pineapple you had one day because your mother bought a pineapple for you and it was so delicious and you're so thankful to your mother. These old thoughts will come back. How does that happen? It just activates a system which brings upon all these similar or closer thoughts that you had related to this pineapple. It's like you Google something, and when you Google, you actually get everything related to that word. If you Google pineapple, the pictures of the pineapple will come. You can't really get the taste, the smell, because it's not a human body, but the machine does the other parts. So in similar way, you get all the thoughts coming back to you, like at that moment. But that's just a process. And that process goes on and on and on. But the problem is we actually perceive, because we take all this as real. I told you about 3 times, I repeated the same thing. If we take if we forget that this is magic, the vijnana or the consciousness forms are actually like a magic. The Lord Buddha put like an example as a magician, because it's but if you forget that it's just a creation of a magician, you actually take it real. And when you take it real, you're alive. I told that about 3 or 4 times that last time. So if you take it as real, it is the moment. It's not even a fraction of a second away. It's the same vibration, the feeling of existence, because the moment you start craving, that's where this feeling of existence comes, because that's where the new vibration occurs. The similarity of these vibrations is that, because that's happening all the time. The moment you take every chitta, because there's so many chittas happening, it's such a fast occurrence that no one can actually count how many chittas I have had today. You can't even count that. That's that fast. The light is not the fastest wave in the world. It's the chitta. So the thoughts process is happening so fast that every time it becomes real, that you feel inside that it's real, if you get the craving, that actually has a different perception. That's the problem. You have a different perception to that. So whenever you feel the perception of craving, you have the perception of existence as well. So friends, I think the main important thing you have to understand is, if you have a craving towards a pineapple, that's a feeling of existence. Because why do you get the craving? I told you last time, if you feeling that it's real and you get a good feeling or a bad feeling, or even just a basic feeling, you can't help having a craving. So whenever you get this real, that you feel the magic as not magic but as real, you tend to get the craving. So if you really look into that, if you see a plate of cut pineapple, someone would like it with a bit of pepper on it, someone would like it with a bit of salt on it, someone would like it without anything on it, someone would like it bit on fully ripened, someone would like it not fully ripened, someone would like it with some other thing, or maybe eat with rice, who knows. It depends, but people have different feelings about the pineapple, and you get a craving. So when you get a craving, because you took the pineapple as real, you get the craving, the feeling of existence is there. But imagine a person who understands this Dhamma. Does that mean that they don't actually see the pineapple? No, you see the pineapple. Do you feel the pineapple? Yes, it's a bit hard. Sometimes when it is fully ripened, it can be soft. And would you feel the smell? Yes, of course. You can tell whether it's rotten or not by the cells, and like the smell as well. You can see and understand whether it's rotten or not, whether it's good or not. You can actually say, this is a good pineapple. This is fully ripened. It's good for maybe, or even you would say, no, this is good for cooking. This is not good for the dessert. This is good for the cooking. But how would one know that the craving is not there? It's very difficult to explain. My dear friends, it's very difficult to explain. You can have the pineapple and not have a craving for that. That's the most difficult part that people struggle to understand. So one will taste the pineapple, still not have a craving for that. One will touch the pineapple and still not have a craving for that. One will actually smell the pineapple and will not have a craving for that. One will have a look at it, see the pineapple, and not have a craving about it. And how about thoughts? One will think about a pineapple and not have a craving about it. How good is that? Do you feel it? It's really difficult to say though. Only one will know. It's not explainable. Only one will know. The person who is seeing it, feeling it, tasting it, smelling it, or hearing about it, will know that a craving occurred or that thought. It's rather difficult for you to understand this feeling of existence. And the pineapple is different, the feeling of existence is different. But if you take this pineapple as real, the craving is inevitably there. And clinging is inevitably there. Becoming the pineapple is inevitably there. And the birth or the feeling of existence or the perception of existence will happen. And you feel that I am eating the pineapple. I am smelling the pineapple. I am touching the pineapple. I'm smelling the pineapple. I'm thinking about a pineapple. I'm thinking about how to cook it, how to put a dish out there for the as for the kids, whatever. So you keep thinking about the pineapple. What's the problem with that? There's no problem with that. That's very important you understand that. There's no problem about having a thought. It's about that becoming real and getting a craving for that. So Lord Buddha said once that I see the craving. I have managed, I have won the craving. It's so important that you understand this, because otherwise someone who is new to this Dhamma will think, okay, then I mustn't think about the pineapple. I mustn't feel the really good smell. I mustn't do anything with the pineapple. By the way, throw away the pineapple. Nothing like that. I close my eyes when I see the pineapple. If someone likes pineapple, people can do these various things. You don't face the pineapple. You run away from the pineapple. This is not Dhamma. This is not Dhamma at all. It's mainly about, so if you feel that one kind of smell is going to affect you and you know that you are going to crave for that, do you think the closing the nose and avoiding that smell is going to make you feel better? Or do you think that you do concentration meditation and you can't smell it anymore and you have won that problem? Not really. because you haven't understood dependent origination. So if you understand dependent origination, you understand that the smell is actually formed. It's created. It's a creation. If you don't have the nose, you can't have that creation. It's just the creation of your senses. If you slowly understand this, it's a slow process. If you listen to Dhamma, you will understand. If it's a slow process of understanding, it's a creation of your senses. Your nose. If you don't have the nose, of course you don't know. How can you even perceive any smells if you don't have the nose? That part of the sensation is gone, so you can't perceive anything. Now that sensor is gone. But do you think the craving is gone? No, that's not the point. You can't get rid of the craving unless you understand this and understand that the smell is actually formed or created in the senses. So it's not the problem of the sensation. It's a problem if you don't know. That's why dependent origination, the first point is ignorance. Lord Buddha could have put anything else there, but it's ignorance. Why? We don't know that it's formed. We don't know that the mind is a formation. Mind is a formation, dear friends. It's just a formation. So how can you like it or not like it when it's a formation? And as soon as you crave something that is formed, you're actually going behind a mirage. So will someone be successful in doing that? No, not really. And that's where the cycle of birth and death keep happening, because you keep producing new perceptions, the feeling of existence or the perception of existence or perception of self. It keep happening because these are all formed, and this is a new formation. It will continue to have just like have a telepathy effect where it will match the frequency elsewhere. So if your craving is so bad or so high, you will match lower realms with that frequency. That's unavoidable, inevitable. So friends, it's mainly, I think, understanding that the smell is all right, but craving for smell is the problem. But to understand that, you have to understand the Dhamma fully, because if you don't know that even the smell is a formation in your senses, you can't help feeling that it is felt by me. Unfortunately, that's what it is happening now. You feel that you are smelling it. You feel that you are seeing something. You feel that you are hearing something. You feel that you feel the taste. You feel that you have touched something. You feel the pressure. You feel the temperature. You feel the pain. It's very difficult with the pain because it's always felt as I feel the pain. But if you do go into these senses and understand it's a formation of these senses, it's dependently originated by the senses. It's just the consciousness of the I, which is a formation. It doesn't mean it's not there. It's just a formation though. You just have to know it. Then what goes away, the Nandi or the craving goes away. And when the craving goes away, what goes away with that? The feeling of self or the perception of self.
goes away. Slowly, gradually goes away. This is a long, long cultivated pattern, a behavior which happened for a long time, this feeling of existence. We are so used to that. That's the biggest habit we have, the feeling of existence, or the perception of soul is the biggest habit we have, because we have felt it all the way. We can't even see the past. That's that far away. We have felt it from long time. So it's a fight. Actually, it's kind of a fight to understand this, how this feeling of existence happened, how this perception occurred. If you have a craving, you can't expect not to feel the existence. You will definitely feel it because you have the craving. That's the beginning of the that Atma Sanya or Atma, that frequency. It's actually a frequency, but the problem is understanding this. But if you understand a little bit of this craving is an issue. But why do we crave? We do crave because we take everything as real. We take things very serious. We think, I am feeling. But if we keep understanding, it's just a formation. The sound is a formation of a ear. If you don't have the ear, there's no sound. If you don't have an eye, you don't have a form or colors. So it's a formation of your senses. That's not a big problem for now because you have these senses until your body dies. So if you want to stop the cycle of birth, you just have to understand that's it, that we didn't have anything more, which is the formation of senses. And those senses just keep producing this world. We can't eat a pineapple, can we? Even though we think we are eating a piece of pineapple. I'm eating a piece of pineapple today for the dessert. Do you think so? Can you? Do you think that taste is pineapple? Do you think you touched the pineapple? Pineapple is a mind formation or mental formation. But when I say that, don't misunderstand. You touch pineapple, you will feel something. That's the touch sensation. It's the origination of your touch sensation, touch receptors. If you don't have touch receptors, you can't do anything with the pineapple anyway. You can't touch it. So you have the touch receptors. It's a formation of those organs. But did you actually touch the pineapple? That's a question you should ask from yourself. Did you touch a pineapple? You taste something when you put that piece into your mouth. Did you taste a pineapple or did you taste... Is there a taste? Yes, there is a taste. Can you explain that? Not really. But is that taste real? Well, it's a formation of the sensor, the tongue. If you don't have those senses in the tongue, if the tongue is destroyed by a cancer or any illness that you lose your tongue sensation, you can't taste anything. So that's a sensory organ. And this taste is a formation or a creation of that sensory organ. But the good question is, did you taste pineapple? How can you taste pineapple when the pineapple is a mental formation? the people get disoriented or very, very delusive, because this illusion is such that they feel, yes, I ate a piece of pineapple. What is the taste you felt? Can you explain that? No, you tested. So imagine someone with like a person who smoke a lot. They sometimes they can't taste normally as another person. So do you know what that person is tasting? The same pineapple dish, yes. They're sharing. The pieces are also equal. But the taste, are they similar? No. But the first one also says, I ate a piece of pineapple. The second one also says, I ate a piece of pineapple.
Good morning, everybody. So, let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. We'll observe something carefully. Right now, everything already feels complete. Object seems fully formed. Thought seems already known. The world seems stable, and the self, me, seems to exist naturally in it. That's how we feel. Everything feels real. Outside, within itself, everything feels real. But this completeness is deceptive because the process happens so quickly, but that only the final result is noticed. But it doesn't mean there is no process. It happens faster, so that's why a human cannot see it. But it's a process. That's true. Not the final result. So today we look deeper, not at finished thoughts, but at thoughts. Why it is still forming. Before recognition, before something becomes known, what is there? Just this raw sense contact. Color before object, sound before object, sensation before object, meaning. Just simple as it is. No objects yet, but different sensor contacts, raw sensor contacts from our senses. At this stage, experience is unfailing, open, undefined. So it's simple, very light. There's no burden. It's okay. But our mind, the human mind, doesn't stay there, doesn't stop there. It really stays there because suddenly this recognition happens from this mind, and then suddenly, almost instantly, this fragment, maybe just one, but instantly it becomes an object. And it doesn't happen once or twice or thrice, but it happens each and every time. Once a thought is created, so first it has to be triggered. Always a sense of contact has to be there. So when the sense of contact appears, it has its own power, vibration, frequency for it. So the similar patterns start to resonate with that frequency, just like as in tuning fork. We don't have to do it, it happens automatically. And the thing is, it doesn't come as a single sense of contact, but instead we created a thought at one point using that sound or color or whatever sense of contact it is. And now that sense of contact is not alone. It activates that connected rest of the patterns with that. First the sound. Right now happened the sound. That sound activates the other sound, not other, but the sound with the same frequency. And it's not alone. It is part of a thought. So now that all other sense contacts in that thought, color, vision, sensation, smell, taste, everything activates. And they don't activate separately, but they comes as a single thought. Where we could have activated only separate fragments before, but we are used to the thought. Now it naturally, effortlessly comes as a thought. So when those connected patterns activate, they come as a whole thing, not as separate vision, separate smell, but as one whole package. That's known as the thought. That's the thought. So, like this resonance spreading, one vibration triggers another. Sound triggers visual patterns, smell, everything in it, and they comes as one thought. So when you keep used to that, when sound comes automatically, the thought appears because the thought got stronger. The thought repeated each and every time. Now it comes effortlessly, easily. So now this sound, this word triggered an entire network of thoughts, of these patterns. And it doesn't stop there. The stronger the thought gets, the more it feels real. When more it feels real, we give more value to that thought. And the more value a thought gets, we start to keep it or avoid it. Then the suffering begins. Emotions follows. And with those emotions, suffering also starts to come. Just one simple sense contact triggered a whole network of thoughts, a whole story with it. So that's why one sound, one word can trigger entire network, entire illusion, entire story. Let's say we hear a mango. Immediately, that sound, mango is a sound. That sound doesn't stay there. Immediately, it activates that same sound that occurred before. But now it's not alone. It's with shape, it's with the color, it's with the taste, it's with the smell, it's with the texture. All of these patterns activates, which are linked to it, which are related to it. And they don't come separately. They come as a whole package. That's what we call a thought. So now, when that sound immediately came, it's not just a sound. It's not just a color. It's not just a taste. It's a whole real thing, fruit, object, 3D. That's the thought. That feeling of as if it's real is the thought. The powerful the thought is, the more realistic it feels. This thought, it's not retained. It is reconstructed through activation, through resonance. So the previous thought, it was created. It and then it appeared and disappeared. There's nowhere thoughts are stored. There's no place for mind, no place for thoughts. They appear and disappear like sparks. That's it. But that spark had a frequency for it. So when right at this moment, when that thought is created, it resonates with the previous one. And with that resonance, it creates at this moment again as a new fresh thought. It's not that previous thought come out of nowhere to this moment from past or anywhere, but that previous thought was reconstructed, not the same one, but something similar of the frequency was created right at this moment. And somehow we blindly believe we are thinking about the same thing because of these frequencies are similar, same. But each and every thought is created, reconstructed with the help of the previous thought, with matching to its frequency, not the same one. It's not the same one came from the past to this moment. It's something similar to that frequency. It is being reconstructed right at this moment through resonance, through activation. But because that similar frequency, it feels like it's the same thing. Let's take a thought of past. Something happened in the past. There's a situation and it's gone. It happened and it's over. And right now, when we think about that, it's not that past thought, past situation came to this moment, but there is this thought that created at that moment from that situation. Now, that thought is being reconstructed right now with the resonance with that previous thought, similar to that frequency. So, because of that, we blindly believe we are thinking about the past exact moment. But if you dive deeper, you won't even find the exact moment, situation that happened at that time. It's just an kind of like an idea, a value, a frequency, a strong one. This thought carries there is something happened. If you go back to that moment, if you penetrate through this thought, you won't see the exact things happens. But somehow you have strong idea of that situation. And because of all this, still you blindly believe you're thinking about the same thing. You're thinking about the past, but it's not. It's a right now thought. It was created right now, fresh. But it was similar to that past situation. It doesn't mean it's the past situation itself. That's another point where we have been stuck, blindly believe. Because we believe it's the past situation itself here, even though it's not. That's why we always living in the past, even though the thought is created right at this moment. So this combination and fusion of sense content create these thoughts and this illusion. When these fragments begins merging, begin combining like visual fragments, like bunch of colors, auditory fragments like sounds, sensory fragments like the touch that we feel, smell, taste. Not only that, thought itself also comes with that. When all those comes together, they suddenly complete this thought. Now it's not just a simple thought, simple like a light mental formation, mental creation. It's a strong thought. It's not a thought, it's an object. It feels real. It feels it exists on its own. But is it really real as it feels like? That's where we should go action. This fusion, this process, it happens so fast. Because of that, it hides the pieces, the real, actual pieces, process. So we no longer experience these separate sense contents. Instead, we experience the one object thought that is the combination of each sense content. But it doesn't mean that's the truth, that's the reality. And imagine not just once, but since our childhood to this, even we were blindly believe these thoughts are the reality, are the truth. So it's hard to get out of it. It's hard to not to believe what you were believed as the truth, as the reality for so long period. But it doesn't mean it is the truth. Because of that also, because of this repetition, because you have used to interpret, believe in that way, that also makes it a bit harder to see through, penetrate through this illusion. Because now, the more you use thoughts, the more you feel them as reality, as the truth, the more you can't understand the process, the more solid thoughts get, the more solid this fake reality feels like. So that's why it's harder for people to see the process, to get out of this illusion, because they are used to it. Or they're like no one does it. They're used to this illusion, this perception, this perspective. They can't get out of it that easy. But through knowledge, through understanding, they can get out of this. So then slowly, with that awareness, they start to see this process, not thoughts as the reality, as the truth, as the final object, but as a result of the process. Not being real as it is, as it feels now. Not not the truth as it feels right now. So how this birth of reality feeling of a thought happens? It's the important illusion. Because if your thoughts are real, why do these thoughts feel real? Let's say you see a chair. Now that is the thought of a chair. Chair is the thought. You don't even know it as a thought. You see as a chair, an object, 3D. You can even have this mental weight of it. width of it, depth, height, this whole three-dimensional map of this object feels more real for you. But how it feels this strongly real, because the process has disappeared. This process, this 10-second hand connecting together, it happens so fast. Because of it so fast, we have skipped that. Just like an old movie. Old movie, still frames. Still frames are used to create this illusion, this movie, this continuity. Because these still frames are moving in a rapid speed, you don't see this process, we see the final movie, that final outcome good of it. But it is an illusion that appears because of this rapid speed. Likewise, the thoughts. Thoughts are a process of thoughts are the final thought, like the movie. And the process is this sense of contact, this mind works, this resonance. All of these things are happening like steel frames, very fast. So we don't notice it. Instead, we notice the final thing, the chair. So this process becomes invisible, and only the final completed object, thought, remains. So because of that, when we keep seeing this thought, only this thought, not just once, not just twice, through our entire lifetime, resulting in that thing, which makes it stronger, even. So this thought gains solidity with that. Now, it's not a simple concept, mental thought formation concept, but now it's a powerful thought. It has a weight, it has a certainty, it has a presence, and it feels like it's not a mental formation, but it's a thing, object that exists on its own outside world. Look how this mind's perception create has created this fake reality. Even though it's created by our mind, we are unable to see it, and we blindly believe this mind creation is not as a mind creation, but something that exists on its own outside. That's strong, this mind is. That's how this mind is strongly created, this illusion. We are unable to achieve it. It feels real when we keep using the same illusion again and again. It feels real because of this repetition. It feels real, it feels stronger. So now we have skipped the construction, because this construction, this process also happens so fast when we keep used to it. Like, let's say you're doing a certain job. The speed of that might take even less time when you keep practice and get used to it. So likewise, these thoughts also happens immediately. This process happens immediately when you keep get used to it. So now it's even more harder to notice. Now it feels like the thought as the independent reality. That's why we feel like thoughts, these things, objects are existing outside on its own, not as a mental construction. So thought chains expand the illusion. One thought does not stay alone. It triggers more thoughts, more associations, more emotions, more thoughts, more stories, more realistic it gets. Because now it becomes vivid, it becomes broad, it becomes stronger. Now with that, an entire reality forms. And there are people, problems, future, past, identity, time, things, countless thoughts in it. And they are not seen as thoughts, they're seen as things, objects, reality, that 3D ones that exist on its own, not as build up concept. We blindly believe they exist, but as things that exist, really exist on their own. But if you go back to the root, you will notice all of these expanded from a simple 10-second time. Maybe we are not even in that second anymore. We have gone so far in that story. Now we are in somewhere else. That's how this mind works. Thoughts triggers more thoughts, and we are stuck in this illusion. And if you blindly believe it, you don't even have thoughts. We start to suffer because of so that's how this fake reality, fake outside is created. But the thing is, it doesn't stop there. Now another thought appears, another illusion, another part of this illusion appears. A self, a person, a doer, me, mine, myself, I, silence, whatever name we call it, same thing. So now the creation of the self. Now the deepest layer forms. Let's say thought appears, then another thought, undergoing thought, which owns that thought, which sees that thought. Let's say we see a chair. There is a person, a doer, of me, myself, who sees that chair, or who owns that chair, or who wants that chair, who experience, basically who experience that chair. And even thinking, this mind, this self owns it. I am the one who's thinking. I am the one who's controlling this thinking. Now, this ownership is added afterward, each and every thought. Now it becomes not just a thought. Oh, it's my thought, my feeling, my will, my body. I am living in this body. I am living in this world. I am affected by these things, objects. Then the self appears, a thinker, a doer, an owner, a center, someone experiencing this fake reality. But we don't see it as a fake reality. We see it as the truth, as the reality itself. So now we feel as if there's definitely a self who is experiencing all of these things. But if we go to the beginning, we can see this self is also constructed through repeated patterns, through blindly believing this thought as reality, through this rapid speed, same as that illusion of the outside world was created. Through this repeated ownership, through this blindly belief of this thought has given it the power. When it taken as a reality, it becomes solid at some point. This repetition has created this stability as it's the truth, but it's not. This process repeats continuously. Thoughts repeats, recognition repeats, ownerships repeat. So this continuity appears with it. And with that, it becomes stable reality. And also a stable identity with a stable and continuous life. But as all thoughts created, each moment, each thought is freshly reconstructed, rebuilt, through new contact, through activation, through repetition. But we feel as if it's the same old thing. That's not the truth. We are believing it as truth, but it's not. It's not the same thing. It's a new thought, similar to that previous one, but it's not the previous one. So as the self. This self, born each and every time with an object, with a thought, That's why it is a book is me, chair is me, because these are the results of the same sensor contact. These are the same illusion, even though we separate it into two pieces, but it's the same illusion. So thoughts and the self are same thing. That's why chair is me. That's why book is me. So when each and every time thoughts appears and disappears, with those thoughts the self also appears and disappears. But each and every time thought is me, and the self that is born with that also new. But because it's happening so fast, and because the frequencies are same, we blindly believe it's the same self, same thought we are thinking. That's why this illusion of existing self is there. Because of that frequency, it's the same thought of the self has been recreated, but it's not the same old thought, something similar to that. So now we feel as if it's the same thought, comes again and again. So because of that, we blindly believe this self is existing throughout this whole time, like that world existing throughout this whole time. It's an illusion. We would never say the process of it unless we see it through the deep wisdom, with the deep understanding, with the correct perception of the reality of the truth. Till then, we will still trap in this illusion because of our senses. So we get back to the self. This self is stable because each and every moment it is reconstructed, but somehow we blindly ignore that fact and believe there's the same thought appearing again and again. So we think the self is existing. So now comes the shift. What happens if the process is seen early for the full recognition, before this full solidity, before the full form, and the final put final thought, but feels like the reality, truth that exists on its own. It starts to become, it starts to loosen its power. Because now you see it as the truth, as the reality, as a process. So it becomes less fixed, less absolute. Because now we know it's an illusion, happened because of the speed. So thoughts lose some of their heaviness with that, because their construction is visible. We don't blindly believe this is the truth, this is the reality. These are the things that exist on its own, but instead we see them as mental formations. A fruit of a process, a construction, Now the world becomes more fluid, more process-like, less object-like. And with that, this self also softens, because this I, this me, this myself, is being added, is seen, being a part of that process, of that story that was simply triggered from, created from simple sense of content. Because there is no me in a sound unless we add and created a story on top of it. We start to notice there's no self in anything. Now everything is understood and seen differently. Reality is not divided completely, but we still see the way we see. We still hear the way we used to hear. Because this change with the deeper understanding from our mind, it doesn't affect or change our answers. It doesn't change the way our eyes see, our ears hear. They work as usual, as they're supposed to be. But everything else